10 nimble fingers, one brilliant show. On a 3-foot stage, the goddess aglow. Our shadow play premieres at the Grand Theater tonight.
It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear, requiem for an exercise to extend the extracting every last drop of that crystal dew, and cast their memories into the abyss again and again as they stand on the border of truth and vanity, warning them.
Don't look back.
Metropolis' very own superstar, Eternal Aurora, has finally been released.
Hearsay detected.
Anarchy detected within the city limits.
Good evening. This is Pirate Radio. Headlines after headlines, musicals after musicals. Can you even recall the last time you saw the sun? The media fills you with cheap thrills and mindless entertainment. Eventually, we'll all amuse ourselves to death. I was once like you, waking up on the red carpet of Metropolis. But now, look at what we've become. A cog in this entertainment machine. Wake up. The city is eating you alive. We're nothing but pets and livestock trapped in captivity in this city forever. Let's continue the carnival tonight. Maybe tomorrow, we'll see the sun again.
Tonight, we celebrate the prosperity and beauty of Metropolis.
arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light. Who forgot one simple truth? The purer the light, the deeper its shadow. My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope. Looking back with longing eyes, this is just his unfailing bait.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland, ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined. 过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有。刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soiled leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now!
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man. And after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergi and to me.
I finally arrived at the manor mentioned in the commission letter. The fairly complete main building became my first foothold here. At first, everything seemed to be going better than I had expected. That incomplete diary mentioned a bizarre game. The barely noticeable ashes and marks along the edges of the diary once again led me to new clues. A strange fireplace, unused firewood, a rotatable candlestick. As the wall began to turn, I knew that I had found what I was looking for. An even greater collection of diaries. I continued my deductions using these diaries. Finding information on the hunters is the key. Yet, it creates more questions than it solves. About the manor. About the game. And about me. I was once a novelist. I lost my memory in an accident 10 years ago, and have suffered from intermittent amnesia ever since. My condition has worsened with the passage of time. The span of my amnesia is getting worse. Finally, through the eyes of my neighbors, I realize the exact nature of my condition. It's not about amnesia, but that person has awakened.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to day number 1 of the NA-EU Qualifiers for the Call of Abyss 5 Global Tournament. My name is Eli O, joined here with Kahel. We have some incredible matchups for you today. Two of the fan favorites, B4U and Legacy, both competing as well in their respective matches against VAC and Suspect. Going to be some incredible games. Kahel, we had such a great cast back in IVT, and I'm very glad to be commentating with you again today. How are you feeling about today's matchups?
Thank you for that. Always a pleasure to be casting with you, Eli. I'm really excited because we were just talking offline that there is going to be some slight changes with the meta. It's exciting because this season it's going to be really survivor sided and the meta is going to be focused more on support. So I'm really excited to see that in today's matches.
Yeah, absolutely. We see a lot of more characters being introduced into the game and kind of fitting their way into the meta. A lot of those being patient and psychologists in particular. We've seen a rise in entomologists as well, especially here in NAEU. So we're going to see a lot of those support characters. We've actually seen a lot of batter get utilized on this server as well. So that's definitely an option when that forward is banned. Looking into the possible hunter selections as well, I think we're going to see slightly more in the favor of Dream Witch here. I think once that Sculptor nerf kind of came into effect, it really pushed a lot of these Sculptor mains into playing other characters. So I know a lot of these top hunters that are competing today have really picked up that Dream Witch and Breaking Wheel as well. I think we're going to see a lot of gameplay from those, and maybe some slightly less popular picks such as Geisha. Or maybe even Bloody Queen, which is always a good character for securing draws, could definitely come into play because those characters do struggle survivors struggle against those hunters in terms of using their support. Geisha, it's very hard to support against a Geisha and a Bloody Queen. So I think that we're going to see those come into play as well. And we should have some, I think, very survivor-sided matchups, but let's see if the hunters can make up for that with their early rounds, potentially with the Dream Witch.
Yeah, we were just talking about this earlier. So I'm really excited to see how the hunters are going to make up for the fact that this is going to be very survivor sided. And I'm really excited also to meet the teams.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have some newer teams to the competitive scene. We have B4U and Legacy, which we already know have been around for quite some time. But VAC is actually a team that's been around for a little bit. They've had a lot of players around the top tiers, but haven't really competed in competitive tournaments before. Same with Suspect. So yeah, I mean, Suspect and VAC coming into their first competitive tournaments, going against the two powerhouses of NAEU. Definitely an uphill battle for them, but let's see if they're able to pull something out and get a win here.
Yes, we did also talk about that last time. You said that these are some new phases that we're seeing here. However, you did say that you encountered them during ranked match and you said that they were really good. So I'm still very excited. They do have their work cut out for them, but more on that later. Check out this prize pool.
Yeah, so this is the prize pool for the overall Call of Abyss Global Tournament. So if you're able to, as one of these NAU teams, win the tournament in advance to play against the rest of the world in the Call of Abyss Global Tournament, you have a chance at winning, some sum of money here, depending on where you're able to place. Again, it is very competitive once you reach that global sort of event, and let's see how these teams are able to do it. Again, NAEU, one team will advance from this top 8. These are the 8 best teams getting an opportunity to go play against the rest of the world and potentially earn one of these prizes.
This must all be very exciting, seeing these figures. It really puts that motivation for the teams. And here are the brackets for this weekend. And today's schedule, we have the matches between VAC and B4U, as well as Legacy and Sus. And these are really exciting matches for us today because, like you said, for you Legacy household names right here, everybody knows who they are. Everybody is expecting nothing but the best gameplay from these two powerful teams. Now, the pressure is on VAC and Sus, but I'm pretty sure they've got something up their sleeves, and I'm really excited to see what that is.
Yeah, absolutely. So VAC actually has a little bit of an interesting roster. Their hunter is actually, for those of you who know, Walmart is actually their hunter who's moved over from Survivor. He's been a Survivor player in the past, so he's going to be on the potential hunter side going up against one of the best B4U. A very difficult matchup for him, but he has shown some incredible numbers in rank, very high win rates over the last few seasons when transitioning over to that hunter's faction. So we'll see how he's able to go against one of these strong teams. And Legacy and Sus as well. Sus I'm not quite sure. They have a few different hunters to work with. They have Mushin, who's actually a geisha player, and they also have Metal, who could potentially play that Dream Witch. So again, Dream Witch is going to be a character that's going to come up quite often here. We're going to see Dream Witch from B4U Sprinter. We should see it from iAlien and potentially Metal as well. So a lot of Dream Witch to go around today. But again, looking into the later rounds, we may see some other hunters. There's always the option for Soul Weaver, Geisha, and Bloody
Mhm.
Queen, like we mentioned before. So some of those hunters can be map dependent. They can struggle on certain maps and be stronger on others. But it'll have to see, how these matchups will play out.
That actually, us talking about what survivors and hunters they would usually pick, makes me excited to meet the teams, especially when we share the data. But yes, like you said, Soul Weaver, I was actually going to mention that I am expecting to see this hunter coming back from season one. She was such a strong hunter back then, and one of the main hunters in the earlier Call of the Abyss tournaments. Actually, that was COA 1, or COA 2, one of the top picks. Really amazing hunter, not just in NAEU, but also in China as well. And I've seen some impressive gameplay. I'm hoping to see that again. I want to see her restored to her former glory. So, hunters, if you're hearing us, we really want to see that Soul Weaver.
Yeah, absolutely. Soul Weaver is really, you go look at these older characters that used to be what we call S tier, very strong, viable characters, and that back in the
Mhm.
day was Soul Weaver and Ripper. And it's actually kind of interesting to see how Ripper's just become almost an unusable character at this point, whereas Soul Weaver has become back into the meta, actually, high up on the on a lot of people's tier list. And it's mainly because of Chinatown, this new map that's been introduced. It's been very
Definitely.
strong for a lot of hunters, a lot of teams that pick Chinatown. If you watch over in the a lot of the China gameplays, there's a lot of Chinatown getting used, and also a lot here in NAU as well. So Soul Weaver is just a powerhouse on that map. There's so many excellent web placements. The place we call Hotel, which is the best looping area, has a very strong palettes to work with as well. That's always been one of the best kiting areas on any map in the game. But Soul Weaver actually can counter that by using those webs to speed up after the survivors and prevent looping, which again on Chinatown is a very strong strategy.
And speaking of that data that we've been expecting to be displayed for the viewers today, here they are, ladies and gentlemen, the players from Victory as King, aka VAC. We have Walmart, the one you mentioned, always uses the breaking wheel, so I'm really excited to see this, especially because breaking wheel is still very much in the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. Breaking Wheel, a very strong character, has one of the best high kill potential, as well as that Dream Witch, just because of that incredible map pressure. We see a lot of hunters with good map pressure be the ones that have the best high kill potential. Again, in a tournament situation, you're looking for at least a draw in a lot of situations as a hunter, but Breaking Wheel has that potential to push for more if it becomes an option. So the only downside to Breaking Wheel, again, very map dependent, struggles on maps like Red Church and Arms Factory. There's a lot of very strong windows that it can struggle against. But looking into Walmart here, we do have some of the statistics here. These are, I think these are just his rank statistics from, the COA matches that he did play out. 27% COA 5 win rate overall. But again, you're going against very strong teams in COA. And this really goes to show the survivor-sided aspect of how the meta has shaped up to be. Survivors just winning a lot more than hunters these days. But again, it's really going to come down to how well they can play against this hunter. Walmart has a lot up its sleeve. Not just the Breaking Wheel, has the Sculptor, Bon, Bloody Queen, all as options. And B4U, a good team, but they're going against a formidable hunter here. Let's see, how they're able to play out these matches.
And taking a look at the rest of these numbers, I do believe that this is a good enough number just to be able to turn over that best outcome. And now here we are with the survivor teams. We have Ning Ning with a COA 5 win rate of 54. That's actually very high. And a containment time of 65.19. That's actually a lot of time bought for the survivors. Well, it depends. If it's the first kite, of course, you're going to want it to last a little bit longer, probably about 70 to 80, just to be able to secure that cipher rush. And we have here a 0.16 pallet strikes. Still very impressive, in my opinion.
Yeah, we also have the next player, Casper, on that forward. Looks like, again, 54% win rate. I'm assuming these two players played a lot together for having those similar win rates. But this is another, another example of showing how these Survivor win rates have surpassed the Hunter. 54%. This is playing in duo queue. You cannot, use 4-person VC once you get to the top tiers. So they're doing this with other players besides themselves, and they're able to, achieve such success. This is just a very, very incredible, especially because NAU has been Hunter-sided in the past. So seeing these survivors sort of turn around here with a 54% win rate, very impressive. Overall 62% containment time. Doesn't really go to show too much just because forward typically isn't first kite. You're not going to chase a rescuer majority of the time as a hunter. So overall, this is pretty average, I guess to say, from a forward type player.
Exactly, and because we said that the meta is more on support, that's probably where those seconds come in. And now here we have Gugu with a win rate of 64%. Looks like he's been doing a lot for the team. Also, with the highest containment we've seen so far, 68 seconds. Now, this is a really good number, especially if she's the first kite. That's just about enough time just to make sure that those first 3 ciphers are have good decoding progress.
Yeah, absolutely. And while it may read 68%, that typically is a lot more. The reason why with Entomologist, you're very fast when you ride those Vs. A lot of the time, the Entomologist can actually transition out of range of the Hunter. So you can actually rotate for long periods of time as Entomologist without even gathering containment time because of how much distance you can transition away with those Bees from a lot of Hunters if you rotate early. Especially considering that Entomologist doesn't leave a trail when she's on the Bee, so she can easily break line of sight from Hunters, cause them to lose her. Again, that containment time will stop running if the Hunter gets without a certain range from them. So Entomologist, while it may read 68 seconds, a lot of Entomologists usually can add about 15 seconds to that. So overall, that's a very excellent containment time for an Entomologist player. That usually will read up around 83 seconds in reality. So this is a very good player, as you can tell, 64% win rate with a high containment time. This is most likely one of the main kiters on back we're going to see taking a lot of the first kites and playing a lot of those containment type characters for this team today.
Excited what else he can use apart from Entomologist, because if so, and if able to maintain that containment time, that would be such a huge help. And it looks like their Priestess main is this 1031 with a 64% win rate as well. Looks like they've been playing together in their COA 5 matches with also a containment time of 64. That's also a very significant number, especially because Priestess can be really good with those kites apart from that support. If placing those portals in the right places, at the right spots rather, that could really extend the kite, not just of the Priestess itself, but of the other survivors in the team.
Yeah, absolutely. As a Priestess player, you typically, you're a little bit less likely to get first kite for a few reasons. One, Priestess has those portals to help, transition away from Hunters. On top of that, as a Priestess player, you typically will set up a long portal early on. So if the Hunter ever does go to you, you'll just go through the long portal, the Hunter will break it, and they'll be forced to go change targets to a new survivor. So a lot of the time, Priestess won't get first kite because of that sort of situation unless they're found very early. So in reality, Priestess is usually the character, considering that most team comps are built around 2 rescuers, a Priestess, and another character. Priestess is usually the character that gets second kite just because, again, when you have that long portal set up, she's not often chased first. So 64% containment time against a Hunter with presence, so they will have presence after that first chase, so if you're getting second kite, is actually very significant. If you're able to kite over 60 seconds against Hunters with presence already built up, which is usually what happens for a Priestess player, that's very, very impressive. Considering it wastes enough time in the end game to push losses into draws or draws into wins, and that's exactly why this player has a 64% win rate. It really represents their skill.
Being said, however, I am expecting a lot of Priestess bans, but we'll see how this plays out, and I'm really excited to see that. And now we have another forward here, Seren, with a win rate of 72. Now that is that is really high, I would say. Also a containment of 70. And you did say that although forward is not the first kite, definitely he's not going to be chased at first by the hunter. He does have that support that he can provide for whoever is doing the kiting. And that is where all those seconds are coming from.
Yeah, absolutely. It really goes to show you can actually tell the type of forward player based off of their containment time. Forwards with higher containment time are usually ones that are more aggressive and go for more of a harassing game early on, and the forwards with less containment time are the ones that play more conservative and push for draws rather than aggressive wins. More risky, but more likely to secure wins. And you know, there's upsides to both of them. It looks like this forward player is a little bit more aggressive. You know, higher containment time means they probably support more throughout the game. They probably harass more. Whereas the previous forward player we saw focuses more on Cypher Rush and more pushing for draws, which again, nothing wrong with any of those strategies, but that really, you can really tell the difference between these two characters. Again, 72% win rate here, very, very high. Again, going to show the power of survivors in this current meta, and really possibly showing NAEU shifting back into more of a survivor-sided meta rather than Hunter, what it's used to be.
Now imagine if it was Seren and Gugu teaming up to do some containment, and then we have maybe a safe decoder in the distance, a mechanic or a prisoner that could really be a huge help for the team in achieving those objectives. I'm really excited to see if we will be having that kind of gameplay from the survivors of back. Really excited for this team. You did say that they are they're really good in ranked match, as you have observed. Really excited for this. And here we are with the lineup of B4U. Now, take note, everybody, this is a very powerful team. We've seen them in the previous Call of the Abyss tournament, and we are equally excited to see them again here in the qualifiers. Now, these are some really well-known names. Now, would you like to run this over for me, Eli?
Yeah, so looking at the roster here, we have the main hunter, B4U Sprinter. Again, the favorite character is Bloody Queen. Also has a few other options available, such as Soul Weaver, Dream Witch, Sculptor as well. Looking at the substitute hunter B4U Ching, it says the selected character is Sculptor. He's actually a Dream Witch player, the first Dream Witch on the server. Doesn't play too much Sculptor. It could potentially have been that Dream Witch was just banned a lot during COA, and that's why he ended up playing a lot of that Sculptor character. That's typically one of his go-to characters when that Dream Witch is no longer an option. B4U Schmitty on that Mercenary, also a forward player as well. We have MyLeg on Psychologist, also Priestess available to him as well. Roland on Entomologist, also can potentially play Mercenary, and Poblems on Priestess and Mechanic. We also have B4U Kit Kats on the roster, who I believe is just there as a... I do know Cats did leave the game for a little while, and I think he potentially could be coming back for COA. He may be there as a substitute. I'm not sure. We'll have to see how B4U plans to potentially use him here, but he is a forward player if that does end up coming up. So it may be possibly a substitute for Schmitty if that ever needs to be an option.
And speaking of Schmitty, let's not forget about that patient gameplay he was able to show us back in IVT last year. That was really impressive. And now here are the statistics for Sprinter with a win rate of 86%. That is very, very high. And also kind of expected, you know, given that Sprinter is such an amazing hunter on Bloody Queen, no less. Wow.
Yeah.
Look at these numbers. We have an elimination of 2.86. That's a secured tie in itself, and that's the average.
Yeah, and that really goes to show the power of a character like Bloody Queen. You know, one of the best draw hunters in the game. You have, you know, any Bloody Queen that brings Blink, for the majority of the time, it's able to secure draws. If you're able to ban Seer and forward, there's not much the survivors can do in reality other than potentially bring in a character like Batter. But yeah, 86% overall win rate, 43% for eliminations, which is slightly lower, but that just goes, you know, shows the amount of draw that Bloody Queen typically will go for. It's hard to win as Bloody Queen, so the fact that you're able to get it even at 43% is pretty impressive, just because of, again, how much of a draw hunter she is. Again, 86%, only losing a few matches with this character, so going to show the power of how good Bloody Queen is at securing draws, and why we're probably going to see her a lot here in this tournament, just because securing draws is very important in a tournament setting. Bloody Queen is actually the most banned character in NAEU rank, so Yeah, again, very good draw character, very hard for survivors to beat when you don't have harassers available like forward or batter. So or even that seer to give extra hits. So I think that we're going to see a lot of Bloody Queen potentially from Sprinter again, because that's one of his main characters. And looking at the next hunter here, we do have B4U Ching again, showing him on that sculptor, but Ching more of a Dream Witch player. COA V win rate of 61%, which is not too bad. But again, it really goes to show how these survivors have adapted and started to push for more of winning strategies. And for elimination rate, a little bit higher than Sprinter here. That goes to show, again, the power of these winning hunters, such as Sculptor and Dream Witch. They're stronger at securing wins, but less likely to secure draws. They're a little bit less consistent, but still have a lot of win potential.
You did also mention before that Ching also uses Axe Boy, so we're probably gonna see this in the later rounds when the picks and bans start to come in. I'm really excited to see that. But if Ching does bring out the Sculptor early in the game, that'll be such a pleasure to see, because we know that Sculptor has been adjusted and has actually been nerfed. So I want to see how these hunters are able to make up for those adjustments. I want to see more of those big brain moments. And I want to see those amazing chair shots as well. We've seen Ching excel with Sculptor. I hope we're going to see it again. And now here is Schmitty using the Mercenary. I do know, however, that this is not the only survivor that he can use. We have also a Seer. We have, although I do believe that Seer is going to be banned for most of the matches. If Schmitty is able to pull him out for at least one, I'd be really excited to see that. Now, an amazing 63% win rate and a containment time of 79.89. Now, if that's a Mercenary, it just shows that he's probably in the area always to provide that support.
Yeah, and again, also a forward player as well. So I think we'd see a lot of Mercenary and forward from Schmitty for most of these COA matches. So it really goes to show 79% if he is playing that forward. That's a very aggressive forward. That means he's going for a lot of stuns, a lot of support, even more aggressive than the back forwards that we saw earlier on. So that could definitely come into play here. We do have B4U Roland as well, 68% COA win rate, very impressive. Containment time of 67. Again, entomologist player. If you have a 67-second containment time, you can add about 15 seconds. If you're entomologist, majority of the time he's getting around 80 plus, which means that is enough for wins with a lot of team comps against a lot of hunters. Only about 1.2 pallet strikes, which is a little bit more standard for entomologists. A lot of entomologists aren't going for too many pallet stuns. They're using those bees to transition as far as possible. They're not really camping pallets. They're not really looping too hard, depending on the hunter. But for the most part, they're transitioning a lot and using less pallets overall. So that makes a lot more sense if you are an entomologist player. And yeah, overall, again, 68% win rate. That's one of the big numbers to look at here. So I think that's going to be very important along with that containment time.
Sure must be immense on VAK right now, especially because seeing these stats, they really are in for a treat. It's going to be such a challenge for them to be able to face up against B4U. And to see Roland here also playing Entomologist, we know that he's been playing Mercenary in the previous tournament. I'm excited to see that. And here we have Paul Blems, and although it shows that he's using Priestess here. We know that he also uses Mechanic and Seer. So this is a very well-rounded group of players. A win rate of 65%, containment time 62. Now, as Priestess, you did mention that she's not usually the first kite. So where these seconds come in is probably at mid-game when she is able to provide some support, as well as do a rebound kite depending on the situation. And PAL strikes is 0.14. Again, like you said, a priestess, like the entomologist, is focused more on transition rather than kiting.
Yeah, so yeah, 62% containment time, again, is not too bad for a priestess, considering, like you mentioned, going to be most likely second kite. 65% win rate, very impressive overall. 161 decoding progress, which is actually a little bit higher than the previous survivors we looked at. So that really goes to show the Cypher Rush. Priestess is typically a good Cypher Rushing character, believe it or not, because what happens is in a lot of situations, Priestess will set up that long portal from her first Cypher machine to somebody else's Cypher. And usually the rescuers, and the rescuer will get that Cypher to about 50%, and then they'll leave it. So the Priestess will pop their first Cypher they're on, go through the World Portal or Ultra Long Portal, and then finish that rescuer Cypher. So they end up getting extra decoding progress overall. So that really goes to show Paul Web's utilizing this Priestess to its fullest potential, really showing how the Cypher Rush can impact a lot of games, and that's exactly what you want to see as a Priestess player.
Speaking of that coordination, I'm really excited to see that between a Priestess and whoever is rescuing in the team. And now here is my leg with the Psychologist. Now I do know that Schmitty also uses the Patient. I'm actually excited if both the Patient and the Psychologist would be in one lineup for at least one match. Now a 62% win rate, also very high, a containment time of 67.26. Not a bad number, especially if she's the first kite. I mean, she's one of the better finds compared to maybe a batter or a forward.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Psychologist is typically a character that can be difficult to chase in some instances just because she can take up to 3 hits, obviously, as we know. So 67% containment time as a Psychologist is maybe a little bit on the lower side, but you have to also keep in mind my leg also plays Mechanic. So some of the Mechanic games could be factored into that time as well. That's most likely the situation. I'm assuming if he only played Psychologist, that containment time would be up in the 70s, most definitely. So 67% containment time, considering that some of your games are also played, being played with Mechanic, is a nice number to have. Yeah, overall 154 decoding, which is pretty standard for a regular containment type character, and 62% win rate again, not too bad. Anything above 60 is always very strong, so it's very nice to see that from the Survivor.
And also an escape rate of 42. So we can see the amount of coordination in this team. And I'm really excited if this will definitely reflect in today's matches. And now we have Cats here with the forward. I do believe this is their main forward. And although we don't have any data on her, we know that forward always a staple member of the lineup. We know that a lineup is almost not complete without it. And especially because we did say that the lineup is very support heavy, I'm expecting to see some really good gameplay and support from whoever plays forward. What do you think, Eli?
Yeah, definitely. Again, we talk about this being a support meta, so forward's going to be a huge factor in a lot of these games. Forward is actually one of the more banned characters in NAEU as well. Typically, once you get to higher tiers, you're able to ban 2 survivors. So Seer and Forward are the 2 most common bans. And it used to be back in the day, they'd go for a lot of you'd go for a lot of target bans. You'd ban specific forwards off specific players, but now forward just becomes so strong that you really have to eliminate it overall. And looking at the first round map pick here, it looks like B4U is going with Red Church first, and Vacus chose to play Hunter.
Something that I haven't seen in a while. In the previous tournaments, we've always had Ever Sleeping Town be the first map in the earlier rounds, and round 1 actually. So I'm really excited to see Red Church. I do recall, however, in IVT that the very first map we had was Red Church. So is this like an NAEU thing? What's going on with this?
It's really not so much of an NAU thing. It's more of a B4U thing. They really like this map, which is very interesting considering that the hunters that Sprinter plays are typically not very strong on this map. But for he does I guess prefer Red Church for characters like Dreamwitch. Dreamwitch typically not very strong on this map, so it's very interesting to see. But I think the main strategy as well is more to counter Vax Hunter Walmart. Walmart is as we mentioned, a breaking wheel player, and Red Church is one of those weaker maps for wheel. There's a lot of very strong windows. You have both of those church windows. You have shack windows. You have your back gate windows. You have your window over in your God Palette and Graveyard. You can even break the top breakables and set up a place where you can kite for yourself. So there's just so many disadvantages for breaking wheel on this map. And while this map may be slightly weaker for the characters that Spencer plays, he does prefer them for some of his characters, and it's also incredibly weak for a potential breaking wheel from Walmart.
To see, but I would just like to highlight how we've been talking about how these players try to outsmart each other. You know, it's a bit of a mind game when it comes to the picks and bans, not just of the hunters and the survivors, but the maps as well. And that it's also amazing how much thought they put into this. And now I do believe we are about to see the lineup. I'm really excited because again, we don't know who they will be picking, so it's gonna come in. It's gonna come as a surprise. And you said that we're probably not gonna be seeing a Dream Witch, and especially not a Breaking Wheel in Red Church. So here we are with the predictions once more. One of the things that I really like to do whenever casting these matches. So let's have that first ban, a steer on the part of Walmart here.
Yeah, Seer Band is interesting. Could indicate more towards Breaking Law. I would have expected him to actually pick the Sculptor here, just because neither character is incredibly strong. This map can be difficult for Sculptor in some places, but it's more difficult for Breaking Wheel players. So the Seer Band indicates more of a Breaking Wheel, where Mechanic Band would actually indicate a Sculptor. So he could go either way with these, but let's see what B4U opts to select here. I'd imagine they'll lock in Forward as one of the characters for sure. And then whether they choose to go with something like Mercenary, Priestess, or Mechanic, that's always an option as one of their extra characters.
A mechanic in this map. Actually, I was wondering why the mechanic wasn't banned. But again, the meta is changing because the hunters are acknowledging that survivors are really support heavy. He really does need to make up for that. And now here is the Forward, as you predicted, locked in already. And the Priestess, she's gonna be such a menace in this map with those portals, putting it on the inside of the church, just to be able to help the team transition to and from each side.
And now B4U actually gives Walmart an option to ban the Mechanic. So not taking Mechanic here is a little bit risky. They're going again for more of a support heavy strategy. And yeah, there's the Mechanic. So giving that as an option, this is a little bit riskier for B4U. If you take Mechanic, you put yourself in a position where you're a very strong spot to draw. Mechanic is a very good draw survivor because you have that bot for that Cypher Rush. But now this gives Walmart the upper edge here, a potential chance to push for more than a draw. Whether he wants to play Breaking Wheel or Sculptor, now they're both on the table. Again, going with that Seer Band, not banning Mechanic, almost eliminates the Sculptor from him. It put him in a situation where he could have played Sculptor and gone for a draw, but it's a lot more challenging because Sculptor struggles against the Mechanic Cypher Rush. But now that B4U has given him the option to ban the Mechanic, it's going to be a lot harder for him. It looks like we're going to see potential Patient and Entomologist as the last locks here. Both these characters pretty strong against Breaking Wheel and Sculptor, so Walmart could potentially go with a different Hunter here, but yeah, we'll have to see what he opts to select.
Dynamic duo, the new dynamic duo rather, that I've been looking forward to seeing. It looks like there will be no Mercenary for this lineup, but instead we have a Forward and Entomologist duo. I'm really excited to see if the scenario playing in my head happens with a Forward and an Entomologist doing the first kite. That would be awesome. And now here is that Sculptor. Look at this Sculptor at the first round. This is going to be really interesting. Let's see how Walmart intends to make up for the adjustment of the Sculptor. Let's see if he has an idea on how to counter this kind of lineup, especially with a Patient here who's able to use the hooks and transition through the top of the walls.
Yeah, so you have a pretty solid kiting comp from B4U. All of these characters can kite Sculptor pretty effectively. However, if there ever gets a situation where Walmart is able to get a quick down, it is heavily unfavored at that point for B4U because of the lack of Mechanic. Again, if you're able to play Mechanic and you have a survivor go down quickly, you're usually still able to secure a draw because of how strong Mechanic Cypher Rush actually is, especially against a hunter like Sculptor, which struggles against that Cypher Rush. So yeah, not having it again is going to be a little bit of risk here, but it depends on the rotation. It depends on first kite. Spawns are huge on Red Church. Red Church is a small map, which means sometimes the hunter will spawn right near a survivor, and it's hard to rotate from that position. So I think we're gonna see, potentially the spawn being very dependent on how this map will play, or how this match will play out. But of course, the kites are also very important as well.
Because you mentioned that, yes, those key spawns are very important. It also puts pressure on the team of B4U to be heavily coordinated when it comes to reporting to each other their whereabouts in the map. Somebody has to come up with that key spawn. They have to be able to correctly predict where the hunter is, as well as what the hunting route is going to be. Again, I'm really excited to see how this match is going to play out, but I also am wondering if it's going to be a long match, given that there is no decoder presence in the lineup.
Yeah, you do see typically support heavy teams are going to bring longer matches, because a lot of the time, if you're going for support strategies, the decoding is going to be a little bit slower, but the kites will be longer. So that drags the game out a little bit longer. And it looks like we are going to have the survivor spawn in. Hunter immediately going towards, it looks like bottom broken here, which already, oh, he finds the patient right away. This is one of those situations where the spawn can be very dependent. He does have a portal available for him to possibly transition, but already on this character's tail here, and finds the priestess as well. So the Cypher Rush is going to be slowed down significantly because of this double kiting situation, and an immediate statue tip on the priestess. Beautiful start for Walmart.
Now this is a good place to actually be going on the part of my leg here, because it is going to be easy to transition. And there we have the bees providing that support just to be able to buy time for the priestess to loop around that the back window of the church. And now the chase continues, and she will be able to transition towards the other side of the church and on towards, I thought she was going for the graveyard, and there it is, that hit right there. I wonder if my leg will be able to transition, but instead will go through the window here. Oh, and she is hit, and like you said, this is such an early down. Will put the survivors at such a disadvantage. They really have to make up for this. They can either rescue at the last second, or the forward could probably go in and rescue and provide heavy support for this priestess right here.
Yeah, this start from Walmart here, very, very strong. You see unfortunate portal into the hunter there from MyLeg, which puts B4U immediately on the back foot. They're going to have to potentially turn this around. No mechanic to Cypher Rush is going to be incredibly challenging for them. And Walmart didn't have to use Blink. He's able to conserve it there to get a statue down on the priestess. You have to be careful. No one makes a sneaky rescue. He's going to use that spike. Does see Roland here, which means he knows that he's not able to get this rescue. Also has wanted order on him as well. So let's see how Walmart's able to potentially pressure down these Cyphers. Still 4 left. Still has Blink available. And Priestess already past the halfway mark. I expect the survivors to potentially not rescue, but it looks like Schmitty may come in for a save.
Just to see, but until then, I am really appreciating how much the sculptor doesn't seem to have lost her touch, and the map presence here, the map pressure that she's able to provide. He already knows that the priestess will not be rescued anymore. So that's gonna put the survivors at a bit of a pickle here, because there are only 3 ciphers remaining. However, we do have a forward here who hasn't used his ball. We could be seeing him providing support, especially because he's at the middle of the church, and that was a blink right there. Kind of misplaced, but still Walmart has a strong start here. He still has good, he's still making good time. And now here is...
I was just going to say, yeah, that blink is actually really big, because now you're able to get that blink and get that down. But now that that's out of the way, you no longer have your train. The entomologist lives, and you're forced to change targets to the forward. Schmitty using a lot of football here, and will take a statue hit. That is not ideal whatsoever here for the survivors. So Walmart doing an excellent job getting all of that football right. Matchup will continue to play out from here.
And looks like the chase continues here at the graveyard, with Schmitty trying to contain Walmart as best as he can, just to be able to get some progress on those last 2 ciphers. There's 42% on the 4th and 27 on the 5th, and now he is down. It is going going to be somebody's job to do some rescuing. I'm guessing that it's going to be the patient, especially because Entomologist is just one chip damage away from getting down. But that also is a disadvantage in itself, because if she does suffer damage from the statue, she won't be able to get those ciphers decoded. She has to do some self-healing first, and that is a lot of time.
Yeah, and this is a really challenging save here. Problem's a very good survivor, but I don't know how he makes this rescue. You're getting cut off from an extremely far distance. You have a full presence sculptor on you, and you're not a mercenary. You're a patient, which means you do have the potential to hook past the hunter. And oh, he gets the spike down on the entomologist. That is game changing. Now the patient's going to be saving after half. No one can decode. Still 2 ciphers left. That one play right there may have given Walmart a 4-person elimination. Beautiful full presence statue from this hunter.
Already located the dungeon, will still try to go for the save with that hook. Will he be able to make it? He's 1 chip damage. Oh my goodness. Was able to deny that rescue. Walmart was able to successfully deny that rescue, and although Entomologist is up, the best thing to do is probably just wait it out, try to find the dungeon. But Walmart is on a mission. He wants to get this 4-man kill, and that is why he won't be sharing Paul Lums just yet, and will instead be trying to find the entomologist. And looks like he's able to sniff out her location here with that earmark, and the use of Link. Again, that was not the best Blink I've seen, but at least still really good progress for Walmart here. Just it's not going to take a lot to down these survivors, especially they're both at half health.
Yeah, now it's not quite over yet for the B4U survivor side. You have a little bit of leeway to work with, just because these cipher machines are almost done. You have a lot of ciphers with progress here. One cipher still needs to go about 50%, which will take a little bit of a while. But Walmart did switch to peepers, which means he's not going to have teleport, but he can help him potentially slug down these survivors. Still some hooks available for Paul Blems. Let's see what he's able to do. Roland needs to try to pressure down the last cipher machines, but oh, beautiful statue again. Going to drop the peeper on Paul Blems here. He does no longer have that self-heal, I don't believe. So now all you have to do is down this entomologist, and that will be that 4-person elimination.
Just the perfect strategy for securing that 4-man kill. Of course, you didn't have to... you didn't share the patient back there when you could have, because of course you want to find the entomologist. And although it was a bit of extended time, but still the outcome is a bit predictable at this point.
Yeah, so it looks like he has, again, found the entomologist here. Still 2 ciphers. There's no chance for B4U to finish these. The only chance really is, I mean, Roland can kite till Paul Blems bleeds out, or he could potentially go for a heal, but we're going to see those statues. There's the full presence. Oh, beautiful dodge from Roland. Can he get the heal off, actually, here? He's going to go for these statues yet again, and they are able to get the heal, but they do take double statues as well. He's going to go ahead and get Paul Blems down again here, it looks like. And then, yeah, there's the down on Paul Blems, and all you have to do is now go for Roland again, because Paul Blems has expended that self-heal.
Again, this is just another back and forth situation just to be able to secure that 4-man kill. And it looks like Walmart's taking his time, but he already knows the outcome, especially because the blood trails of the entomologist have already been spotted, and now she is at the back gate. And it's just going to be a matter of time. It's just 1 chip damage away. And again, the use of peepers here is going to be such a huge help. And there it is. The survivors have surrendered. This is a 4-man kill for Walmart. And that is such an amazing... that was such a joy to watch, especially because you said that Walmart was transitioning from being a survivor to a hunter main. And such a strong start to prove that he can be such a versatile player.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite impressive to see a survivor main transition to a hunter, come out and beat one of the best teams on the server right out the gate. Again, VAC is heavily disadvantaged in this matchup. This is their first, they have good, strong players, but this is their first competitive tournament. They're going against a team that has a ton of experience. And Walmart, their hunter, already giving them 5 points to 0 out the gate here. B4U on a big back foot situation here. They need to come back. It's going to be up to Sprinter. Let's see what he can do. He's going to have to go for at least a draw here to keep the points fairly close. But again, this is B4U's map. This map was selected I think to counter Walmart's Hunter, and it did unfortunately backfire a little bit, but it also benefits Sprinter because he does prefer Red Church. While typically Red Church is not very strong for something like Dream Witch, which is what he most likely will be playing here, he does prefer it because most likely just because of the how small it is, it allows for a lot of cipher pressure with those spawn and those leech followers. So I think that'll most likely be the biggest effect for him. So we'll have to see how it's gonna play out. Will that go for an anti-Dreamwitch strategy, potentially try to force out the Sculptor? I don't think Sprinter will go Breaking Wheel here just because of how weak the Breaking Wheel map is. We see Walmart being a Breaking Wheel player and not even using it just because of how bad the map is. So I think that Sprinter will most likely go Dreamwitch. And if you're Vac, you may go for a bit of an anti-Dreamwitch strategy.
Oh, I really would like another four-man kill on the part of B4U here because this is how we secure that round 3. So good luck to the Hunter of B4U. Really looking forward to seeing this. And yes, I actually am not expecting to see a breaking wheel at this point, especially because this is Red Church after all. There are a lot of windows and just a lot of good kiting routes where you can easily counter a breaking wheel. But I'm beginning to understand why they would want to go for that anti Dreamwitch strategy just to push out the Sculptor. Uh, and did you see that dodge earlier? This is what we were talking about. Players are now able to predict the patterns of the statues, but still, such a good job from Walmart there. Let's just talk about how awesome that match was.
Yeah, very impressive. Again, we talked about the situation. B4U had an option to go mechanic, and they opted not to take it. And that either works in their favor or against them. Taking mechanic typically means you're more likely to draw rather than win, just because mechanic can go down very quickly. But if you have the bot out, you can secure a draw. So B4U in this situation, I think, was going for more of a winning strategy. But yeah, it didn't quite work out. They found the Priestess. There was a fast down on the Priestess. And without the mechanic Cypher Rush available, Sculptor, was able to take control of the match and push for a 4-person elimination. Looking at the final match stats here, the first kite, again, only 44 seconds, which is very, goes to show the power of Walmart's Sculptor. My leg being put in a bit of a tough situation because of, you're in church, which is usually very strong, but going through those church windows means that the Sculptor can put statues out the windows, get chip hits, which we saw happen there. And unfortunately, that one misstep on that one little portal, giving Walmart the free hit, was able to turn the tide into his favor early on in the match.
It just goes to show how much one mistake can be the difference between a tie and a lose. And because of that misplaced portal that you mentioned, that was what did it for Walmart there. That is what secured him that early down without having to use Blink. Now, although those were some empty blinks we've seen there, still, he was able to secure that 4-man kill. So at that point, it didn't matter if, some mistakes here and there. If you have a general idea of how you plan for this 4-man kill, it
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, typically in this sort of situation, as a hunter, Walmart again not having used the blink early on allowed for that 4-person sort of elimination situation. He was able to use it later, but it's weird because a lot of those times when you have that blink, you want to save it if you're not able to use it in the early game, which is what happened. He ended up actually missing 2 blinks that game, and he was still able to get a 4-person elimination. So that goes to show the power of the statue placements. Again, statues these days with that full presence nerf as well are a lot easier to dodge, but yeah, it really worked in his favor. Another big turning point actually was when he was able to get the forwards football out. He got all the football out within like 10 or 15 seconds, which is very, very strong for the hunter. If you're able to make the forward waste all that football, it puts you in an excellent spot. As you saw, Schmidt was only able to last a few extra seconds after the football weared away. So a beautiful job from Walmart, able to get that out there. And again, we'll have to see how Sprinter is able to combat this. I assume it's going to be Sprinter. They do have Ching as well, but if it's a Red Church map pick, this definitely suggests Sprinter's Winter. Also, the other thing we're gonna have to look at is what is Sprinter ban here? If you're playing Dream Witch, you're typically going for a four-person elimination, but again, Mechanic is such a draw survivor. Do you ban Mechanic as Dream Witch? Most likely the answer is no, just because again, you want to find Mechanic as Dream Witch. She's very usually a quick kill. You can find her pretty easily because of how fast the Dream Witch main body is. You can get around the map very quickly. But again, Mechanic's such a draw survivor, so we'll see if Sprinter opts to give that to Vac here, and if they'll take advantage and go for that draw, so they can at least win this round one.
For that draw. Like I said, we do want to see those round 3, so please do push. We want to encourage people for you to come back from this, and I have full faith in both Sprinter and Ching. They do have something up their sleeves just to be able to counter these survivors. Now, having encountered each other in rank, I'm pretty sure it did give him some insight as to what they can do for the tournament. But here in the tournament setting, things are a lot different compared to rank. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, there's hunters you can play in rank that are stronger in rank because of the lack of communication. But once you get to tournament, you have to be able to be prepared to play against four-person VC teams. You also have to be prepared to play against specific strengths of players with their characters. So what I mean by that is when you go into rank match, you don't know who you're going to play against. You could play against anyone, who's queuing for Survivor at that time. But if you go into a tournament setting, you have to be prepared to play against, for example, maybe Vac has a really good forward player that you have to be prepared for. Maybe they have a very good Priestess player who's very good with portals and very good with support. Maybe they have a very good batter player. You have to be prepared for all these things when you're going into a tournament setting. So that's something to take into consideration here. We saw, the forward players on Vac with very high win rates, one with a 72% survivor win rate in rank, which is very impressive. So, maybe Sprinter opts to take the forward as well. I think the first ban, if he goes Dream Witch, will be Seer, just because Seer is very strong against the Dream Witch. But the second ban, it's going to be interesting to see. What does Vac lock in as well? Do they take Psychologist to try to counter Dream Witch? They could even potentially go Doctor if they wanted to. They have a lot of options available to themselves here. They have the forward, they have the Mechanic, they have Mercenary. Sprinter only has one ban plus a second one after Vac's chosen 2. So having to get a 4-person elimination with only one ban first is going to be very challenging for him.
To that Doctor, I was just thinking about her if they would actually bring her out just to get rid of that Dream Witch. But do you think having a Doctor in the lineup is so early in the tournament is a wise decision? Is it worth that Dream Witch?
It is a little risky, but Doctor is not a bad character against Dream Witch. She's weaker to things like Breaking Wheel. She's weaker to things like Geisha. So she's actually not too bad against Sculptor. I believe there was an update where Doctor got an adjustment where she gets a speed boost every time she gets chipped. So I believe that's gone through in the NAU server, where I'm not actually entirely sure. It's definitely a possibility. So it looks like, yeah, B4U Sprinter like we saw. So Ching will be the substitute hunter. And it looks like from the Survivor side, we'll have to see what they pick. What is Sprinter's ban? I still don't know. And it looks like it is going to be the Seer, which heavily indicates towards Dream Witch. I highly doubt he's playing Sculptor. There's no way you need a 4-person elimination. You're going to ban Seer. You have to ban the Mechanic if you're going for that strategy. So the Seer ban indicates Dream Witch here.
I'm not really expecting to see a mirror match here, especially because the entomologist and the patient is, although they are in the meta, they're not one of the top picks that you mentioned, unlike the Mechanic. Now, if I were in the shoes of Vac here, it would be the good time to secure that Mechanic in your lineup.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't know, there's some other options Vac has as well. They could go Psychologist if they're trying to counter Dream Witch. I actually wouldn't be surprised. Sprinter usually has some unique... Oh, actually, Mercenary forward. Okay, so forward is expected. Mercenary also strong against Dream Witch. But I'm expecting Sprinter to either ban Mechanic or Psychologist here. Sprinter has a bit of unique bans. Typically, we see Psychologist not being banned for Dream Witch. While she may be strong against Dream Witch, she's typically not worth the ban. Yeah, I expect Sprinter to maybe go for one of those. You could also ban the Priestess as well, but I think Psychologist or Mechanic benefits him a little bit more here, considering that Vac's going for one of those characters at least. And you mentioned the entomologist earlier. I don't think we'll see entomologists here, although they do have a very strong entomologist player on back. If they're expecting, and it looks like it's the priestess. And if you're expecting Dream Witch, you're not going to see an entomologist most likely being used. Entomologist is not the best character for going against Dream Witch. While it may be strong against a lot of hunters, it can be sometimes difficult to support, again, especially because there's multiple followers on the board, and you can easily just patrol her entomologist and cancel her bees.
And it looks like the mechanic is not going to be banned this time. Maybe this is the time to actually lock her in. And there she is. It looks like Gugu went for the mechanic instead of the entomologist. We did see that he does well with the entomologist as well, but it looks like it's going to be Seren who will be using the entomologist. Now, you did say that the entomologist isn't really good against a Dream Witch. Is it because the team has already probably predicted that the Sprinter won't be using her, at least for this match?
It could be that they're just in preparation in case he does opt to go Sculptor, because Entomologist is strong against Sculptor, but Psychologist is fine as well. I mean, Psychologist, yeah, it is a Dream Witch, so no Psychologist from back here. This is extremely risky. I mean, again, Entomologist probably there potentially to counter the Sculptor, but again, Psychologist, as long as you kite in the open force 3 basic hits, you can kite a Sculptor with ease as Psychologist. So I would have really expected that from back here, but yeah, taking a huge risk with this Entomologist. I don't know how it's going to play out for them, but on the bright side, they do have the mechanic for that Cypher Rush. Mechanic, while it may be a very good draw survivor, it's harder to draw against a Dream Witch with mechanic than it is with other characters because of Dream Witch's incredible mount pressure.
He has such an amazing movement speed, which makes it easier to sniff out the location of the mechanic. So we're going to see how this is going to play out depending on the situation, depending on where the Dream Witch will spawn and also where the mechanic will spawn. Now, I'm pretty sure that they're going to want to do some rotation at the start of the match. We will see, but it looks like things are going to look good for Sprinter just from this current lineup here.
Yeah, no, Entomologist, again, she's not like so bad against Dream Witch where it's unplayable. She actually has some advantages, where a lot of strategies what Dream Witches will do is they'll try to get a spawn follower hit and make it so the leech is continuing to follow the person that got hit. And they try to prevent the leech from being stopped. So it'll continue to follow that person. So if the leech continues to follow that person, the Entomologist can put up her bees and stop and slow down the leech. And you can also slow down. If you're getting in a situation where you're getting chased by 2 leeches, you can drop your bees. A lot of Dream Witches, what they'll do is they'll use one of the leeches to break a pallet and then walk through the pallet with the other one. But if you leave your bees in that pallet, then it can actually block both of the spawn followers at once. So that's one advantage Entomologist does have, is she can deal with the sort of trap situation that sometimes Dream Witch will try to opt to use. But again, weaker against Patroller than some of these other characters typically are. So again, we'll have to see how it works. She does have again, very fast transition time, so she can waste a little bit more time with her kites, but the support against Dream Witch is usable when you're getting when you have survivors that are getting trapped in with 2 followers, but in reality it's not quite as strong against something like a Sculptor. It looks like we are going to see oh wow, mechanic immediately getting found. That is a huge find for Sprinter. The immediate find on the mechanic. She needs to have that doll in play. Hopefully for her it doesn't get destroyed. And it looks like Sprinter, oh, she dropped it. Can Sprinter find it? He's looking for it here, and he is able to locate it. This isn't actually too bad for the survivors just because of how much time it actually wastes, but a very impressive start for Sprinter. That find is perfect for him.
That is quite lucky, I would say, especially because, like you said, this is the top find right here, the mechanic, the decoder of the team. This is going to put the team at a disadvantage should Sprinter down her early, but it looks like the mechanic here is holding her own for now. And there we have that hit from the Dream Witch, and now she will be transitioning towards the shack area here. Let's see how this is going to play out.
Yeah, I expect we're just going to see a main body patroller here. No, it's going to go for
and there's
another leech. Yeah, so mechanic is transitioning towards Cypher machines, but the Cypher Rush is pretty good. Here's the patroller. I'm actually surprised Mechanic didn't use that bot as a body block. for that first hit. It looks like she's potentially saving it for later. There's the bot.
Oh.
Ooh, I don't know if that was the best time to use the bot. Now you're just going to get picked up. The bot's going to get eliminated as well on the balloon. I think she needed to save that bot for a potential rebound kite. So now the rebound potential is a little bit less for the mechanic. She no longer has that body block as an option. The Cypher Rush isn't bad for the survivors, but she did not die to her leech, which means that the mercenary is going to get leeched as well. So the Cypher pressure will increase for Sprinter as this match continues.
Does put the mercenary here at a bit of a disadvantage, and although these 3 ciphers are almost done, I'm actually amazed how they are able to achieve this. I guess it does go to show that the mechanic was still able to kite efficiently. Oh, there we have it. Now the mechanic has taken a hit, and although there is Tide Turner in effect, she is now at last effort, which means that she'll be going down as soon as that Tide Turner wears out. And the mercenary has also taken a hit, so that means they will be double down, quote unquote, which is going to be a huge disadvantage for the survivors, because that means that the mercenary still has to do some self-healing, and time spent healing is time spent not decoding. And although they were decoding so fast, oh my goodness, I was just talking there, and here we have a terror shot. Amazing moves. 2 survivors have already been ballooned, and 1 is down. Things are looking really good for Sprinter here.
Yeah, so that is it. That terror shock right there will just secure the 4-person elimination. There is no logic. There is no way at all for the survivors to come back. Still 3 ciphers left. Yeah, everyone is down here. Forward taking a bit too much of a risk there with that vault, knowing the Dream Witch has blink, possibly the nerves getting to them, but it looks like, yeah, Mercenary's gonna be placed on the chair. Entomologist will be going down here, and this is going to be a 4-person elimination. There's no comeback from this for the survivors. On the first rescue, for those of you who didn't know, Sprinter actually put the leech in the pallet, so when the mechanic went for the pallet stun on the leech, she couldn't vault it immediately because of that slow pallet throwing speed. Now Entomologist will potentially push for dungeon, but a long chair time for Mercenary. Oh, maybe Sprinter got a little bit too aggressive here by chairing that Mercenary. He doesn't know where the Entomologist is, and he's used a lot of blinks here, so he may not have an option to down this Entomologist if she gets found. Does he know where the dungeon is? It is at the top broken area, so Sprinter knows this is a potential location here. Can the Entomologist get a syringe? That's going to be a big thing here.
Here has already located the dungeon. He knows where to wait for her. He knows where the entomologist will be going, at least the general area where she will be trying to go, and there she is. It's just gonna take 1 more hit to down this entomologist right here, and here is that leech trying to do just that. Now it's gonna be up to Gugu to try to make the best out of this situation, because things are looking pretty tight, and there was a nice use of beast right there, was able to block that at least, but like you said, there's almost going to be no way to come back from this. That terror shock right there was what secured that 4-man kill, and that is such impressive gameplay from Sprinter. I was not mistaken when I said I had so much faith in him, and that was also 5 points for B4U. We will be having a round 3. I'm really excited with how that turned out. It looks like it's going to be a tight race between these 2 teams.
Yeah, so Spencer actually had a bit of a rough start. This is something we've noticed from this hunter a lot in a lot of tournaments. He sometimes can struggle in the early game. He had, the mechanic wasted a lot of time there. She did unfortunately die on multiple Cypher machines, and that was the kind of the big game changer. If mechanic's able to stay around the bottom broken area and die over there, the Cypher Rush still remains intact. The survivors are still in a very good draw position. But since the mechanic ran to backgate and allowed Sprinter to chair on that on that Cypher machine, that's when it starts to switch into the Dream Witch's favor. Now Sprinter got a little bit ahead of himself, almost unfortunately allowed that dungeon escape for the entomologist, but a beautiful job of catching up to them and preventing that from happening. So moving into this next round here, again, Vac had an good early game, but a good comeback. So now it's going to be it's going into Vac's favor here, because Vac actually has the map selection. So B4U did select Church first. Now, what does Vac go for here? I imagine they're going to select a good breaking wheel map. There's a good chance the wheel gets banned, but I think they're going to go a good breaking wheel map simply because it makes it so the Dream Witch, it makes it so the survivors have to ban the breaking wheel. instead of just banning, for example, banning Sculptor and putting Breaking Wheel on a bad map. That's not something VAC wants to do here. So they're definitely going to go for a good Breaking Wheel map.
And here we have the match data from that previous match. That was so fast. That happened so fast. It almost ended as soon as it started. And now look at these numbers. Look at how low these containment numbers are. It just goes to show how much map presence Spencer had the entire time. And that terror shock right there, that was just what put the nail in the coffin for the team. And although they tried to do their very best to make up for it, it's just that Spencer was staying on top of it all. He did lose the entomologist for a bit there, but luckily he was able to find the dungeon at Front Broken and knew that the entomologist would be in that area trying to go for the dungeon save. Now, I'm really impressed with how the teams performed so far, but I'm also excited to see how they're going to make up for this, how they're going to try to at least gain more points than the other in round 2. Now let's just take a look at these numbers here. We've seen the first we've seen that terror shock there. I don't think I'm going to forget that anytime soon. That happened so fast.
Yeah, it's actually funny to see containment time for the mechanic or sorry, not the mechanic. Yeah, the mechanic only 30 seconds it looks like, which actually ends up being a lot more just because as a Dream Witch, you're switching off of your leeches. It's the same sort of situation where you're transitioning with entomologists. You're in a spot where you may be getting chased by those leeches and by the spawns, but the Dream Witch isn't controlling them, so you're not actually gaining containment time. Overall, the mechanic's kite was around 70 seconds, which is typically enough for a draw, but unfortunately, the big game changer was once that Merc got double hit, that really goes in the Dream Witch favor because you can simply share both of those characters with the leeches. And on top of that, again, before giving up the Terror Shock, that's definitely the big difference maker in the match there. So, so again, a very good start for the Survivors. Sprints are turning it around here. We're at 5-5. We're going to need to see what map that VAC opts to go with here. I think they're most likely going to choose again, a good Breaking Wheel map. I assume it's going to be Ever Sleeping Town. That works the best for Walmart's Hunters simply because, Breaking Wheel is very strong in Ever Sleeping Town and Sculptor is very strong in Ever Sleeping Town. So if you ban the Breaking Wheel, you can go Sculptor. If you ban the Sculptor, vice versa, you go with the Breaking Wheel. So the only downside is it also benefits Sprinter a little bit as well because he can also play Breaking Wheel. He can also play Sculptor. So that's kind of the downside to having hunters that play similar characters. When you have hunters that play similar characters, it's hard to counterpick the other team in terms of those maps. So we'll see how it's going to eventually play out. But I think that if you're VAC, you're probably going with something like Ever Sleeping Town here.
Indeed, and here is if ever it's going to be Ever Sleeping Town, we can expect either, as you said, the Breaking Wheel or the Sculptor. Now, let's talk about the Survivor lineups that they could be using to counter that. We know that B4U has such an amazing Survivor team. How do you think they're going to try to prepare for the possibility of going up against Walmart's Breaking Wheel or Sculptor for round 2?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is their round 1 situation was more beneficial for them because they had an option to take the mechanic and they didn't. So now you're in a situation where Walmart gets 2 bans right out the gate. So now the mechanic may not even be an option for the rest of these rounds. So I think B4U really, missed their chance in the first round there to take advantage of that mechanic. And now they're in a situation where you're probably not going to be able to have it as an option. I expect a seer and a mechanic ban from Walmart here. If he plans to play Breaking Wheel, he may see forward, but it's a little bit less likely just because, you also have that Sculptor as an option, depending on what B4U, of course, opts to ban from the Hunter side. But yeah, it's going to be, while it may be tied up here, I think this next round slightly benefits VAC just because Walmart has those bans that work in his favor, whereas the bans for Sprints are a little bit less relevant because there are so many options of characters that can go against the type of hunters that he has.
It depends also if how coordinated they are, if it is going to be Ever Sleeping Town. Indeed, we've seen some matches before where survivor lineups are still able to successfully counter a breaking wheel, especially in key areas like that graveyard right there with that very important window. These are just some of the scenarios that I'm trying to play in my head. I'm hoping to see that. Now, I actually want to ask you, how sure are you that it's going to be Ever Sleeping Town? Because we know that Breaking Wheel is good in Ever Sleeping Town, but there are other maps as well where uh, it can excel.
I'm not entirely sure. It's just kind of the most likely situation here, but
Mhm.
I think it's always an option that there's going to be other maps. You know, Walmart could also go Chinatown, which isn't too bad for Sculptor, and it's very strong for Breaking Wheel. You could also go Moonlit River Park, which is good for Breaking Wheel, but it's difficult for Sculptor. There's a lot of open areas. It's very easy to transition and avoid statues because of how open that map is. So, um, Moonlit River Park's also a potential option simply because it's it could be weaker for sprinters hunters, considering that sprinter probably is going to be going with something like Sculptor here. But if you do that, it also gives sprinter an option to go something like Geisha or Breaking Wheel in return. So it's tough. I think Ever Sleeping Town just makes the most sense. But
Mm.
who knows? VAC could have something up their sleeve that we're not prepared for. Anything's definitely a possibility here. So again, it's tied up, but the favorite is slightly in VAX just because they have the map selection. So we'll see if they're able to take advantage of that.
And indeed, I would really like to see them try to take advantage. Here it is, Moonlit, as you just mentioned. Now, I am expecting to see a lot of good Breaking Wheel gameplays in this map. And Sculptor, I would agree definitely when you said that there are a lot of open areas and it is relatively easy to avoid those statues. Now, why do you think why do you think VAC would prefer Moonlit over Ever Sleeping Town in this situation?
I think it's probably because after that last round, the sculptor was so dominant. I think that Walmart is expecting the sculptor to actually get banned in
Mhm.
return here, even while it may not be an incredible sculptor map. I think he's probably assuming that B4U doesn't want to have to deal with that again, especially how last match played out. So I think that we're most likely going to see. Do I think they're actually going to do it? I think B4U still needs to ban Breaking Wheel here and take the Sculptor, just because it's not a good Sculptor map and it is a very strong Breaking Wheel map. But I think Walmart's taking a little bit of a gamble here, hoping that they're going to actually ban the Sculptor and he'll actually get an option to play Breaking Wheel here on this map.
Now, I'm really excited to see if it's either going to be a Sculptor or a Breaking Wheel, but I'm getting the logic behind what you just said there. So, for VAC to actually choose this over Sleeping Town, it's probably also because Breaking Wheel might just potentially do just as well, if not better, that in Moonlit compared to Ever Sleeping Town. And now I do believe we're about to see the picks and bans. I'm really excited because it is round two. We know that there's going to be a round three. I want to see how the survivors try to gain the points at this point in the match. And now here we are with the picks and bans. I am expecting a seer and a priestess. We're about to get it, but do you share like the same prediction, or would
I
you think there's a better
Yeah,
pick?
I think that most likely, I think the best bans here is Seared Mechanic. I think Walmart's in a situation where he's realizing he needs to go for kind of again, when you're a tie situation, you want to go for a higher kill if possible. We do see this. Oh, it's going to be forward. I don't know if I agree with this, but it does indicate towards Breaking Wheel, of course. But see, now all B4U has to do here is take Mechanic and just ban the Breaking Wheel. Now you have to play Sculptor on a bad Sculptor map against a Mechanic. So Walmart taking a huge risk with these bans. Again, I don't entirely agree with this. This is very, very risky from him. So I expect B4U just to go with a Breaking Wheel ban and secure that Mechanic.
And they also have the chance to secure that priestess. She's able to give those long portals. This is a huge map after all. If they do ban that breaking wheel, which they do now, they're just getting rid of they're getting rid of the possibility that Walmart will be able to transition so fast from one point to the other. So it looks like we're about to see a very interesting match right here. It's either going to be a sculptor, or who knows? Who knows what else is out there? What else is in Walmart's arsenal? And now we have here Schmitty locking in the mercenary and the priestess. Again, a very good choice. We really do want to have that priestess in the lineup in such a big map as Moonlit River Park. I'm excited to see what the next brand is going to be. Who do you think it is going to be?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a mechanic. I still, before you, still not taking the mechanic here is, it's another really big risk from them. As you saw, it did not pay off in the last round. You gave him this, last round he went with the sculptor. You're giving him sculptor again with no mechanic. This is so, this already immediately right out the gate puts B4U in a weak position just because of that. So B4U again taking a big risk here. They're going for more of a winning strategy rather than a drawing strategy. So let's see how it's able to pay off for them. I don't think Walmart bans anything other than mechanic here. There's no reason to do that. Maybe entomologist if he's worried about the support, but it's unlikely, considering that he is probably going with the sculptor again. He does have some other options, maybe something like Geisha or Bloody Queen if that's something that he's worked on. He's going to ban entomologist, so he's actually going to give B4U the mechanic. Maybe at this point he just assumes that they're not even going to take it because they constantly, continuously have not locked it in here. And mechanic's still an incredibly strong character. While it may have been nerfed, the bot does decode slower. It's still an entire cipher machine the bot does by itself, making it so the survivors only need 4 ciphers to finish the game. That's still the strength of this mechanic character. So I think if you're B4U, you lock in the mechanic because it's given to you here, but again, they've taken an interesting strategy last round. Let's see if they'll, continue to do something a little bit, less predictable here.
Could be that they're gonna try to go for again a containment and support kind of lineup. And here we have the lovers, the psychologist, and the patient from Roland and Problems. And look at this hunter pick right here. Very interesting. The Geisha. Right in round 2. I wasn't expecting to see her this early in the match, but here she is. I do believe that she does have some chase potential here because of the height of the obstacle. She can easily dash through it, but we're gonna see how B4U intends to counter this because, well, personally speaking, the Geisha is one of the hunters that I really have difficulty containing. So if B4U does do that containment successfully, it's going to be such a joy to watch.
Yeah, so now I understand why they don't take mechanic. I actually didn't know that Walmart is a Geisha player. I've actually never seen Walmart's Geisha. So Geisha is very strong against mechanic because it's very hard to kite Geisha with that slow pallet throwing speed, with the slow vaulting speed, and you can simply kill the bot easily and dash after a survivor to catch up. So it looks like Walmart has found sight of the priestess here. Problems immediately using the pallet. That's a little bit risky here. He is going to go ahead and portal away to try to make some distance. Not a very strong kiting area for him here. Let's see what he's able to do. Walmart is going to have to mind game. Mind gaming with Geisha is a huge part of this character. Oh, beautiful dash from Walmart through the wall there. That really goes to show the incredible vision and incredible game sense from Walmart. Problems trying to portal back into 2-story here, but already a quick hit. And I believe Walmart has blink available to potentially get a down here.
Able to successfully land in that blink because, oh my goodness, priestess is down, and note that the basement is actually in the tent, so I don't see any reason why Walmart wouldn't share her here. And there we have it. Priestess will be going to the basement. It is the chair next to the stairs, but that was such a quick chase on the part of Walmart here. Roland is already in the area trying to go for the save and uses that elbow pad. Surprisingly, not in the presence of the Geisha. That was such an early rescue too. Priestess takes that hit. Things are happening so fast, but look at this, 3 ciphers remaining.
Yeah, now if you're Walmart here, I actually would have gone for a hit on the mercenary and then potentially gone for the priestess. Of course, you don't want the priestess to rebound kite, but you still have your blink, so it's not right like she can really do much. after she uses up her one portal. So not giving an injury to the mercenary makes it a little bit difficult for Walmart. So let's see where he's opting to show this Priestess. Is going to go towards middle here so he can potentially pressure down these ciphers. Let's see if he caught sight of Schmitty. If he's able to see Schmitty here, he could potentially force an early rescue. And it looks like, no, he does not catch sight of Schmitty, which means that he's going to be able to get most likely a later save, giving more Cypher Rush for the survivors.
All that camera spinning, and only now does Walmart spot Schmitty, who is able to successfully rescue the Priestess. I wonder how long she will be able to last until she gets down for the last time before she comes back to the manor. And now it looks like 2 additional ciphers are just about almost done. The 5th one has already been touched. There's about a quarter of progress in there, and Priestess needs to be do that the kite of her life. She needs to last as long as she can, just to be able to get these ciphers going. And there
Beautiful
she is.
Move. Yeah, beautiful move from Walmart, walking straight through that pallet, not getting phased by any sort of mind game here. He's able to get the down without using the blink. That's actually really crucial because now he has trait swap. He can switch to teleport and go for one of these last ciphers, but it looks like instead he's going to potentially dash over there, trying to hold this trait as long as possible. But the cipher progress is slowly winding down. So if you're Walmart, you really need to pressure these ciphers. It looks like all the survivors getting off the cipher. So a good prediction from Walmart not to go for a teleport, and he's going to use these butterflies to dash across the bridge after this patient. Can he get a hit on the patient? Walks straight through the pallet and gets the hit on Schmitty right away here. This could potentially be a short kite because now he has full presence, and it's very hard to kite a full presence geisha.
Walmart here again. You said that he had that the sense to not use teleport because was able to land a hit there using blink. And although the psychologist will be able to get away, Walmart here will be able to put pressure on this cipher right here. But I do believe that cipher at the bridge is just about almost done.
Yeah, so it looks like what Walmart's going for, he's going to go ahead and injure every survivor. This is a very high-level game sense play you'll see a lot of hunters do when pushing for a win. They go around the map, they try to injure every survivor, and you force the survivors to stop and heal. And what that does is it makes it so the Cypher Rush is slowed down, and they're not able to finish these last 2 Cypher machines. It looks like Psychologist and Patient are going to go ahead and heal up here. If Walmart can find where they're healing, he can actually win from this position. If he's unable to find where they're healing, he will most likely draw this out. Can he find them before they're able to get this heal off? It's going to be very crucial.
Oh, Roland here will be trying to transition. I'm not sure why he left that cipher right there, but he probably wants to go back for that cipher at the bridge. And now the lovers are now healing each other. It looks like Walmart hasn't spotted them out just yet, but it's like he's staying on top of it all, looking for some wiggling ciphers here.
So now the problem here is you put in a situation where you now allow them to heal up to full. So Psychologist is going to heal the mercenary, and then Psychologist is going to get healed yet again by the patient. So Walmart had a very good position. He had everyone injured. All he had to do was either find where they're healing or continue to chase after that mercenary. And now he just has allowed everyone to heal up because playing a little too passively is going to unfortunately go right into B4U's favor, and now B4U goes from everyone injured to everyone full health. All that work he's put in completely negated here because he got a little too, played a little bit too passive. So now we're going to see him go across the bridge here with this dash, try to pressure down these survivors, but now his best chance at winning, doesn't really have time to injure everyone again. So all you have to do here is, if you're B4U, is try to wind down these ciphers. If you could potentially kill Schmitty and put him in basement, he may have a chance at going for more than a draw, but he's going to have to do it quickly as these cipher machines are almost complete.
Indeed, there's about just a little bit more on that first cipher, and that last cipher right there is already really hot. And now Schmitty, using that patient, is making good use of the hooks just to be able to contain Walmart and get those ciphers done. He's just one hit away, and it's just gonna take one rescue to at least try to secure a draw. Things are still looking good for B4U here because they could be able to secure a draw. My leg is already in the area. They're ready. They're pushing for the end game.
Yeah, so the cyber machine will pop once this goes down. If you're Walmart here, you want to not use your dash, you want to get the down without dash. Beautiful job. Now he has this dash available. If he can dash one of these characters and get a down and then teleport to the exit gate, he has a chance at winning. There's the dash. Can he get the hit before the hook? Excellent dash from Walmart. Now he can chair this patient and potentially teleport to the exit. Oh, he sees the psychologist and he still has blink available. This might be a 3-person elimination if he's able to get this character down quickly.
Needs to contain this geisha and be very careful because she does have the attention, and that one pallet there has been dropped and broken. And again, not the best area to hide a geisha because we know how Walmart is able to successfully dash in between those walls. It's just gonna take a bit of time, and there we have it, that blink hit right there. Amazing job from Walmart. Although Schmitty has already recovered, it's not gonna take much for Walmart to sniff him out. He knows the general direction where Schmitty is going, and all it takes is a butterfly and a dash just to be able to down him. And now Psychologist is probably going to be healing at this point. Let's see how this plays out. They're gonna want to push for that tie.
Yeah, I think Walmart actually got a little too aggressive here with this. If he actually, oh, beautiful dash. He's going to be able to get the down on the patient, but he got a little bit too aggressive. If he went for a play where he chaired the patient first and then either teleported or went for the psychologist after, he would have been fine. But now the patient can simply self-heal. These survivors will both make it out the exit gate. There's no way for him to make it across. So this will be a draw. Yeah, you had to, well, he may have taken a bit of a risk. He assumed he probably could have dashed that psychologist and blinked them immediately for the kill. There was a pallet and a window for speed boosts, which helped that geisha, or helped the psychologist transition away. So this will be a draw. Yeah, excellently played from Walmart, but B4U taking the advantage to heal up. That was the huge turning point in this match. While Walmart had a quick kill on the priestess and he got her out of the game fairly quickly overall, he was able to injure everyone in the late game, which was very crucial for himself. However, it set them in a position where he has to continue to apply pressure. If you play too passively and you allow these survivors to heal up, you're unable to, finish injuring everyone and put people on the chair. So he had two options again: continue chasing that mercenary or find where they're healing. He went for the healing play and was not able to prevent them from healing. Wasn't able to find them, and all three survivors were able to heal up to full health.
That's definitely the game changer right there. You did say that it is a viable strategy. It probably could have worked if the map was a lot smaller, because that way she could have just dashed in between these two points where the survivors were trying to heal and also get some decoding down. But still, that was such an amazing gameplay there from not just the survivors, but also the hunter. These draws are a testament to how at par they are with each other and how they do their very best just to be able to catch up. And now we do have a tie, but now it's now time to discuss the win condition here. Somebody has to at least secure a 3 or 4-man kill just to be able to take home the round, and then we can go for that round 3. Who do you think at this point is going to be, given that it has been a tie for the first half?
Well, it depends on what does Sprinter up to play here, right? So you're in a situation where they're going to ban your Dream Witch most likely. You have Sculptor, but it's a really bad Sculptor map. So do you opt to play something else, right? You have a few options. You have Breaking Wheel, you have potentially Geisha or Bloody Queen, but I don't know if he wants to go for I mean, you only have to secure a draw. We may see Sprinter go for a drawing hunter like Bloody Queen, but maybe you want to push for a win. Maybe you want to take advantage of this round and go for a win. You are on sort of the enemy's home field here. It was their map selection. So I think if you're Sprinter, you play it safe and potentially go for more of a drawing hunter, but maybe B4U wants to play aggressive here and play a winning hunter like Sculptor or like Breaking Wheel.
If I were in the shoes of B4U right here, this is the time to try to go for that win, because this is what is going to win you the round. So thinking in a tournament setting, this isn't the time to be settling for a draw. So I really hope that somebody will secure at least a 4-man kill, if not a 3-man escape, because that is what is going to make it a lot more interesting. And now here we have the match data with Schmitty here with 100.3 seconds of containment. We had that chase there at the mid game. We have Paul Blems here with 77.2, and these are actually really good numbers if you ask me. But Walmart staying on top of it, especially at the tent area with those dashes in between the walls, and also that blink hit. This is what puts him at such an advantage.
Yeah, so yeah, you really saw again 77 seconds from problems there, but you also have to look at rebound kite time as well. So it was the first kite was long enough for a draw, which is fine. If you're a survivor side here, you want to go for a draw. You're on a you're on the back foot map. It's their map. So Problems did the job. He got the draw kite. Now Walmart had again the potential to push for a win, but he played a little too passively. So now, again, we were talking about does Sprinter go for a draw or does he go for a win here? So typically Sprinter has been the type of hunter to go for winning sort of strategies, like super aggressive wins. But in reality, in a tournament setting, that's not always the best. Like in this situation, you're on the enemy map, right? You want to not lose this round. So you want to at least draw this round. And it really comes down to before you think they have confidence in winning the third round. I think B4U's favored in the third round because Sprinter has more options as for hunters rather than Walmart. So I think that the third round benefits B4U more because, again, Sprinter has more hunters available. So I think that if you're B4U, you're playing for a draw. I personally think Sprinter should probably play something like Bloody Queen, at least get a draw. Maybe he can get more, get a 3K, something like that. But I think you cannot afford to lose this round. If you lose this round, obviously you're behind. And on the enemy's field, again, you want to get a draw and push for a third round situation where you are advantaged because your hunter has more options.
Now, the pressure is also on the survivor team of VAC, knowing how much Sprinter is able to use that Bloody Queen, how good he can be with it. So I'm really excited to see what they're planning just to be able to counter that. And I hope you guys are excited for this because we are about to see the lineup in just a bit. And now it's prediction time. But I think for us to be able to at least get started on the prediction, I need to see what the ban is going to be on the side of Sprinter here.
Yeah,
it's gonna say a lot.
Yeah, if you're Sprinter here, it depends on what strategy you're going for. If you're going for the tie Bloody Queen strategy, you're going to win most likely forward and Seer. If you're going for more of a win and you're possibly playing something like Breaking Wheel or Geisha, we're going to see definitely a Seer ban. I think that's definitely, not out of the, definitely secured here. But I think that if you're going with the Breaking Wheel, we're probably going to see Mechanic or Forward as the other ban. And if you're going with something like Geisha, if you're Sprinter, then we're not going to see Mechanic ban because, again, Mechanic struggles against the Geisha. And also, again, Sprinter doesn't have to win. He just needs to get a draw. And Mechanic is a draw survivor, less of a win survivor. It looks like it is going to be Forward Seer, which means that this indicates more towards Breaking Wheel than anything.
Breaking Wheel for the first time here in the tournament, especially in Moonlit, because we've always seen Breaking Wheel and Never Sleeping. So this is like a breath of fresh air, not just for us, but for the viewers as well. Now we're about to see who the Hunter ban is going to be. If I were in, personally, I would ban the Breaking Wheel. And there it is. Well, unfortunately, we won't be seeing the Breaking Wheel for this match, but I'm curious to see how Sprinter is going to make up for this. What other choices do we have here?
Well, I think that the other option we were talking about, again, Breaking Wheel and Geisha, Forward and Seer ban also makes sense for Geisha. But now that you're giving Sprinter Dream Witch, I think he's just going to go Dream Witch. I don't think there's any reason to play anything else here. Again, if you want to go for a draw, you could go for like a Blink Geisha strategy. You could go for a Bloody Queen. But yeah, I mean, giving Dream Witch to Sprinter after what happened in the last round. So they are taking Psychologist this time around. They have kind of adapted that strategy they saw in the first round. Didn't quite work out against the Dream Witch. They realized, that you do now need that Psychologist if you're going against a Dream Witch, is exactly what's happening here. But yeah, what is Sprinter opting to ban here? I think that most likely could go something like Priestess, could go something like Mechanic. Again, you don't necessarily have to ban Mechanic just because you want to. Yeah, it is the Priestess. You don't have to ban Mechanic because you only need a draw at most here, or at least here. So It looks like Priestess out of the way, again, indicating back towards that Dream Witch.
They are indeed preparing for Sprinter's Dream Witch because they did lock in that psychologist so early in the picks. It looks like they've got a strategy prepared, which I'm really excited to see. But I'm really excited also as to who. Oh, looks like we'll be seeing the acrobat for this match. Somebody that you don't see every day. I'm really excited because this is, as they would say, the playground. Moonlit is the acrobat's playground. After all, he can be such a difficult survivor to chase, especially at the God Kite area outside of that 2-story building.
Yeah, yeah. Also, you also have the force stop platform as well, which is also the very strong area. You're able to jump off the platform and get to the other side, and it is going to be Dream Witch. So, yeah, again, VAC not banning Dream Witch. I really think they had to ban Dream Witch here, but they're really taking a chance here, going with the Breaking Wheel ban instead. So, let's see what they're able to do. They need to at least get a draw to keep things tied up. After how the Dream Witch match went last round, I would have expected to, them to take a different hunter here, but it is going to be the Dream Witch. You do have the Acrobat, which is not a bad character for going against a Dream Witch. You can use those bombs. Once you charge that up, you can jump over one of the followers. If they're trying to trap you in, you can also abuse those platforms, especially on the force stop. So they're going for a bit of an anti-Dream Witch strategy, in a manner of speaking. Mercenary, a good rescuer against Dream Witch. Psychologist, very good because they can take multiple hits, and Acrobat's a good kiter. And then Mechanic, of course, there for Cypher Rush. So let's see what the Survivor's able to do this time around. It's a little bit of a different situation. It's not, it's a different map. It's more spread out. Dream Witch is not bad on Moonlit River Park because you get in a situation where a lot of the Cypher machines are very isolated on one side of the map or the other. So when a Dream Witch gets a down on one side of the map, they'll share the Survivor on that side and then use those followers to pressure the rest of the Cyphers on that map, forcing the Survivors to do all the other Cyphers, and then you get in a 3-Cypher situation in the end game where Dream Witch can pressure all of them down. So I think that's possibly what Sprinter's game plan is here, going for the Moonlit Dream Witch. Let's see how the Survivors are able to play against it this time around. It looks like we do have a bridge. It looks like Sprinter immediately going towards the finds the bot right away here, just like last game, which already puts him in a favorable position, finding that Mechanic early. So Sprints are getting another incredible spawn here, 2 games in a row getting the perfect spawn, and that's very, very unlucky for VAC.
Indeed, that was the best find, and again, that bot is gone. Mechanic is basically on her own here. If she doesn't last as long, that's going to put the Survivors at a huge disadvantage. And now here at the tent, she will be kiting the Dream Witch. Let's see how well she does. Oh, takes that hit right there. Again, note that the basement is also at the tent for this match. It's not going to take much to down this Mechanic, but let's see if she will be able to pull it off. She's making use of this area right here with the pallets, and the Patroller has been unleashed and has already been the Mechanic here. Look at her. She just tried to ride the carousel.
Yeah, trying to ride the carousel there to potentially avoid that Patroller, but unfortunately, doing so feeds a Terror Shock, which means the Dream Witch now has full presence. Their leech cooldown will be a little bit shorter, so maybe not the best idea for VAC to go for that, but it looks like we're going to see the Mercenary come in for this rescue. 2 Cypher machines already down, so the Cypher Rush is not too bad for VAC here, but Mercenary Leech in play is already very favorable for them.
We have it, a successful rescue from the Mercenary. Of course, he needs to get out of there. He cannot be taking another hit, but it looks like Sprinter is staying on top of that because look at these leeches already going for the Mercenary. Now, he needs to also take note of where the Mechanic is going to be, though she's not that much of a threat anymore, especially because there is no more bot. And okay, here we have the Acrobat. Looks like Sprinter will be planting another leech on him too, for good measure. The Psychologist has not been sighted yet, which means that she can potentially heal the Mercenary wherever he is.
Yeah, and now giving another free hit here. This is exactly how it went downhill for back in the last game. You cannot give free hits to a Dream Witch or it will, just spiral out of control for survivors. So that's another free hit given here. So this is going to be very hard for Vac to come back. Just that one injury from Dream Witch really does make the difference. And it comes back to the same question as why Vac didn't ban the Dream Witch. So now you're in a position where you're on the back foot yet again, goes for the blink. There's the down on the Acrobat. Beautiful blink there. And now they are able to get the rescue in time. So let's see what the mechanic can do with this rebound. Blink is on cooldown for this follower for another 10 seconds. Let's see how long the mechanic can last for. And it looks like beautiful juke from the mechanic, able to stay alive. The blink is available and does take that down there. And he's going to be able to go ahead and leech the psychologist as well, using the psychologist leech to chair both these characters. And now Sprinter in another dominant position. You really goes to show the power of finding that mechanic first in both of these games.
It looks like things are really looking good for Sprinter here. 2 survivors have been shared. 1 has already flown back to the manor. Now it's up to the psychologist to try to at least rescue the Acrobat. But the mercenary here will just try to do a bit of containment there. But he takes that hit, and although he has that delayed damage, the mercenary will be going down very, very soon. And I thought the psychologist would be trying to go for the rescue for the Acrobat, but it looks like there she is. There she actually is. There we have this Seren trying to go for that rescue. Will she do it? I mean, she is past half. Yes,
that is
definitely.
past half. Nice pallet stun to keep that alive. Let's see what Sprinter's able to do here. He may just go ahead and hit this psychologist straight up. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and hit this straight up, not giving them a lot of time to potentially rebound, switching onto another leech here. Can he get this hit on the psychologist as well, get that second hit on there? There it is. Now you have to chase down this Acrobat. You should have a leech falling behind, though. Mercenary is going to be able to get up momentarily here. But yeah, I mean, this is not in any way possible for Vac to come back, unfortunately. Still 3 Cypher machines remaining. They still need an entire Cypher machine to go. And Mechanic's bot, unfortunately, has not remained in the game at any point in this match. It's been eliminated early on. We're going to see nice ball from the Acrobat to keep himself alive here. And it looks like he has caught on to the Psychologist. Going to go ahead and drop that leech, get another one into play, creating even more map pressure. The only chance for Vac here, again, is to just heal up. But with all this pressure from Sprinter, I don't think it's going to be a possibility.
Exactly, that map pressure and a nicely done terror shock there on the psychologist. It looks like, as I was saying, he was just staying on top of it by maintaining that map pressure. It's like he knows where everybody is, and it's not gonna take much to finish this match. But let's see what the survivors of Vac are going to do at this point, because they do need to regroup. They do need to de-leech and heal. That is the best thing that they can do at this point, because these ciphers haven't been decoded for a while. Let's see how they try to come back for this.
Yeah, so just a matter of time at this point. We're going to see the psychologist get placed on the chair, I believe, for the first time. Acrobat is dead on chair, has been saved after half, and Mercenary no elbow pass. Beautiful blink from Sprinter around the rock object there. That is not an easy blink to do, so took a risk with that one and is able to land it. So very good control there with the blink. And now he's going to go ahead and probably just leech the Mercenary. He's going to down this Acrobat and just kind of knock these survivors down one by one. You don't want to make take the same risk you took in the last game of almost allowing the entomologist to escape through the dungeon. So I think if you're Sprinter, you have to take it slow here. Don't take any risk and just go for these 4-person elimination. And there's another down with that leech hit. I don't believe Mercenary has self-heal available, so it looks like, yeah, they're just going to go ahead and surrender. His main body will go pick up that Acrobat. And that is a 4-person elimination, putting B4U on top 7-2 for this round. Again, banning the breaking wheel was a big risk from Vac here. It did not pay off. Giving Dream Witch after that last round seems so risky, and it just worked right into Sprinter's favor.
That the thing that happened for Sprinter that put him at such an advantage was that he found the bot and the mechanic that is the best find after all. And I was actually expecting the mechanic to at least use the bot for at least a body block, but she just put the bot there at the last station, and of course Sprinter found it, and that's just it. That is how everything went into Sprinter's favor.
Yeah, absolutely. You really see the power of finding, Mechanic is such a strong character if she's not found extremely early in the match. If she's found even later in the match, even if she's first kite, as long as the bot's hidden somewhere throughout the map, she's going to be in a favorable spot because you can simply, decode with that bot, do an entire cipher machine for free. But when you're as a hunter spawn right next to that mechanic, you give them no opportunity to drop the bot and get away, and that's extremely it's very unlucky for survivors when that happens 2 rounds in a row. So that's really going to show how spawns really impact the game here, especially for Sprinter's Dream Witch. But and, again, excellent cipher control as well. He had the early game last match in the Red Church was a little bit favorable for survivors. This time around, though, he killed the bot quickly, got the mechanic down fast, put himself in an incredible position, kept up the pace the entire time, and never allowed the survivors to even have a chance at coming back in this match.
Definitely. And I'm also starting to see why survivors are now veering towards a support heavy lineup because uh, sometimes I would say that it's kind of hit or miss with a mechanic because of that spawn point that you just mentioned. So if you spawn at a very unfortunate location where the hunter might find you first, especially as a decoder, it's really gonna be a tight situation for you, especially as a mechanic. If it was a prisoner, although I'm not saying that the prisoner would be a better choice, I don't have any preference compared to the two. We know that the mechanic is in the meta, but finding that bot was how the mechanic was sniffed out. Okay, so that's it in itself. That is a huge disadvantage right there.
Yeah, so looking into the overall match data again, 48 seconds, which is actually it shows to be longer than last match, which was 30, but this was simply because more leeches were being controlled around the mechanic, so she's picking up heartbeat longer and gaining more containment time that way. So in reality, the kite was a little bit shorter and more beneficial for the hunter. And you really see 0% decoding on a mechanic. You typically want to see at least 100, even when she's first chased, simply because you have that bot in play to do entire cipher machine for free. But you can't really, there's nothing that mechanic can do when the hunter spawns right near them. Even if you hide your bot, Dream Witch is still going to be able to locate it because it's so early on. A good hunter will acknowledge that the game just started. I already found the mechanic, so I know the bot has to be hidden nearby. So Sprinter just takes a few seconds to look for it, is able to locate it, and is able to get that down. So, on the mechanic and on the bot twice. So that really benefits him and puts him in a situation where the Cypher Rush is simply lackluster. Also, you want to die to your leech as much as possible, which forces the hunter to put another leech into play on the mechanic. But unfortunately, mechanic making 2 spawn follower hits, no leech hits, which means that Sprinter is able to now put another leech on the mercenary because the leech is no longer on cooldown, and that's what makes it, that puts a situation where the survivor's Cypher Rush is going to be a lot slower because you're forced to de-leech before you can go back to decoding.
Exactly. And as you mentioned, that Cypher Rush there at mid game just stopped right there because Sprinter was able to successfully apply that map pressure. It just gave them no time to at least make up for that decoding. There's a ideal scenario at a point when one survivor has gone back to the manor with at least 2.5 ciphers remaining. They could potentially still secure that tie if the the second kite is able to successfully be done. If we have a 60 to 80 second kite in there, they could still go for that draw and even a win if there's a magical dungeon escape there somewhere. But in this situation, Sprinter really had it in mind. He knew how to prevent this from happening, and I think that's exactly what guaranteed him the win.
Yeah, so now going into this last round here, Vac able to secure a draw in the first round on the map that was chosen by B4U, but now, you lose the round that in which you choose the map. That's not usually the best, that's not ideal by any means. So now We are going into a last round situation where, it's going to be sort of an even map selection in terms one map, one team's going to be able to ban a map, whereas the other will pick. So it's not too beneficial overall. Of course, being able to select map is a little bit stronger. So we'll see who has the option to do that. But yeah, VAC's most likely going to need to have another map selection here if they want to come back. They're down 5 points. So it's going to be very tough. You are in now a situation where you can ban 2 of Sprinter's hunters. So you can ban his winning hunters. I think you're 100% banning Dream Witch. And depending on the map, you might also ban Sculptor or Breaking Wheel. And you may go for a draw, and then maybe, Walmart can go for a 4-person elimination, or maybe the survivors can pull something out. But 7-2 is kind of a big deficit. And the reason why is because even if the survivors get a win, and even, a 3-survivor escape, and even if the hunter gets a 3-survivor elimination, you're still going to be losing. You're still down 8 points. That's why 7-2, that extra point for getting a 4-person elimination, is so crucial. So it puts VAC in a position where they have to get either a 4-person escape or a 4-person elimination somewhere in there to come back in this.
And we're about to see that in round 3. And like I keep on saying, we do live for the round 3s, because more bans, more picks, and this is just the chance for the survivors to get more creative. Well, talking about that potential map pick, who do you have like a map prediction?
Well, again, it depends on, what map you're opting to ban. I think that the best map for the VAC team is Arms Factory, but B4U almost always bans Arm Factory. It's always their weakest map, simply because Sprinter has a lot of hunters, but a lot of his hunters struggle on the Arms Factory map. You have Dream Witch, which is typically good at Arms Factory, but Spencer's known to not prefer Arms Factory for Dream Witch. Sculptor's typically not very strong on Arms Factory. Breaking Wheel's very weak on Arms Factory. Soul Weaver's not very strong. Geisha's not very strong. And then, Spencer's last option in that case is Bloody Queen, but who is strong on that map, but the survivors can simply ban something like Dream Witch and ban something like the Bloody Queen. And now Spencer has no hunters that are strong on Arms Factory. So I think that well, he may have a very, diverse amount of hunters. Arms Factory is by far the weakest map for B4U. So I think they're definitely going to ban that map if they have that as an option. So if VAC has the option to pick a map here, assuming that it's not going to be any of the 2 maps we've already done or Arms Factory, I think that they have to go for something that, Walmart's Geisha was very strong. It has 4K potential, and I think that's what he has to go for here. You may mix up the strategy, go for maybe a teleport build or go for an abnormal build, which is more of a higher kill strategy. So I think you have to, if you're, if you're VAC and you do have the option to pick a map, you have to pick something that's strong for Sculptor, Breaking Wheel, and Geisha, so you can't get outbanned. And the best options for that are most likely Ever Sleeping Town, Chinatown, or Moonlit. So I think that's going to be one of the options. Of course, Moonlit is no longer available. So I think if you're VAC, you have to go with either one of those 2, Chinatown or Ever Sleeping maps.
And you did say that you didn't know that Walmart actually used Geisha. So to see Walmart with those unique, or rather unexpected strategies, would be such a joy to watch. Like you said, Geisha using abnormal. We've seen this late in the season, late in last season. We've been seeing more and more of this. So I hope to see it in the tournament as well. But we'll have to wait and see what the map is going to be in the first place. Now, we keep on talking about how these teams try to outsmart each other in terms of the picks, just to be able to level the playing field. I think I'd like to see Arms Factory, yes, definitely. But I'm also looking for Ever Sleeping. Do you think it would be in the best interests of whoever is going to pick the map to be using Ever Sleeping in round 3?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, again, it's going to be that's one of the stronger options for VAC here. Now, I don't know if B4U likes Ever Sleeping Town typically, but I don't know if it's the best option for them. I think if B4U has the option to pick a map, I think VAC has to ban Lakeside Village. And the reason why is Lakeside Village is a map that B4U has always known to pick in the past. It's usually sort of an off-meta map, not one we typically will always see, but it's something that B4U likes simply because a lot of Sprinters hunters will excel on that map. So if you're a B4U and you have the option to go Lakeside Village, you're going to the survivors, a B4U will ban Walmart's
Oh,
Oh, it looks
We
like it
have it.
is
It
Arms
is
Factory.
Arms Factory after all. It looks like it's like you've predicted this way
Well,
before
I
it even started.
Yeah, well, actually, yeah, but it's actually chosen by B4U, so this is actually a little bit of opposite of what I predicted. I'm very surprised to see this. B4 Arms Factory is the weakest map for any of Sprinter's hunters, so I actually have no idea what the game plan is here for B4U. I think that maybe they could be trying to maybe there's a new hunter Sprinter place that we don't know about. That's definitely a possibility. It looks like we are going to have a substitution. 1031 subbing in for Casper here for this last round, but yeah, I think that. There has to be. It's either Sprincers trying to play Bloody Queen, and it makes a little bit of sense. I think maybe they're trying to ban Walmart Sculptor, and they're forcing him to potentially play Breaking Wheel or Geisha on a bad, Geisha and Breaking Wheel map. Arms
Mhm.
Factory and Wheel are bad on this map. But again, it's not good for Sprincers Hunters. So I don't know, again, what the game plan is here. Maybe Sprinter prefers Sculptor on Arms Factory. It's not a good Sculptor map, but Sprinter has been known to play Sculptor on this type of map in the past. And also, I think that we're gonna have to again. It's gonna come down to what VAC also opts to ban, just because you're 100% banning Dream Witch. I think that's definitely there. And now, do you ban Sculptor? Do you ban Bloody Queen? So, I think that if you're VAC, it's tough. I think you have to take the chance that Sculptor is bad on Arms Factory, which it is. It's weaker on this map rather than compared to other maps. So I don't know. It's going to come down to what VAC opts to ban here. You're 100% banning Dream Witch. Now, do you ban Bloody Queen or Sculptor? VAC survivors need to either tie or 4 escape. So whether they want the hunter to get a 4-person elimination, they're going to ban Sculptor if they're relying on their hunter, and if they're relying on the survivors to get a 4-survivor escape, they're going to be banning Bloody Queen.
Definitely, they're gonna have to bring their A game. And then you mentioned earlier that the only one of the ways to at least counter a Blood Queen is to have a batter in the lineup. So do you think we'll be seeing him anytime soon?
I think that B4U typically doesn't play batter. I think that VAC could potentially play batter. I do know they have some batter players on their team. Now, it really depends on, will they be, what's the survivors' game plan? If the survivors are going for a 4-person escape, they will play a harasser like batter. I expect Sprinter to ban the forward, so batter is going to be the next logical option for them if they want to go for that sort of support. So I don't know. It really depends on what they're planning to play against. Batter can be used against Sculptor and Bloody Queen. So yeah, Batter is definitely an option for VAC here if it isn't banned, which it could actually be banned. Again, Batter is very popular here at NAU. It's less likely compared to something like Forward, but it's definitely a possibility.
Insider guy when it comes to the NAEU community. Do you know any of the players who actually play batter? Who do you think we can expect it from?
I don't know the specific names of the VAC players, but I do know that multiple VAC players have used a batter in rank matches. I personally have played with some of them. Got paired with them in rank, and some of them will utilize that batter. So I think that that's definitely a possibility. Again, I don't know specifically which players, but I know VAC does have that in their arsenal. So I think that looking in this match here, if you kind of have to look at the hunter side from VAC as well. If you're Walmart, what's your sort of game plan here? You don't really have Breaking Wheel as an option because of it's such a bad Breaking Wheel map. You don't really have Geisha as an option because it's such a bad Geisha map. You can play them here, but it's so much harder to go for wins because of how strong, you have very high windows that you can break line of sight easily. If you're going against a Geisha, and Breaking Wheel just gets countered by, the incredible amount of minute windows on this map. So, I think that if you're Walmart, you're probably going for a draw and you're relying on your survivors to try to 4 escape, just because Walmart's rest of his hunters are tie hunters. He has Bon Bon and Bloody Queen, which are, again, more drawing. So I think that if you're relying on Walmart to get a draw, the hunter side going against Sprinter needs to be, you have to ban the Bloody Queen and you have to ban the Dream Witch and try to take a Sculptor and maybe get a 4-person escape.
Survivors excel against a sculptor in Arms Factory, no less. So I think I'm getting the logic behind why they would ban the Bloody Queen and a Dream Witch. So we're just gonna have to see, and we're about to see that lineup. I'm really excited to see what this is going to be, especially because actually Arms Factory is one of my favorite maps, but that's just me.
All right, so looking at Arms Factory here, Walmart again hunting first in this round. 3 bans available. If he is opting to go for 4-person elimination, I expect him to go for give them characters that you can you can kill easier. Or sorry, not kill easier, but decode slower and also essentially kill easier in a way. So whether that's banning rescuers or banning decoders, it gives you more characters that are potentially chaseable. I think that we're gonna see mechanic ban here. We're gonna see seer ban now forward as well. I think those are gonna be psychologist. This might actually indicate something like a dream witch, which I've actually also never seen Walmart play. So definitely pulling out a lot of new tricks out of his hat that I was not prepared for. We were not prepared for, but it looks like waiting on this last ban here. Maybe he acknowledges I need a 4-person elimination here, so I'm going to go for a hunter that has that 4-person elimination, even if it's something difficult like a dream witch.
Like before, you needs to take that into consideration, given that a psychologist ban really does show that it's probably a dream witch, but it looks like they will be banning Igar 26 and the sculptor as well. Could it be that they're actually confident against Walmart's dream witch? We haven't seen him play this, and you said that you didn't know that Walmart could actually use this hunter, but it looks like he's just one big bag of surprises. He keeps bringing out new things that we haven't seen before. I'm wondering if we are going to see that dream witch indeed, especially because it's there, it's up for grabs. He can actually use it.
Yeah, he still might also go Geisha. That could also be the idea behind these bans. Geisha's not incredibly strong at Arms Factory, but you could also go Bloody Queen as well. You have to play. If you're Walmart, again, you're most likely trying to push for more of a winning strategy, which means you may go for an abnormal Geisha strategy, you may go for abnormal Bloody Queen. Those are 2 options. Those are 2 tie hunters that you can push to winning strategies if using abnormal. Your chase, of course, is going to be weaker in the early game because you don't have blink, but if you're able to get a quick down, then who knows, maybe you can shift that in your favor. It looks like Postman is going to be the last ban instead of the mechanic. So more worried about Postman Cypher Rush than mechanic Cypher Rush, which means that he's probably going to be going with Geisha. Postman's not a bad character for going against a Geisha because you can slow down. Geisha's already a naturally slow hunter. You can skill check to prevent them from dashing on you and slow them down even more with the Postman dog. So giving him mechanic again seems like it's going to be probably Bloody Queen or Geisha. And it looks like we're going to see a little bit of a counter comp here. So Entomologist and Perfumer, both very both very strong characters against something like Geisha. The bees are very good for blocking dashes, and the Perfumer is very good for perfuming those hits. And it's going to be Dream Witch. So yeah, so that's going to be the kind of the trump card here for Walmart that we didn't really see coming. So now this is interesting. Now this comp actually becomes a whole lot weaker. Dream Witch is very strong, as we talked about, pretty strong against Entomologist, pretty strong against Patient, and pretty strong against Perfumer because you can use that Patroller and prevent them from using that perfume when it has that bite. So I think the survivors were expecting Geisha, but Walmart pulling out the Dream Witch, and again, I don't think B4U was prepared for this.
Because it looks like this is like you said, the trump card that Walmart's been waiting to pull out, and we are about to see it here in Arms Factory. I'm actually really excited because, as you said, Arms Factory is really good for Dream Witch because it's so tight. You have all this, these small areas to work with. It's easy to spot out survivors right off the bat, especially when spawned at the right place. Now, it actually also doesn't matter who you find at this point, except for the mercenary. It's okay if you find the entomologist. It's also okay if you bring out if you find the perfumer. I think it's a good strategy, of course, to bring a patroller early in the match and to also bring it out because, as you said, it's a hard counter to the perfumer. But we shall see. So, knowing that we have this kind of lineup, what do you think is going on in his head right now? He's probably trying to bring his A game already. He's on a mission.
Yeah, well, he knows that a lot of these characters are chaseable, especially on a small map like Arms Factory, and having Dreamwitch being a fast hunter. There's really no chance for rotating too hard. The only thing that Walmart can do is like find the mercenary and force to change targets. But it looks like he is going straight to the factory, finding Perfumer, which is again not a bad character to find. Any of these characters besides mercenary is chaseable, and he's immediately putting that leech into play here. Let's see what he's able to do, forcing the Perfumer away from the factory, although she is going to try to transition back here. Let's see if he's able to use this patroller. Most likely, yeah, immediately main body patroller here. Perfumer trying to make it to the pallet, but is taking that patroller ahead of time. And all Walmart has to do here is wait for that perfume to expire, and he can hit that Perfumer.
Just when he was able to get hit, the Perfumer pulls off a pallet stun. And although that patroller is still on her, she actually manages to transition to a fairly strong area outside the factory. Drops that pallet right there. And although there are a lot of nice use of perfume right there, but the patroller has already been unleashed, and now she has been bitten once again. It looks like Walmart will be trying to go for it again, waiting for that perfume to run out. Amazing kite actually for Problems here.
Yeah, especially considering that this character does get countered by Dreamwitch. Walmart making a bit of a misstep. If he's able to avoid being pallet stunned there by the Perfumer, all you have to do is get that patroller down and you would be in a very good spot. But now he loses his leech because of the perfume, and he loses the patroller because of the pallet stun. So yeah, Walmart, a couple missteps here is not playing into his favor, and it looks like is forcing the mercenary to waste an elbow pad. Mercenary, unfortunately, running into the leech there is not ideal for the survivors, because now you have one less elbow pad to work with, and looks like he's going to potentially change targets here, looking for a new target. Let's see if he's able to find something worth chasing. Mercenary is not usually, something you want to commit to.
Definitely, but it looks like he was able to get that Perfumer down already. Of course, he would share her, but look at the cipher progress already. 2 have been finished. 1 is already to get popped. 2 additional ciphers have already been touched. It looks like B4U is, although you said this lineup isn't particularly strong against a Dreamwitch, it looks like they're able to make up for it.
Yeah, so it looks like we are going to be put on the chair for the first time, but already a lot of cipher progress. B4U in an incredible position. Can he cut off this mercenary? That's going to kind of be his only chance of coming back. You have to use a blink here to get this mercenary. He misses the blink. Roland able to elbow pad past the leech here, and now that follower does not have blink available, and you're in a position where this save's going to get before half. No double hit as an option. So now B4U staying in a very strong position.
Again, a successful rescue from Roland here, and it looks like that'll buy enough time for the takes that hit right there. I spoke too soon, but still, look at this, already 1 cipher remaining, and that's actually almost done. It looks like B4U could actually win this.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It looks like we're gonna have the leech pressure down. No, he's gonna have the spawn follower pressure down the last cipher, and he's going to share the perfumer with the leech. This is usually a strategy we see with Dreamwitch, where they use the followers to stop the last cipher from being decoded and then camp out the last chair with the leech. So let's see if it's going to be enough here. He's going to bring the spawn follower to the middle cipher. Schmitty most likely will be the one going for the rescue here. And yeah, MyLeg not able to prime that cipher in time. Problems is rescued here. And Walmart, unfortunately, not paying attention to the chair. That's going to give B4U a free rescue and no extra injuries here. So now this is slowly falling even more into their favor.
Actually, they already got started on another cipher for good measure. Let's see if they are going to make it, but 2 survivors are decoding that last cipher, and here MyLeg is trying to at least probably distract Walmart here, just so that they will be able to get that cipher going. But it looks like they will be healing first, for good measure, before getting started on that extra cipher that they're gonna try to prime. And that use of blink there, Mercenary takes a hit, and the delay damage won't get him down so early, so he still has time to create some distance. And Schmitty here is also in the area, but it looks like Walmart won't be paying attention to him just yet. I think he's trying to find that extra cipher.
Yeah, now the problem here is that that was the mercenaries leech, so no one's going to be able to chair the mercenaries. Going to have to sit on the ground here, trying to use these leeches to pressure down the rest of these cipher machines, but they're so spread out. It's going to be so hard to do that. Beautiful job from B4U, acknowledging you don't want to three cipher yourself. You don't want to set a situation where all cipher machines are in the same area, because Dreamwitch can easily come back from that. They really want to pop that middle cipher, but it looks like they're just diversifying the map here, approaching some new cipher machines, and just taking the time to de-leech. No leeches in play for Walmart, and this is where B4U is going to slowly be able to take over because of the lack of cipher control.
They just need to get that last cipher. There's 50 on that extra cipher, and just another 15% on that cipher at the middle. But let's see how Walmart is going to try to make up for this, because I think he knows. Of course, he knows there is an extra cipher, because this is a normal strategy when going up against a Dream Witch. But this is how Walmart's Hunter Sense is going to come into play. Let's see how he's going to try to deny that cipher being primed. Like you said, the followers are here camping these ciphers. It's going to be hard. They might try to go for another cipher. I don't think it's a good decision at this point. They just need to put pressure on the hunter as well.
Yeah, so we do see the entomologist trying to use those bees to push the follower off of the cipher so they can potentially decode it. The only problem with that is that, now there's a little bit less bees to work with in the end game. Paul Blems is going to go ahead and take the leech here, which is the correct play. You want to get your leech off the board. You will take the injury, but the cipher machine's going to be prime regardless. So taking that leech hit is definitely beneficial for him. And I expect the survivors to just go ahead and probably pop this cipher machine. Maybe try to force another leech hit here.
Amazing coordination from B4U. They're getting ready for the end game. There's that pallet stun right there. And I thought that they were going to pop that cipher, but it looks like they really are waiting for that hit before getting it done. And now it's just going to take one more hit before that cipher will be popped. A terror shock, but regardless, the cipher has been popped, and now we are at the end game. The job to do some containment now falls on Paul Blems here at the back gate area, and although there is a leech here, he was not able to land that hit, and now 3 survivors are going for the other gate at the front.
Yeah, now keep in mind, Walmart has to get a draw here, so he's going to try to possibly... No, it looks like he's just going to go for that 1 kill. Paul Blems pushing for the dungeon here. There's no leech camping, and this is going to be a 4-survivor escape. Excellent job from Paul Blems there. Able to stay alive against a double leech at the exit gate there with Blink, able to push for the dungeon. That 1 pallet stun at the beginning of the match, canceling out that patroller and lasting that kite a little bit longer. That makes the difference there. Excellent job from Paul Blems. The first kite really makes the difference. He was able to stay alive long enough until... at least 2 cipher machines were down. The survivors were able to de-leech and heal, and also pushing for that dungeon. That secures actually the win for B4U here. Excellent survivor gameplay from Paul Blems against a very formidable hunter like Walmart.
Nation as well. And let's not forget that pallet stun at the factory. You did say that if that didn't happen, that would have been an entirely different story. The Dream Witch could have laid that patroller there and ended that first kite from the perfumer. So it's amazing how you just said that the perfumer is easily countered by the Dream Witch, but he was able to make up for it by the timely use of perfume and such discipline before dropping those pallets. That was such a long kite at the factory there, and also an amazing kite at the end, because that wasn't the strongest area in the map. Okay, you could have got the Dream Witch missed her by that much. It was just such a short distance between her and the leech, and still she was able to make it through the dungeon with no leech. That was an amazing dungeon escape from the perfumer.
Yeah, problems. Again, able to make it all the way. Using those that pallet boost. If you notice at the end there, they had those pallets set up. So when when they popped the last cipher, he no longer had his broken window speed boost, so you can't really use that. But he did have the knee jerk reflex speed boost, so he was able to get to the pallet near the gate, vault that, and transition straight towards the dungeon. You could see the B4U coordination there, acknowledging that the dungeon was in the factory spawn. So he was able to immediately push that. No leeches were able to follow. That's why as Dream Witch, you have to you have to be able to camp the dungeon with one follower and then try to pressure with the other one. However, it was already a situation where Walmart needed a draw, and if any survivor, any three survivors get out, it wouldn't matter. So he took his chances with the Dream Witch, unfortunately not paying out there, and B4U with a 4 survivor escape against a third round Dream Witch Arms Factory is incredibly hard to do, and they will be advancing to the next round because of this 4 survivor escape.
Congratulations to B4U, a job well done, but that's definitely not take away from the valiant efforts from VAC, because let's not forget about how well they did in round 1. That strong start at the first half. I'm definitely not going to forget that such an amazing gameplay from Walmart right there. And this is the start of Walmart's hunting career. So shout outs to you, man. Congratulations on such a job well done going up against B4U. Such an honor. We're really amazed with how much you've surprised us, not just me, but also Eli. He didn't know that you were able to bring out that geisha. He didn't also know that you were able to use a dream witch. So it just goes to show that we have more things to expect from you. Probably more hunters as well. I'd be really amazed to see you bring out more. But yeah, amazing job to B4U, still at the top of your game. And here is the match data. And I'm seeing here that the numbers aren't as high, but that's because of the leeches, right?
Yeah, that's because same situation is a lot of the time throughout that match. If you notice in the first kite, the only time Podlums was really within a heartbeat of a hunter for containment time was around those pallets outside of factory. So for the majority of that afterwards, he got followed by his leech. Walmart brought the spawn follower to middle to pressure the mercenary, force out an elbow pad, and then he switched to the leech and then blinked the perfumer for the down. But at that point, during that entire time that leech is chasing and following him around, you're not actually gaining containment time. So overall, the containment time is quite impressive. I'm not quite sure which one is Paul Blum's here, because it looks like it's a little bit of because Paul Blum's was the perfumer in this match, not the patient. But yeah, so overall, still able to last against these leeches as long as possible. Again, looking at post-match data with a containment type. Containment time is not always the most accurate against a Dream Witch because of how Dream Witch works, but overall, it's about how much ciphers you're able to finish and how much cipher progress you're able to complete by the time someone goes down. And in this case, it was enough for a win.
And there we have it, the scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen. We see that B4U has completely dominated the third round, and that's just the first half. So such amazing level of skill from B4U. Shout outs to the team. Congratulations on your advancement to the next round. Now I'm really excited also about the next match. So Legacy. Let's talk about Legacy for a bit here.
Yeah, so Legacy versus Suspect. This is going to be another. Exciting match. Again, Legacy is one of these teams that have been around for a while. They have a lot of experience in tournaments, whereas Suspect, this is kind of their first big tournament experience in terms of competitive IDV. So I think that Legacy, of course, is advantage. It's the same sort of situation we have in B4U versus VAC. Suspect has a lot of very good players, but they lack the tournament experience. So I think it's going to we're gonna see how it's gonna play out. But yeah, Legacy against Suspect. The winner of that is gonna go against B4U on Sunday. So yeah, we'll have to see how this match plays out. I don't know who Suspect plans to hunt. They do have 2 hunters. They have Mushin, a Geisha player, and then they also have Metal, who's a Dream Witch player. So I think part of it's going to depend on map. It's going to depend on what the team comp is and what Legacy is prepared for. But yeah, looking into this last round here, we are going to play out this last third round. Let's see what VAC can do here. Well, maybe we'll see some fun characters since the match is already decided.
Just like what happened in IVT, we might be able to see some fun characters, as you said. But I'm not gonna be surprised if these players, take up that honor to give it a good fight. So we're about to see who the hunter will ban first. Could be the seer, could be the mechanic. We shall see. But Sprinter, who do you think Sprinter would choose in Arms Factory?
Well, again, it doesn't really matter too much. So he may just play a more of a fun hunter here. We did see in IVT he played that clown. Of course, this is the worst clown map, but it's definitely a possibility. So it looks like we're gonna have Psychologist forward and Seer getting banned. Again, if you're back here, you may just play some fun characters as well, and Sprinter may do the same. So, of course, in a situation where the match is already decided, it's not too relevant. But it looks like, yeah, so Seer forward and Psychologist, which are pretty standard bans for something like Bloody Queen, for something like Geisha, Dream Witch. We may just see one of those from Sprinter here, maybe just for some extra practice.
Looking at these bans, it looks like they don't want to be dealing with Dream Witch and Sculptor in practice. So let's see what the Survivor lineup is going to be at this point. I'm hoping for some fun characters too, but speaking of fun characters, who are you looking forward to seeing for this particular match?
Well, I hope we do see a batter here, possibly from back. That would be very fun. We are going to see a Arms Factory Priestess, which is not something you see every day, but it looks like that is, 1031 is a Priestess player. We can tell from those earlier statistics, so that is going to be the pick here. As for Sprinter's last ban, we'll probably just see something like, probably just like maybe a patient or a mechanic. Okay, well, finally. We're gonna see the mechanic get banned here, and yeah, if you're back here, I really hope to see a batter. That would be very exciting. We do know back has some batter players. Let's see if it'll come out in this last round.
Oh, instead we have a magician. Actually, I've been seeing a lot of magician gameplay in social media and in YouTube, and he does have that kiting potential about him. And there's your batter. Locking in that batter.
Yeah, so it looks like we are going to see the batter magician as well. And, if it is a clown, magician is a counter to clown. So, maybe that's possibly something they were thinking about. I don't know. But, yeah, so it looks like we are going to see the batter gameplay here in round number 3. Always nice to see. And it looks like it's going to be the Soul Weaver. So, yeah, Sprints are probably just using this to get a little bit of extra practice in with the Soul Weaver. Arms Factory, typically one of the worst Soul Weaver maps. But, it is still always nice to get this character in and potentially get some extra practice against a good team like back.
It looks like he wants the challenge. And this is actually really good coming from Sprinter because it's like he's reintroducing the Soul Weaver into Call of the Abyss. So I'm really excited to see how he intends to make up for the shortcomings of this map for the Soul Weaver.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. And just thinking about how this match will possibly play out. Obviously, you can't chase Mercenary because it's a Mercenary. Batter is decent against Soul Weaver if you're able to hit the Soul Weaver back while they're using those webs to propel towards you. Keep in mind, Soul Weaver is very fast, so they can juke the ball a little bit easier than some other hunters would normally be able to do. But yeah, Soul Weaver definitely has that as an advantage for themselves. Batter could potentially, use that the other way around. And we do have Priestess as well. Priestess is a good character for going against a Soul Weaver because once they use those webs to speed up after you, you can use those the portal, which will stun the hunter and stop the speed boost. So as a Soul Weaver, you have to be very patient when going against Priestess. If you use those webs too early, again, they'll just portal. You lose your speed boost. So that can be kind of an issue for them. We also have Magician. So Magician is actually pretty good in Arms Factory. There's some narrow pallet areas which you can actually illusion in the pallet and not throw the pallet down, and it blocks the hunter from going through the pallet, and they have to break the illusion before they can go through. It sort of like body blocks the area off. So Magician's best map, probably Arms Factory. Yeah, we'll see how it plays out yet again. Magician, not a bad character for that Soul Weaver. You can use that illusion to potentially, you know, absorb a hit while they're using those fast webs.
Definitely. And I'm particularly excited to see a Magician because I actually have been considering using him, not just in rank but also in quick match, and he does seem like a very fun character to play. We have seen him in tournaments before, and he did give in the he did provide that containment time also for the team. But now let's get into the match. Now it looks like both rescuers are now decoding, and Sprinter has found the priestess here, and there are those portals that you mentioned. Kind of a
so Sprinter already using a few webs here, and he's gonna get slowed down because of the portal. Priestess throws the pallet down. It is able to get the down on the pallet there without the webs coming in. Sprinter using a lot of webs here, and Priestess, somehow that able to get the hit through the window there. That was very surprising. He does have excitement as well. You can use excitement to potentially excitement through a portal. Let's see if he's able to get this down. Priestess portaling into the Hunter, unfortunately, and that's going to be the down on the Priestess here. Still only 50% Cypher progress on a lot of these Cypher machines, so a pretty good start for the Soul Weaver.
It looks like Sprinter has been practicing with this Soul Weaver, and although you said that he's using a lot of webs, he was able to successfully use it to his advantage. Now, I wonder if somebody is going to go for the rescue at this point. I mean, they ought to. It is a fun match after all, and here is the Mercenary going for that rescue. Uses that elbow pad to get to the Priestess in time. I don't think body blocking is an option at this point, but we shall see. Oh, look at that nice use of elbow pads right there just to be able to avoid that attack. He does take one, though, and although he will be downed, that actually left a lot of time for the Priestess to get away.
Yeah, he's going to go for that hit on the batter here. Unfortunately, batter just in the vicinity, giving a free hit. I don't know if that was the best play here, because now Priestess was already gone, so there was no reason to keep harassing. But it looks like batter, yeah, giving a free hit. Now all you have to do is excitement this next ball, and you can use that to get the down on the batter. Oh, he doesn't use the excitement. I was surprised. I would have expected him to use that there. Possibly saving it for a... And still... Wow, beautiful stun from the batter as well. So Sprinter, holding the excitement even longer, is able to finally get the down here. But it did take a little bit of extra time. Beautiful drop from the batter to to slow down the Soul Weaver and stay alive a little bit longer.
It could be that Sprinter is also saving that excitement for a better time, probably saving it for a rainy day. So now the batter has been shared for the first time. That actually leaves the Priestess safe in the map to do some decoding, and that's actually a good exchange because we do know that batter is not the best decoder out there.
Yeah, so it looks like, so I don't know if they're going to go for a rescue here. They may just sell this battery. It does have one ball available, but I think the survivors probably know that Sprinter might be carrying excitement just because he hasn't blinked. He's had a few opportunities and hasn't really gone for it. So they could be not rescuing this batter just because of that. They know that the batter may not be able to rebound kite, because of excitement. So I think we're going to see them most likely not go for any rescue at all here and just keep pushing these ciphers, trying to, narrow down the amount of time they need left to pop all of them. It looks like 2 cipher machines almost done as well. Sprinter possibly with trade swap. Let's see if he opts to teleport. Priestess already has a portal set up as well. He's going to use these webs to get to middle as quickly as possible. Still has he's about 100 webs to work with. That's very strong. Is going to go ahead and take that portal, but Priestess already transitioned pretty far away, so let's see if Sprinter's able to catch her in the shack area. She does have a portal to work with as well, which is pretty strong.
Like Sprinter has caught vision of the Priestess through that window over there, and a nice move right there, going through the portal and back through the pallet just to force Sprinter to break it, because again, that is time spent for her to transition, and it looks like she'll be staying in the general area of the shack to do some containment. That pallet has been dropped though, and she's gonna need to transition to a different area, but this tide kiting game is strong right here. She will now be transitioning to triple pallets in the middle. Oh, takes a web hit. And I do believe that, yeah.
So Sprinter actually made a bit of a misstep there. So when he went through the portal, Priest is gonna use another portal here. He's gonna still holding the excitement. When Priestess went through the portal at Shack, he actually could have excitement and terror shock the Priestess at the pallet, which is something he didn't do. I was very surprised. I would expect him to go for that. That would have been a very good play. Beautiful web dodge is able to get the down there. But yeah, that was actually a bit of a misstep from Sprinter. He could have excitement in the portal and terror shock to the pallet and potentially gotten an immediate down on the Priestess back at Shack. So now he's going to go ahead and share middle. Still has his trait available. Last Cypher Machine is almost done, but he is sharing on it. He may trade swap to Abnormal here potentially, or he may just hold his teleport for the end game. Still has a lot of webs to work with. Let's see who's going to go for the rescue. Second time on share for Priestess. You kind of have to rescue here. Are they not going to potentially go for a save here? Maybe just go for a 1 minute, looks like.
Yes, because both were making for the chair, and Mercenary was able to body block. He will be going down, but Priestess is just a one-chip damage away from getting down. Looks like there we have it. Priestess is now down and will be dead on chair. It's now going to be up to the Magician to either try to go for the dungeon or go for a heal on the Mercenary.
That Cypher Machine was actually so close.
It is.
Just able to get the down in time. They are able to pop the last Cypher Machine. Mercenary does not have borrowed time. So not sure what's going on there. Possibly just using a fun build because again, this match isn't too important. He is able to get the down on the Magician there, and I expect the Survivors probably just to surrender here. And it looks like he is going to go ahead and look for that Mercenary. Again, it doesn't really matter at this point. The win is already secured, so that possibly was the game plan there. They just go for a fun Survivor build, and it looks like he is going to get shared on the rocket chair. And it looks like he did actually have broken windows and Tide Turner, which is the 69 build, which is something you never see, but I guess in this situation it's always fun to try something new.
It looks like he was trying to go both Kiter and Rescuer with that Mercenary. Imagine though if that had been used in a tournament setting, that would have been a really interesting match. And now here we have it, your winner for the first match. Congratulations to B4U for advancing to the next round. We are looking very much forward to your future gameplays in the matches to come.
Yeah, absolutely. So B4U will be advancing here. It's always nice to see a fun match like that last one, but it looks like again, B4U once getting that Survivor escape in the first half of this third round, securing the win for themselves, moving on to the next round. Now we're going to have LegacY versus Suspect up next, and the winner of that will play B4U in the next round of the bracket on Sunday. So we'll see who's able to advance from there. But, looking back through these matches, looking into the first round, Walmart coming in with a quick 4-person elimination, Sprinter coming back with another quick 4-person elimination, turning things around. And that was the kind of the shifting point. B4U trying to put VAC on the back foot by giving them a bad map to work with, but unfortunately, it didn't actually quite work in their favor. But moving into the second round, VAC tried to do the same thing, put B4U on a bad map as well, but it kind of worked back into B4U's favor. And it ultimately worked stronger for them as well because, the Survivors were able to secure a draw against that Geisha, whereas with the Dream Witch VAC, unfortunately not able to get any escapes at all. So beautiful gameplay from Sprinter with that Dream Witch on 2 maps, which are, more or less strong for Dream Witch. Typically Arms Factory and Moonlit aren't quite as good as something like Arms Factory or Eversleeping, but he did definitely make it work there. And looking at the last round, B4U, excellent kite from Paul Blems to secure that 4 Survivor escape against the Dream Witch, and that's going to move B4U into the next round of competition.
And I'm really excited to see B4U compete against whoever is going to advance from the next match, which I'm also very excited for. Really excited to see LegacY against Sus, because like you said, this is the first time that Sus will be competing, or
in a competitive situation. Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, so you guys better stay tuned for that. Also, would like to remind all the viewers, please, to show your love and support for the teams. Don't forget to subscribe and like the stream and share it. Of course, let's let the community know that Call of the Abyss 5 has already begun, starting with the qualifiers from North America and European regions.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah. So next we are going to have our next Legacy versus Suspect matchup. Again, the two fan favorite teams going up in the first day is always very exciting. And who knows? Maybe they'll end up playing each other depending on how Legacy is able to play against Suspect. It's going to be a good matchup. Again, Legacy has the advantage because of that past tournament experience that Suspect
Mhm.
unfortunately lacks. But again, Suspect, similar to VAC, has a lot of very strong top tier players. So. We'll have to see what they're able to do against a team like Legacy, who has a lot of experience and also a lot of top tier players themselves.
Definitely. Now imagine if in the scenarios that we predicted, if Legacy were to advance to the next round, it's again going to be another face off between the two teams, just like what happened in IVT. That would be really interesting to watch. But what if Sus is able to advance this time? It'll be such a breath of fresh air. Okay, so we've seen Legacy go up against B4U many times in the past. So to see these new teams actually emerge and advance would be also a pleasant surprise. So we'd really like to wish these teams the best of luck. Please do your best, bring your A game, and we'll be looking forward to the next match.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting. Suspect definitely has a lot of potential. So, they have had a lot of players who have competed. I know they have competed in tournaments before, just no official tournaments. So they have some tournament experience, just with all the all the pressure, all the excitement that we're going to have from these matches. It's going to be a testament of their skill and of their patience to see how they can play in high stress situations like this one. It's not easy to play in front of this many people and this high, when their stakes are this high. So I think that Suspect's really gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see how they can combat that. Legacy again, a little bit more prepared for that because they have that past experience. But Suspect, very good players. We'll see if they're able to pull it out.
Definitely. Now let's just talk for a bit about who the usual picks are for Sus, because they're like the new team that we haven't seen before. They're probably like the dark horse that we've been waiting for. Who are we expecting? You being the insider guy on these teams, who can we expect apart from the
Um,
is?
Yeah, so from the hunter side for Suspect, again, they have two hunters. They have Mushin and Metal. And now, so the thing is here is that Metal actually has been a very strong hunter in rank, very high win rates. However, he has transitioned over from PC. He's played a lot on PC, so he hasn't had a lot of opportunities to play on the mobile side. We'll return to that in a little bit here. Let's look at our final match data for this last round here. Again, a bit of a fun match, so the overall statistics might be a little bit off from what we're typically used to. The containment time kept very low. Very good job from Sprinter getting quick downs. Soul Weaver really taking advantage of the speed boost, able to get the downs quickly. And it looks like we're going to... yeah, overall, the survivors were able to pop all of the Cypher machines, approach that endgame situation, which they were not able to do against the previous Dreamwitch games. Soul Weaver, of course, more of a draw hunter than a winning hunter compared to something like Dreamwitch. But the quick downs with that lower containment time really goes to show the power of Soul Weaver once you have those webs stacked up.
Reason why they were able to pop that last cipher was because of those missteps that you mentioned, because he didn't use that excitement through the portal and secure that terror shock against the priestess at the shack area. That would have been really cool to watch. But it looks like since you said that this is a fun match, that was probably Spencer taking his time, letting it brew for a bit. But
Yeah, definitely.
match
Yeah, we're gonna look at our.
Mhm.
Yeah, looking at our match results here, yeah, you see how close, these games are up until the end there. You have, 5-5 in the first round. The next round was, I believe, 7-2 was the next round, and the last one was 10-0. So, yeah. So overall, for back here, putting up pretty good numbers against a strong team like B4U in their first tournament is always good to see. But and it looks like the MVP is going to be Sprinter there with the Dreamwitch gameplay. You see, average remaining cipher is 1.3, able to keep the cipher progress over 1 before you're able to eliminate all of the survivors. Not even allowing the end game situation except for that last round. It's always very difficult to do, but able to work in their favor there. Very, very, very good job overall.
Amazing job from Sprinter. Actually, he was also who I had in mind when it comes to that MVP. Congratulations and mad shout outs to you. That was such amazing Dream Witch gameplay. Looking forward more to that in the matches to come. But definitely let's not forget about Vac there. Still such an amazing job done. I mean, they did pop that last cipher in the last match, which is still such a display of that coordination that they still tried to push for in the last match. It was a fun match, but I I really think they still did their best.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to go on to a bit of a break here so we can prepare for the next round. So, congratulations to B4U for advancing here. Suspect versus Legacy coming up next. Stay with us. We'll be back in a bit.
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning returning to that place once again. Trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now.
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man. And after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergei and to me.
I finally arrived at the manor mentioned in the commission letter. The fairly complete main building became my first foothold here. At first, everything seemed to be going better than I had expected. That incomplete diary mentioned a bizarre game. The barely noticeable ashes and marks along the edges of the diary once again led me to new clues. A strange fireplace, unused firewood, a rotatable candlestick. As the wall began to turn, I knew that I had found what I was looking for. An even greater collection of diaries. I continued my deductions using these diaries. Finding information on the hunters is the key. Yet, it creates more questions than it solves. About the manor. About the game. And about me. I was once a novelist. I lost my memory in an accident 10 years ago, and have suffered from intermittent amnesia ever since. My condition has worsened with the passage of time. The span of my amnesia is getting worse. Finally, through the eyes of my neighbors, I realize the exact nature of my condition. It's not about amnesia, but that person has awakened. Once paradise, now a shell of its former glory. No one minds the kindness of the weak. Only a sinful soul does as it pleases.
Revenge! To hell with the gods! Behold! See how your desires fatten! Repent! Purge thy sins! A sacred feast will guide you. I will rebuild paradise.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, detectives. Welcome back to Call the Abyss 5 qualifiers for NA-EU region. We've seen such amazing matches in the last match between B4U and VAC, and now we are about to see some more matches between this time Legacy and Sus. But before that, we would just like to share that yes, season 20 has started like 2 days ago, and I'm really excited because the skins for Essence 1 have a nice winter theme. Now, Eli, it's time to talk about the skins. What do you think about these skins? Winter.
Yeah, I think it's very cool. It's very exciting. Having a winter theme, considering that we're around the time of the Winter Olympics. I think that's a great sort of almost like a crossover in a way, but it kind of works out. It's really cool having bringing sort of a sports theme into Identity 5. It's the first time we've really seen something like this in a while. So I think this is definitely something that this game needs, and something that I'm personally excited about.
And more on that, but first we'd like to show you a short video on these skins. Please enjoy. And there we have it, Essence One's collection of skins from the forward, with the forward rather, the perfumer and the breaking wheel. I really like the effects on the forward whenever he dashes. It's like he's skating towards on the map. It's really nice to watch. And again, the perfumer, such a pretty character. She has the best skins, I would say, in the entire game. I mean, we've seen nice skins from the priestess as well, but the perfumer has a certain charm on her, and the breaking wheel actually makes him look a lot less scary.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely a hunter that usually can look pretty scary, but with the snowman, I think that's a really nice touch. It really makes sense, you know. You naturally, with the breaking wheel, they have the three faces. In this case, you have the three snowballs, which is a pretty cool way to add that in. And I was also thinking about how these characters would look on Leo's memory. You know, breaking wheel, you'd probably just like blend into the snow as long as you hide your red light. No one will even see. You can sneak up on survivors or something. I don't know, but I think yeah, I really enjoy this winter theme, this sports theme. You know, especially I love sports myself, and I love seeing you know, the sort of Winter Olympics being fit into IDV. I think that's really cool, and honestly, one of the most exciting things NetEase has done with these sort of new season essences.
I just wanted to highlight like you said, the breaking wheel with the three snowman heads. It does make him look a lot cuter this time. I've always been banning breaking wheel in rank, but this time, just to be able to see him in that skin, I think I'd ban a sculptor instead. Though that's not the best choice for us, depending on the map. But now, so much for the skins from Essence One. Guys, don't forget to always check in on the game. Do grind your dice so that you can get more of these essences, and who knows, you might able to pull a rare skin. So let's get into the next match between Legacy and Sus. We're really excited about this because Legacy is also one of the household names in NA and EU. So I'm really excited as to what they have for us so far, given the current adjustment and how they plan to work around the fact that the meta is more centered on support from the survivor side.
Yeah, definitely. So looking into the Legacy roster here, we do have Alien with that preferred character of Bloody Queen, which again, something else we're going to actually see potentially later in this tournament is Alien and Sprinter are probably the two most identical hunters. They play almost exactly the same hunters all together, which is pretty exciting to see. All for One here, the second hunter for Legacy. Preferred character is actually Breaking Wheel. He is I think he's the #1 breaking wheel on the server, possibly last season. Arguably the best breaking wheel player on our server as well. So he definitely has a lot to offer in that department. Very good with the wheel. We have Mistaken Green, LCY Green, forward player, one of the top forwards on the server. Very good controls, very good game sense with forward as well. We have Zephyr on the entomologist, actually the first entomologist in NAEU. We have Sally with preferred character Little Girl, although Little Girl is not allowed in this tournament, unfortunately. She has used her quite a bit in rank. Also has the ability to play things like Priestess and Mechanic. We have Bossy. Bossy's preferred character is actually Mercenary. He's been the #1 mercenary for quite some time. And he also has the option to play Psychologist as well, of course. And we have Mirama as the sub here with that Mechanic as well. I don't believe Mirama will be playing, but possibly as a substitute option is a Mechanic player.
Can't help but notice that All for One actually also uses the Feaster, and I'm really excited if he's gonna bring that out. That would be such a joy to watch, because we all know that Feaster is my favorite hunter. And now here we are with the stats from iAlien's Bloody Queen, an average win rate of 42%. Eliminations 1.77. Like you said, this is the Thai Queen after all. But I'm still looking forward to seeing this Bloody Queen come into play.
Yeah, very exciting to see. I don't think we're going to see Bloody Queen right out the gate again. Bloody Queen is one of those later round hunters that's good for securing draws in round 2, round 3 situations. Alien also known for the Dream Witch, also known for the Sculptor. So I think those are definitely options for him. We see All for One here. Again, highlight is the Feaster. He hasn't played a whole lot of Feaster, at least not for a while. Again, is a breaking wheel player. COA V win rate overall 65% is very high. 4-person elimination rate 53. I believe that's the highest one we've seen so far. Wow. Any 4-person elimination rate over 50 is very impressive, and that goes to show that he could potentially come out and be that hunter that Legacy relies on to get a 4-person elimination. He's going to be that hunter that they need for those 5 points. And again, it also shows the power of Breaking Wheel. Breaking Wheel is a character that's very strong for securing heavy eliminations, and in this case, it really works for All for One.
We haven't seen a Breaking Wheel so far, so this might be it. All for One might just be the one hunter to bring him out. However, in the later matches, I'm very much curious to see if he will actually bring out this Feaster. You did say that he hasn't been playing Feaster a lot. Is this in rank? Have you gone against All for One in rank?
Yeah, quite often. And I've been around the Legacy team for a while as well. So I know that All for One, he does like to play Feaster. He'll occasionally play it in rank, but I think it's almost impossible that we're actually going to see him use it in a tournament. Feaster's not a great character unfortunately. Maybe for a later round situation, but it's highly unlikely we're going to see it used in a tournament setting. We actually have Bossy with a 79% COA win rate, which is very impressive. Bossy, actually one of the players that I personally play with in rank. Very, very strong rescuer and kiter. Containment time of 78 seconds, which is very impressive. That goes to show the power of that psychologist character that can take up to 3 hits, can waste a lot of time with the containment as well. Also, a very good mercenary rescue player as well, with an escape rate of 52, which is over half the games, which is very impressive overall, and that really goes to show the strength of this player.
Not only is Bossy good at containment, you did say that he also can be a useful rescuer in the team, so looking forward to seeing that as well. But for a psychologist to be able to pull off 78 is already such a good help for the team in achieving these objectives. And although we won't be seeing Little Girl for the tournament, you did say that Sally is the main decoder, if I'm not mistaken. And here we have
Sally
a
is.
really, such a high win rate too. It looks like this is one of those mechanics that knows how to correctly position herself. Because like we keep on saying, a safe mechanic at the start of a game can be a huge advantage for the team. And here is her containment time, 67.14. Still a very decent number because that's, approaching the 70s. That's already 3 ciphers almost done. So it could come into play later. We'll see. And an average decoding progress, like you said, any number above 100 is just about the average number for every survivor in the lineup. But again, we'll see. And an escape rate of 60, it looks like this kind of team with these high numbers, it shows that they are able to coordinate just to be able to secure those escapes.
Also, higher escape rate usually indicates towards better rotation, because if you're rotating in the early game, it means you're usually not getting first kite. You're able to rotate, avoid being found by the hunter, and it means that you're more likely to be the one escaping if you're not. Because the survivor who takes first kite is usually the one that gets eliminated in the match, because they get chased for the entire game until they're eliminated and they're not able to escape. So this really goes to show how good Sally's rotation is. And also, in addition to Little Girl being a character that's really not very chaseable, if you're playing a lot of Little Girl in rank, your escape rate's going to be very high, because Little Girl is a character, if a hunter goes to them, they can teleport away, they can combine with another survivor, and it's not a character that typically gets chased first, because they can easily again latch onto another survivor and escape the chase. Looking at the next player here, we have LCY Zephyr, 78% win rate, another incredibly high COA win rate. LegacY really boasting these survivor win rates here. This is impressive. 56% escape rate as well. 74-second containment time as an entomologist player. So, as we were talking, adding 15 seconds, you get almost 90 seconds on average as an entomologist. That is very, very impressive. Actually, for an average, that's almost unheard of. So I think Zephyr definitely will be that character we're going to see taking a lot of these kites. That entomologist definitely prove useful. We'll see what he's able to do here, in these matches. Yeah, very impressive numbers overall from this player.
Seeing such high numbers in terms of containment so far for LegacY, which means that apart from actual rotation, the containment that they are all independently able to do is actually quite decent. So it actually doesn't matter at what point in the match that is. Whoever the hunter finds, it looks like they are able to hold their own. But I'm really looking forward to see who the support types players in LCY. Yes, speaking of support, here we have Green with that forward again. Such a high number, 92. It looks like the support is there and the containment as well. But look at this win rate, 73. Such a high numbers. Looks like LegacY will be such a challenge for Team Sus.
Yeah, I really expect the Legacy survivors. Again, we were talking about how NAU can be very hunter-sided, but with these numbers, looking at these Legacy players, I expect the survivors to be the ones, putting up the big numbers here based off of these statistics. I think this is definitely something that they have, working for them. Again, 92 per seconds per containment time. LCY Green, arguably one of the best supporting forwards in NAU. I personally love getting him in my rank matches to help my kites. So so I think we're going to see a lot of good support from this team. Got a lot of good survivability on the survivor side, just based off of how well this is looking for them. And so this is going to be very exciting. Last player here, we do have LCY Mirama. Of course, no data. Mirama being one of the backup players not competing in any COA rank matches. So we're most likely just going to see the previous 4 survivors that we had discussed.
Thinking back on that forward with the containment time, could it be that it's because he was able to provide that much support that not only is he able to extend his own containment, but also that of his teammates as well?
Yeah, that's usually the case with a lot of forwards. Again, we talk about how forward players don't typically get chased. Forward's not a character you really want to commit to because they can waste a lot of time. So, so having a forward with a high containment time is usually supporting the rest of your teammates. Now, looking at the suspect lineup here, we do have Mushin Geisha as the hunter for this team. Again, we talked about how Geisha is a character that's kind of arisen a bit in the meta here, and Mushin, again, known for that Geisha. So I think we're going to see that definitely come out here. Maybe even in the first round is definitely a possibility. We do have Tonima on that forward, Momo, also a forward player, also known for that batter. Momo has some options as well. Samson, batter, also a mercenary player as well. We have Chang'ai, who's actually not a forward player. They play psychologist. They also play enchantress, which could potentially come out, which would be very exciting. Also mechanic and priestess player. We have Nelk, Nelky-sus, who we call Nelk. Nelk is typically a rescuer, mercenary forward, also has the psychologist as an option, and Metal, who is recently a hunter, and it looks like possibly playing Survivor, actually, for Sus here, which is a little bit interesting because don't think Metal's played Survivor in a long period of time, has been a hunter for quite a few seasons, so a bit of a transition, possibly similar to Walmart. We'll see here again, a lot of these players, Tonima, Momo, Chang'ai, and Metal, all of these players have originally been on PC, so they have switched over to mobile for this event. So we'll see how they're able to adapt in this new setting.
Indeed, we shall see if they are going to be able to successfully adjust. Whoa, look at this win rate from Mushin with that Geisha. It looks like we can safely assume that she will be an excellent hunter throughout. I'm going to be surprised if Legacy won't consider banning her because 100. That's perfect.
Yeah, definitely. Mushin is the #1 Geisha on the NAU server, so I definitely think that they're going to have to go through that Geisha in the first round. Now, it really comes down to what map gets selected here, right? So I think that if you're Sus, you're probably aiming for something like, I would say, Moonlit River Park. That's the best Geisha map in the game. And then if you're Legacy, you may go for something like Arms Factory, which is weak for Geisha, or you may go for something even like Ever Sleeping Town, which is pretty good for Geisha, but also good for your hunters as well. So, incredible numbers here from Mushi, not dropping a single game, it looks like, in their COA matches. So that is indeed very impressive. I do believe a lot of the COA points actually came from Metal's hunter. And that's why we're probably only seeing a small sample size from Mushi. This is probably only a couple games. That's why the win rate's so high, but still a formidable hunter nonetheless. Looking at this next player, we do have Tonima, 77% win rate. I think this is going to be a pretty survivor-sided battle here, potentially, between these two teams. 70-second containment time, a little bit lower than Green, which goes to show Tonima may be more of a conservative forward that focuses more on that Cypher Rush. Escape rate of 61, very high. You're escaping way more than half your matches, which really indicates, yet again, that you're probably drawing or winning most of your matches, and that goes to show with that 77% survivor win rate.
Also did mention the rotation that these teams are able, that these players are able to do. I'm expecting just that. And now here we have Nelk with a 78 win rate. in COA 5, also such an impressive number, and containment time of 74. That's just about as much as a psychologist can do in her full potential. And paired with the support of a forward, she might even be able to extend that kite just to be able to secure that cipher rush. I'm actually interested, however, if this 74 seconds had little to do with the support from a forward, especially because you said that uh, the forward from Sus is actually more on the conservative kind, securing that cipher rush instead. So that'll be really fun to see in the matches to come.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at our next player here, we do have Chong Ai again, not a forward player. They do play psychologist, enchantress as well as mechanic and priestess. 70% COA win rate, which is a little bit lower than the others, but still very impressive nonetheless. So overall 70 per second containment time, which is a little above average. So that's always nice to see. From a kiting type player. Escape rate of 48%, which is about average as well. So this player shows some pretty good statistics here, some pretty good containment time, and I believe Chong Ai is one of the kiter players, the containment type character players on this team. So I think we're most likely going to see that from them in these matches.
Notice that there are a lot of forward players in this team. But here we have Samson with a containment time of 115. So it looks like not only is he able to do some containment should he be the first kiter, it looks like he's also able to put in those numbers from mid-game all the way up to end-game. That's if he survives all throughout.
Yeah, 115 seconds indicates an extremely aggressive batter player. That means that for the most part, based off of these numbers, for the most part, Samson's probably harassing most of the game, which is, in some instances, a good strategy against certain hunters. In some instances, it can be in a tournament setting. Of course, you want to go for Cypher Rush as much as possible as well. So we'll see how that plays into their favor. But yeah, 115 seconds means that if Samson is on that batter, we're going to see a lot of harassment from him, a lot of support. They're going to prioritize more supporting and harassing rather than overall decoding in the early game.
Makes me think that there might not also be much decoder presence in this team, because here we have Momo again with a forward. It looks like they really prioritize support and rescue, because look at this containment as well, 94 seconds and a 65% win rate in COA matches. Also very impressive still. You did say that any number above 50 is impressive in itself. Now, I'm really curious as to who the main forward is going to be.
Yeah, it's most likely gonna be Tonima. The only downside is for this Sus team is that Tonima, again, is a PC player. You're moving from PC forward over to mobile forward. That is a huge shift. It's not just any normal character. The last part we do have Metal with 100% COA win rate, but again, I assume this is probably a bit of a smaller sample size, considering that Metal was mainly playing Hunter in COA rank for Sus, so they were farming those Hunter points. So Metal is, again, a player that's played Hunter, transitioned over to Survivor, it looks like, for this event, which means that we're going to see how it plays out. It worked out for, a player like Walmart in the last round. Let's see if it'll work out for Metal here. So yeah, I think going back to the forward question, I think that the forward we're going to see is probably Tonima. But again, PC forward is switching over to mobile forward. It's a character that requires very good controls, and having different types of controls, because PC controls and mobile controls are different, it's something that you're gonna have to adapt to. And let's see if Tony was able to do so. I think that's gonna be the big kicker here, depending on whether or not Sus is able to excel with that forward support.
And here we are. We have our first map for the first round, and here it is, Ever Sleeping Town. It's like we're back to the good old days with Ever Sleeping Town being the first match ever in the earlier rounds in a tournament setting. Now, just from knowing what the map is going to be, it's like we've got these picks and bans in mind, in terms of predictions. But is this what we can expect to see? Again, the breaking wheel and that geisha. Actually, looking forward to seeing that. But apart from the geisha, who else apart from the breaking wheel, the sculptor, and probably a guard 26 can we expect to see in round one?
Well, it depends on which of the legacy hunters goes first. They have two very strong hunters. You have All for One and I Alien. If it's All for One, we're 100% going to see a breaking wheel. If it's I Alien, you have a couple of options. You have the Dream Witch, you have the sculptor available. So we're most likely going to see one of two of those. He also has Geisha. He could potentially go Geisha, but I think it's a little bit less likely. But if it's Ever Sleeping Town, I think there's a good chance we're going to see All for One's breaking wheel going first against Sus here. We're gonna have to see based off this lineup. And yeah, it is All for One, so we're gonna see that breaking wheel. I imagine a Seer ban right out the gate here. Suspect should be locking in forward and possibly mechanic. And then All for One I'm not entirely sure what he'll ban after that, but I'm almost certain we're gonna see a Seer ban first from him here.
And we're about to see that in a few seconds. And there it is, that Seer ban. Really don't want to be dealing with a Seer, especially not in round one, because the Seer support still never fails to make a difference in the match on the part of the survivors. Now, this is saying a lot on who that pick is going to be, but as you said, we are going to 100% see a breaking wheel from All for One. Really exciting, but how would the team from Sus try to work around this?
Well, we do have, looking at the survivors here, we actually have Metal, the substitute survivor, playing first here, which means Chang'ai is out. So it looks like we're going to have Mercenary and Priestess lock. This is very surprising. I don't know. This gives All for One the option to ban forward or mechanic, which means that this breaking wheel is going to be way stronger. I would have expected forward and mechanic ban. Those are the two best characters against wheel besides Seer. So maybe Suspect is thinking of something else, maybe a different strategy. Mercenary and Priestess, not exactly the best against breaking wheel, just because Priestess, you can go straight through the portals. And yeah, there's the forward ban, 100% from All for One, not wanting to deal with any sort of support there and just going all in with that breaking wheel strategy. I don't think he'll be playing any other hunter besides wheel here.
This might be the opportunity to bring out that batter that we talked about, because you did say that it is in their arsenal. We might just see him in this first match right here. But again, still such good picks so far. Mercenary is always the most efficient rescuer, and the Priestess with those portals, if placed correctly, really could extend the kite of whoever is going to get chased first. And it looks like we will be having a Gravekeeper, an additional rescuer, and that batter that we were looking forward to seeing. Here it is. This should be an exciting match, especially because this lineup is focused more on support and rescue yet again, as compared to Cypher Rush. This might this match might be a little longer because we don't have any decoder presence, but this is what makes it fun to watch, because each of these survivors are not exactly easy to chase. But All for One skill is about to come into play.
Yeah, and we are going to see the breaking wheel. So this is an interesting comp. Can't say I would have expected to see Merc, Grave, Batter, and Priestess round one, but Sus going very unique here, a little bit of an off-meta strategy. They are meta characters, but not characters you typically would pair together. So we'll have to see how this will work for them. Breaking wheel against this seems fine. Batter support can be difficult for breaking wheel to deal with, but Gravekeeper and Mercenary are typically unchaseable for wheel, just because Gravekeeper can shovel. And Mercenary is, you never want to chase a Mercenary. But Priestess is a pretty easy chase for wheel, because you can go through those portals in that wheel form. They can potentially kite after getting 2 spikes on them. But Batter, also not a bad kiter against breaking wheel if you're able to avoid those traps. If you're able to avoid the traps, then you can use that ball to knock the hunter back farther. If not, though, then you can get trapped and you're no longer able to use that ball effect when trapped. So Have to see. It depends on who All For One finds first. If he finds Gravekeeper or Mercenary, it could be favorable for the survivors. If he finds Batter or Priestess, it may be stronger on the Hunter side.
Well, the great thing about Breaking Wheel, as we keep on saying, is that mobility. So if he doesn't like the first target, he could just easily transition and find a suitable target depending on at what point it is in the match. In this case, he could just switch targets from the Batter, the Mercenary, and the Gravekeeper just to find the Priestess.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. Again, Breaking Wheel is such a fast hunter, so it's a hunter that's very good at being very mobile, getting around the map quickly, and finding survivors similar to Dream Witch. So with a comp that's good with heavy rescuers, rotation is usually very good for survivors because if you find a rescuer, you're forced to leave, and you can keep rotating very efficiently. But here against Breaking Wheel, it's gonna be hard to rotate when you're going against a hunter that's incredibly fast and can maneuver around this map very quickly. Again, this is a strong Breaking Wheel map. Not a whole lot of windows for the survivors to utilize, the strongest one being the Graveyard window. But if you're not in Graveyard, then you might have a hard time. If it really depends on spawn. If something like Priestess is probably the easiest target for All For One here. If he's able to find Priestess outside of Graveyard, he'll be in a very strong spot. And if he finds her inside of Graveyard, it'll be more beneficial for the survivors. Immediately, though, locates the Batter. So, again, not a bad target. He does get an immediate spike right out the gate here. And we do see the Priestess in Graveyard. Like we said, a pretty good spot. Let's see if All For One will go for 2 spikes or he'll get out and hit this Batter.
And waiting for that spike to land there, but it looks like Momo is also doing his best to dodge the Breaking Wheel because not a single spike has been, rather, the second spike has not been inflicted on him yet. And actually such a good job containing him here at the tunnel area.
We are going to see him go back in the wheel form, taking down that, another dodge there from Momo, being able to stay alive as long as possible, avoiding these spikes. Let's see. He baits him into vaulting into him, but he does have a speed boost to transition away here. Yeah, beautiful job from Momo staying alive here, avoiding all these spikes. This really goes to show the fast pallet vaulting speed from Batter. Now he's forced to get out of wheel form yet again. Goes for the blink and misses the blink, and Batter's able to get that ball and knock him back even farther. Let's see if he's able to get the vault off. He is. And yeah, Sus in a good position right away. Beautiful trap though from All For One. He's gonna be able to get that first hit. Now he's gonna go back into wheel form here, use those extended spikes to potentially snap this battle.
Momo, though, just at the tunnel area, and he's still able to transition towards the geisha house here at the middle, and that's actually so near that very important window at the Graveyard. If he makes it there, it's gonna be it's not gonna be easy for All For One, because look at this. 2 ciphers have already been popped. One is well past half, and Momo here just using this window to contain All For One. I was actually kind of thinking he would go for the tram, but it looks like he will be, there you have it. He takes that hit right there. Batter will be going to the chair, but 2 ciphers have all 2 ciphers remaining, and those last 2 ciphers have already been touched. All For One needs to up his game here.
This is looking very good for Sus here. He does get a spike on the Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper opting to hold the shovel. He may just completely change targets here. Let's see if he actually opts to go back. Now it looks like he's going to stay on the Gravekeeper here. Wow, somehow that spike does not register. That's very good for Tonima here, and he does take that second one. He's going to go straight for the portal, which is going to allow All For One to down him instantly. So this is not too bad for All For One. Actually, going through the portal is a little bit beneficial for the Breaking Wheel, I believe, because now he's forced to slug. They're forced to stop and heal up, and he's going to change targets onto this Priestess.
And just like that, 1 cipher remaining. These survivors work fast, giving All For One such a challenge. And now he needs to chair this Priestess. And if he does, though, it'll be the first time that she's gonna get chaired. That will give the Mercenary time to rescue, and the Batter and the Gravekeeper to get that last cipher done. Again, there is 50% on that last cipher. They just need to probably regroup and heal, but definitely this mercenary will be going for the rescue on the priestess.
Now, Sus does need to be careful here. The Mercenary does have Wanted Order. He's going to be able to get in and get that rescue. Let's see if they're able to... Oh, Mercenary's going to wait it out. This means he's going to take a double hit from the spike. Oh, is he getting trapped? No, he's going to go for that hit there, and they do get the rescue before hat. There's the double hit. He needs to change targets to that last Cypher machine if he wants a chance to stop this. Let's see if he plans to go toward that Gravekeeper. Yep, there he is going after the Gravekeeper. Batter Cypher is not yet enough. Gravekeeper is not going to be able to pop it. He's going to be a little bit short here. There's one spike. He's going to get out here and try to down him. Can the Batter prime the Cypher? Only 60%. Gets the trap and the down there. And now Mercenary is going to go down with the double hit. Batter's able to prime this last Cypher machine, but Gravekeeper is going to be placed on the rocket chair here. So it's not quite over yet. They may just pop the Cypher and try to push for an endgame here. You really see the downside of playing Batter is, you know, decoding progress is so slow. And he's going to go for the Batter as well. Can he potentially stop him before his prime? It is not primed yet, so he's going to be able to maybe get this down. Momo needs to try to cancel this full presence with the ball. Will he go for that strategy?
For one, actually transitioning to this area will leave the priestess open for rescue, which actually just happened. Mercenary is down. He has been able to self-heal, and although Batter will be chaired the second time, that Cypher is actually pretty much done, and all they need to do is just rescue the Batter. Oh, but they decide to pop it! And now we are at the end game. Now, All For One chasing the Batter here at the graveyard area while the others try to make for the other gate. Oh, Batter is down and he will be dead on chair. Now, this is the breaking wheel. It's not going to take much for him to transition towards that other gate. I wonder if he's going to make it.
Yeah, it's going to be really close. I don't think he's going to be able to get there in time. It's going to be a foot race here with this wheel here, getting over this quickly as it can. The exit gate is open, and all three survivors make it out the gate. That is a 3-survivor escape right out the gate here for Sus, putting them up 3-1. Again, we talked about how LegacY was favored in this matchup, but it really goes to show the survivor-sided meta here, and going with the unique comp actually working in their favor, and they're going to go up 3-1 right away here.
Forget that this is the breaking wheel in Ever Sleeping and in round 1. So, of course, you would expect that breaking wheel will definitely secure a 4-man kill. But it looks like they were able to turn it around somehow, because that kite at the start by the Batter was so long. He bought so much time, and he was able to avoid those spikes from landing on him, and that's why he was able to last. And even if he did absorb that hit, he was still able to transition to the geisha house and to that very important window in the graveyard. And just like that, it didn't take long, and suddenly one Cypher remaining. That happened so fast with a full rescue and support lineup. That is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Really goes to show how quickly the Batter vaults the windows. That's just a little thing there. If you find the Priestess in that area, then you're able to down them very quickly. The Priestess would have taken 2 spikes instantly, and the reason why is Priestess vaults windows a lot slower than Batter. So in the Batter, you know, the breaking wheel comes around the corner, the Batter can simply just vault the window and get to the other side. Whereas if you're a Priestess, you're going to vault a lot slower. It's easier to mind game, and you can get the Priestess down a lot quicker. So again, spawns being very crucial there. The Priestess spawning in graveyard, exactly what we talked about earlier. If you spawn at that graveyard window as the weakest, you know, sort of the weakest link on the team, in this case being the Priestess, they're able to make it so the breaking wheel has to chase a different target. In this case, Batter, which is not the best target to chase. Again, Gravekeeper and Mercenary, of course, are worse. But yeah, Batter doing very well here. 144 seconds overall for this match. And All For One almost able to make a comeback, going back in between those Cypher machines. Very close, but a little bit short, unfortunately. And Sus is taking a 3-1 lead after the first half of this first round.
A surprising outcome for the first match. It looks like LCY has finally found another match apart from B4U, and it's gonna be a bit of a challenge for them to advance this time. We had this expectation, but it looks like Sus proved us wrong with how this match just happened. And Momo, I will definitely be remembering this player right here, with that 144-second containment, and against a breaking wheel in Ever Sleeping, I am pleasantly surprised and expecting more from this team.
Yeah, absolutely. So now this is where Legacy is going to have to come back. Now, the one thing going for Legacy is we did see that Survivor win rates from each of the Legacy players, all of them above 70%. Some of them even up in the high 70s, 78, 79. So that really goes to show the power of this Legacy Survivor team. So they're really going to need to go. They're going against a very strong hunter. I assume it's Mushin. So you're going to need to, you're going to need to play very well here to get a win against this Geisha. But assuming it is going to be Geisha, it's going to be definitely an uphill battle for them. But based off of the statistics we saw from the COA matches, I think if there's any team to do it, it's probably this one.
I was gonna say that I am expecting to see this Geisha. We've seen her excel in this map in previous tournaments in China, so that the same thing could happen here in NAEU. I'm looking forward to seeing that Geisha brought out in round one. But if ever, who else can we expect?
Yeah, I think it's most likely the Geisha. If it's a different character, the only other character Mushin really plays is Sculptor. I think also has Bloody Queen available, but Bloody Queen typically would be good because it's a good draw hunter and you want to get a draw here. However, on a map like Ever Sleeping Town, Bloody Queen's very weak. This is the weakest map for Bloody Queen just because it's a pretty large map and also it's very hard to mirror around a lot of these buildings. Also, 2 stories can be difficult for Bloody Queen as well. So I think that that we're probably just 100% going to see Geisha. I don't think there's any reason for Mushin to play anything else. As for the survivors, they have to go for, at least a draw to stay in it, but probably a win to try to tie things up. What's going to be their strategy here? They have a few options. They have Entomologist. Entomologist, a very good character against Geisha. You have Psychologist, also very good because you can take a bunch of hits. You have Mercenary, good rescuer forward. It depends on what Mushin opts to ban. I expect Seer is going to be the first ban. Seer is so strong against Geisha. It's very easy for them to skill check and farm owls. And also just the extra hit potential is just so hard for Geisha to deal with. So if you ban Seer here, what did the survivors opt to take? I imagine probably forward, maybe Priestess, because Priestess is good on this map, and we may see Mercenary ban after that. And the survivors will probably go something like Psychologist and Entomologist as their last few characters.
Definitely, I'm really looking forward to seeing who the survivor is going to be against a Geisha. But let's talk more about the possibility that a sculptor might come out. Now we know that the sculptor has been adjusted, but based on recent matches that we've had in late season and in the past 2 days that season 20 has started, have we been seeing a sculptor in rank as much as we have in the past seasons?
It's been a little bit less. Survivor, well, in past seasons, Sculptor has always been banned, so we don't really know for sure. But of course, we're seeing a little bit more Sculptor just because she's not banned anymore. But it's just that you don't need to ban her. She's not as strong as a character as she used to be. Bloody Queen and Geisha, while they may not be as strong as Sculptor in tournament, they're better in rank because they're better at securing draws and getting wins, and they keep your win rate up. Whereas Sculptor has a chance that you could potentially get kited, get out supported, and lose the match. So it looks like it is Mushin here. We're going to see most likely just a Seer ban right away here. Again, I don't think it could be anything else. Maybe Mercenary, but that seems very unlikely if you're going with that Geisha. Seer is just so strong against a Geisha character.
Like you said, it is easy to do skill checks and to farm owls. Now, it is quite easy to farm owls in this map, especially because of the lower obstacles in the mill. So there we have it. There's that Seer ban that we were expecting, and it looks like we will be seeing a Geisha indeed. But I'm really interested to see who the survivor lineup is going to be, especially from Legacy. Again, you said that we might be expecting a forward. We might also be expecting an entomologist because she is strong after against a Geisha after all.
Yeah, it looks like it is Priestess. Yeah, I think the other one should be forward here. Yeah, there we go. So Priestess forward from Legacy, and I think Mushin's second ban will probably be Mercenary. I played against Mushin quite a bit in rank, and they often ban Seer and Mercenary. Could also ban Mechanic, but Mechanic's not a character you really need to ban if you only need a draw, because again, yeah, it is Mercenary. Again, Mechanic's not a character. Mechanic's a character you can give to the survivors, because it's good for drawing for the survivors, but it's harder to win with Mechanic, especially against something like a Geisha. So Mushin giving that as an option here. So it looks like we're going to see Mechanic and Psychologist. So no Entomologist here from the Legacy survivors here. This is a little bit of an interesting strategy. They might just be going for a draw here. I think they're just trying to go for a draw, you know, put themselves in a position. They may lose round 1, but they're only down 2 points, and that is the Geisha from Mushin, as we expected.
They prioritize the presence of a decoder rather than a containment survivor such as the Entomologist, but we're going to see how this is going to play out in just a bit as the match is about to begin. Good luck to the teams. And yeah, may the best team win. But seeing this Geisha here in Ever Sleeping Town, what do you think is the best hunting route for her? Because we know for a fact that these survivors are going to try to rotate, especially because the Mechanic needs to hide that doll and transition towards a further area just to, you know, to make sure that she's safe.
Right. Well, in ranked matches, at least, Mushin tends to go for the pallet breaking speed and detention build. So they go all the way down to detention. You have 3 on Control Freak, which will help the survivor die quicker on the rocket chair. You have your 1 on Desperate Fight to help you recover from stuns quicker. 1 on Berserker, which will give you faster attack recovery when you're camping and somebody's on share. And you also have 2 on pallet breaking speed, which Geisha is always nice to have. Geisha naturally has fast pallet breaking speed, but with that destructiveness as well, that definitely helps to add to that. So I don't know, in a situation where Mushin needs a draw, I think the best build is actually trump card detention with Blink. But again, Mushin's never really been known to use that strategy. They've always used teleport detention and fast pallet breaking with no trump cards. So I'm not sure what we're going to see, to be honest, but with the side of Mechanic is usually weaker against teleport, because if you ever kill that bot, it'll reveal the location of the Mechanic and you can simply teleport after them and go for that chase.
And here we are. Welcome back to Ever Sleeping Town. It looks like the forward has already started decoding, and so has the doll. The Mechanic was able to already deploy her in the map, but the doll has been spotted, and it looks like because of that, the Geisha already knows where to go. He knows where the Mechanic is. Again, it looks like the Mechanics aren't very lucky today. They keep on getting spotted by the Hunter. And here is Mushin already finding the Mechanic, but she goes through that portal placed by the... Oh, nice.
This is the dash.
Yes.
And that dash is actually really important. The Hunter missing that there. The Geisha gets that dash off. He was able to get that one off and get the hit there. I'm surprised the Mechanic didn't opt to go to that pallet, but it looks like they're taking a bit of a different route, trying to break line of sight as much as possible. Now going in the open here, this is not too good. Will they go for the... No, it looks like they already dropped their bot far away here. Forward coming in for an early harass, and it is teleport, so no excitement, no blink, which means that you're going to have a harder time dealing with this forward. So again, she's going to go ahead and dash back to the... Oh, goes for the football, can't get the stun. Beautiful stun from Green. What a timing on that. No animation available. Mechanic able to transition away. Forward still here to support here. Let's see what the Geisha is able to do, trying to keep their eyes on the target here. Able to get the down on Mechanic yet again, but Forward still in the area. What can Green do here? Already Cypher Progress winding down a little bit. The bot's still in play. It looks like Green not able to get any sort of stun here because it is inside Graveyard.
The basement is in the graveyard area, so the Mechanic will be going down there. For now, it looks like the forward might want to rescue at this point, but it's all gonna depend. 4 Cyphers remaining. Will they actually rescue her before half, or will they just decide to to let her fly without rescuing her. Now, one cipher is about to be done, and if I'm not mistaken, I'm not seeing the bot.
Yeah, it looks like, oh, they got a free rescue. Wow, Geisha giving up on the camp there, going for this psychologist, is able to get a hit, but they gave a free rescue away to the survivors. This is so risky. Another beautiful dash from Mushin. Second hit right away on this character. They're gonna teleport away here. Who can they find? They find the priestess. That's not who they really, it's not ideal, especially because that portal's set up. They are able to get the down, but teleport has already been expired, so now the Geisha cannot teleport after this character. They can dash there. Let's see if the priestess is able to heal in time. Keep in mind, priestess heals survivors very, very fast. Is Mechanic able to get up in time and potentially keep kiting here?
Mushin is already halfway across the map, so they're really gonna have to do a good job at concealing their location. Now, Zephyr here is doing that tiptoeing motion, and although the Geisha was able to sniff out some blood trails, it is the priestess, not the Mechanic, so that is a display of good coordination from the survivors, because Bossy here has now drawn the attention of the Geisha, leaving that Mechanic safe to roam the map to try to get a heal and to get started on decoding.
Yeah, we see the priestess trying to pop this last cipher. It's not going to be far enough just yet. Geisha, 2 ciphers. This is the first chair for psychologists, and Mechanic even able to heal themselves as well. So now it's almost as if there's a 3 cipher kite now, because this is the first chair. We're going to see Green go through here, does take that hit there, is able to make this rescue. The survivors still need to do one more cipher machine. They are able to get the hit on Green, but that's not psychologist, which means that is another survivor new to the rocket chair. Will he continue here? No, he's going to break this portal. He may transition to priestess. Will priestess use a portal here? No, they are going to take a hit, so 2 free hits given to the Geisha from the survivors. This is not ideal for Legacy, because now the Mechanic is injured. Now Mechanic has people injured on the board, which means they can't decode, and they're going to have to stop to heal up. First chair here for Mistaken Green, but Geisha still has teleport available, so the cipher pressure is still, an option for them.
It looks like they're doing a bit of healing on the far corner of the map. Mechanic is going in for the rescue. Will Mushin be able to sniff her out before she does this? And there it is. I believe that Mushin has caught a vision of this Mechanic. Oh, will she do it? Okay, she's able to absorb that hit. Yes, definitely.
Oh, beautiful job from Green, able to avoid that. Does he have any football? He has enough football to make it to the pallet. He's able to kite out the dash as well. This is so intense, Cahel. Very exciting. We see him trying to stay alive. Gonna go ahead and break that pallet. How long can Mistaken Green live here? He is gonna go ahead and take that down there. The Cypher Machine almost prime. Will Mushin immediately teleport, or will he chair? It looks like he is going to. Oh, sorry. Cypher Machine only got 40%, but still, a lot of time, because the psychologist is the one working on it with. With accelerated decoding. We are going to see a teleport onto the psychologist. Let's see what Bossy's able to do. A bit of a tough area, and is able to avoid that. These pallets are not very strong. Oh, gets the pallet stun at a really weak pallet. That is so strong from Bossy. We're going to see Mushin continue to dash after them, but it doesn't matter. He's able to get that hit. Bossy's been on share only once, so yeah, and they're just going to take the time to heal up Green. Really putting the pressure on Mushin. Mushin, the best Geisha on the server, but on the ropes here. This is a tough situation. 2 Cybers at 50%, and I don't think anyone's dead on share. We have a lot of people who have been on share, but no one is dead just yet. So it looks like this is going to be a very hard comeback for this Geisha.
That's right. It's like Mushin has to start from the top of it all, because these survivors, 1 Cypher remaining, 2 can probably heal. We have a priestess here at full health, trying to at least go for that cipher, but Mushin is left with nothing but to guard that. They can actually go for another one if the priestess here is able to contain the Geisha. And I do believe that they're actually decoding a 6th cipher just to give Mushin that false sense of security, knowing that he's able to camp this last cipher here.
The only issue here is Priestess is kiting towards that last cipher machine, and they are going to go down, possibly near it and near the basement. So maybe a misstep from LegacY here. We do see Psychologist Bossy back on that middle cipher. Mushin has teleport back again, so maybe we'll see another teleport. This is such a long, drawn-out game here. It looks like we're going to see Green come in for the save. Will Mushin teleport, or will he camp this out? He's going to drop a... He's gonna drop a butterfly here. The problem is if you teleport, then the survivors just rush down this this graveyard cipher. So I think he may potentially save this for endgame. Again, Sally the Priestess, first time on chair, does have a portal available, so it's really gonna be close here. That Cypher Machine, 95% of the way done. It will be primed. We see the hit on Green. There's the rescue. And can these survivors last long enough in the endgame? He's probably gonna hit the Priestess, and then they're gonna pop the Cypher. There's the hit.
Is in effect, and now we are at the end game. Now it is the Priestess that will be chased by Mushin here. She needs to buy enough time, but Mushin teleports towards that gate, but finds the mechanics. That was
beautiful
indeed the
illusion.
Oh,
And the
a nice
Palace
unicorn.
Wow, beautiful,
Wow.
beautiful play from Zephyr. I did not expect, I thought that mechanic was going to die right there, but and misses the dash. Zephyr's able to stay alive long enough. These survivors are going to make it out the gate. There's no chance for a 4 escape here. He is going to go down in this corner, but Mushin does not have teleport. That illusion saved the mechanic's height there. I did not expect that. I did not even notice the mechanic had an illusion, but now 3 survivors out the exit gate here, and we're tied 6-2. Sorry, 4-4. I'm bad at math. That was a very impressive job from both sides. Mushin had a pretty strong start, able to get a fairly quick down, but being very aggressive with that basement play. You put them in basement, and you assume that the survivors aren't going to save just because basement's such a risky place to save from. But LegacY, taking their chances, going for that rescue. Mushin losing the mechanic, forced to change targets to new players, and that makes the difference in the match, and that gives the 3 escape to LegacY. So that's going to tie things up 4-4 after the first round here. And this is a very exciting matchup so far.
A little bit in a mirror situation, just like what happened with the first match between B4U and VAC. And now we have the same kind of tie for round 1 between LegacY and Sus. Now, this is really interesting because it's like we're having it all over again. It looks like these teams, these new teams, new to the scene, we're seeing them for the first time here in Call of the Abyss. It looks like they are giving these top teams, LegacY and B4U, such a challenge just to be able to advance. And that is such a pleasure to watch. I'm really surprised by how well these teams have performed. Thus, shout outs to the team. But Mushin still with that geisha gameplay. I think I do agree that she did have a good start being able to chair at the basement. But what changed the game was that she didn't actually camp that basement chair there.
I got a little bit aggressive there. Another important thing was the forward played very well that game as well. Being able to land that one stun. If you think about it, if Mushin shares middle cipher, you're able to pressure the middle ciphers. You're not sharing basement. You're probably going to camp it out because you're assuming that they are going to save. So it may seem a little weird, but if Mushin doesn't get basement there, it might actually be a draw just because he, opts to camp more and assumes that the survivors will rescue. So it's kind of like it's an interesting, sort of scenario to think about. But that one stun from Green, allowing them to get basement, allowing Mushin to potentially change targets, which is what happened. It all kind of, worked into LegacY's favor there. So, beautiful stun from the forward as well. Good kites overall. Mushin did a good job with actually getting survivors down quickly, which is actually quite impressive. It really goes to show the power of the full presence geisha. But in the long run, LegacY able to get a 3 survivor escape in what looked to be a bit of a tough position and tied up at 4. This is a very exciting match. These teams seem to be fairly evenly matched. So, again, we talked about Suspect being a team that has a lot of very good players. They just never competed in tournaments, but it looks like the possible nerves that, we were talking about that might get to them, not really coming to effect here. So we have a pretty close matchup between LegacY and Suspect so far.
Speaking of that stun that you mentioned earlier, let's not forget about that pallet stun by the mechanic right after using that wand. You said that we weren't expecting that at all. I also didn't pick up that she was able to get a wand from the chest. But yes, that is actually a very effective kite there because just by being able to do that pallet stun and use that wand, that was how the rest of the team was able to get out through the back gate. So one of the more unexpected kites I've seen today. That was one of the memorable ones and one of the highlights of the match for me.
Yeah, definitely. I actually, it was funny. I actually noticed earlier, like when the mechanics found an illusion, I was like, okay, they have an illusion. I wonder if they'll ever use it. And then I totally forgot about it. And then when they used it, I'm like, oh wait, okay, I guess they did have an illusion. So that kind of, yeah, so that worked out pretty well. So it's what a lot of geishas do, and what Mushin was trying to go for in that endgame situation was essentially geishas will do is they'll hit someone without using their dash, and then they'll immediately dash on them and try to down them and teleport on
Mhm.
the exit gate. But unfortunately, the legacy survivors put themselves in a position where there's no one they could dash on. The priestess vaulted the window and went left to break line of sight, and also had a portal, so there was nothing that the geisha could do to dash after them. So then they're forced to immediately teleport, and at that point, there's really only a chance to get one kill because the rest of the survivors will go to the other exit gate, and that's how that last match played out. So looking at this overall match, look at the containment time from the legacy survivors. It really goes to show how much Mushin changed targets. He chased the priestess, chased the priestess, chased the forward, chased the mechanic, chased psychologist. Around 100 seconds for each character except for the psychologist Bossy, but. Yeah, overall, yeah, very. It's because again, Mushin got downs very quickly, and hit most of their dashes. There were a few that they missed that were a little bit costly, but they hit most of their. They got a lot of hits throughout the match, but being aggressive and changing targets did not work out in their favor this time.
Let's also talk about that portal at the middle, because all that confusion going on. That was how the mechanic was able to get away. So by the time she was able to get away, however, already two ciphers were remaining. So it was really looking good on the part of the survivors there, and that put a lot of pressure on the geisha.
Yeah, absolutely. That long portal bringing the mechanic across the map. It's a bit of a misstep again from Mushin. Mushin, I think, assuming that they could possibly find mechanic before. I think they didn't realize that there was a war portal being set up because as soon as you teleport there, to that war portal, the mechanic will just take the portal and priestess will follow shortly behind and heal them up. And then now you don't have your teleport to teleport to the other end of the portal and pick up that mechanic. So that's kind of what
Mhm.
happened to that situation. Is Mushin teleported to the end of the one of the ends of the ultra long portal, but mechanic had already gone through. Priestess was behind, and we know how fast priestess can heal survivors. Got the mechanic up quickly, and it worked. It worked out. It looks like we are going to have Alien subbing in for All for One. This is actually to be expected. Again, All for One is just there for that breaking wheel. So Alien is sort of the later round, the more versatile hunter. Alien has a lot of options, very similar to Sprinter, in that he's going to play all of this, pretty much all of the same hunters. We have the Sculptor, the Dream Witch. We have Geisha, we have Soul Weaver, we have all those. So we're going to see a lot of these, the same hunters we saw in the last run, potentially from iAlien here.
And that's really exciting, especially because this is a already we're already at round two, so we have one hunter band on the side of the survivors, and Alien being such a versatile hunter. Well, depending on what the map is going to be, the survivors will really need to think this through as to who they want to ban. But putting yourself in the mind of the survivors, who do you think should they ban, um knowing that iAlien has such a wide arsenal of hunters?
Well, it's very map dependent again, similar to the Sprinter situation, but basically, we don't know who picked the first map. Oh, actually, we do. I believe it was Legacy, right? If I'm not mistaken. So I think Suspect should have second map choice here. Suspect again slightly advantage going into this next round just because I believe they do have that map selection. It's going to depend on what they pick to go against Alien. So Mushin most likely will be playing Sculptor second round. So probably going to want a good map for Sculptor, which In this case, they've kind of exhausted the best one, which is Ever Sleeping Town. So we may see possibly some other. Oh, it's going to be Red Church. So Red Church, not one of the better sculptor maps, but it is usable. And Legacy will be hunting. So Alien, I expect. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see what they ban. They are gonna either ban his Dream Witcher sculptor, I believe, and then he may go one or the other, or possibly even something, like Geisha or Soul Weaver. But I think we'll most likely see those in the later rounds.
I think I'd like to see Soul Weaver in Red Church because of all of these walls that are so close together. It's easy to plant those webs and gain that speed boost. Now, we've seen in previous Call of the Abyss tournaments that a spider can really excel in Red Church. I'm really curious as to whether or not Alien would consider using the spider. Like we said, also, we're trying to restore the spider to her former glory. So to see her actually come out in round 2 and in Red Church would be something that I would really look forward to. But that's only one hunter. Okay, so if they apart from fighter, you said that Alien is such a versatile hunter. He can bring other choices out. Would you say that they would prioritize banning a spider this time over a sculptor?
No, definitely not. Sculptor just has too much win potential, and in a situation where you're tied up, you don't want to give them an option to potentially go for a high kill and put Legacy in a huge advantage. So there's no reason to ban Soul Weaver. I think we're gonna see. I honestly I don't know. I don't really know what to expect. It depends on what sus opts to ban, whether that's Dream Witcher or Sculptor. I think it has to be one of the two. Alien also has Bloody Queen available. Bloody Queen is all right on Red Church. Not one of the better maps for her, but she's not too bad. So I don't know. We'll have to see what Alien bans. We might be able to tell what he's going to play based off of what he bans. It depends. Yet again, it looks like we're going to see Seer and Forward, which indicates Dream Witch. But I expect the survivors to see this and ban the Dream Witch in return.
Well, that actually opens up probably the sculptor, and who knows, we might even see that Blood Queen that you mentioned. But if ever, I think I would like to see again Soul Weaver in round 2. But it depends. It depends on who they're going to ban.
Yeah, it definitely does. And they are going to ban the Dream Witch. Yeah, so they do see these bans. They see those are definitely Dream Witch bans from Alien. Alien has always been known to ban that Forward against Dream Witch. And of course, Seer is always a good ban. So now it really comes down to what Alien's next ban is. I still don't know what he's planning on playing. Based off of those bans, if Dream Witch wasn't banned, I could almost certainly say he's playing Dream Witch. But now that it's banned, I don't know what to really expect here. We do have Mercenary, we do have Psychologist, which are interesting characters. These are more for countering something like Geisha or Bloody Queen. I think maybe that's what the survivors are potentially preparing for. Also not too bad against Sculptor. But yeah, again, I don't know what Alien's gonna go for. It depends on what he opts to ban as his next ban and possibly what these survivors lock in.
They might have locked the Psychologist as well as the Mercenary because Psychologist can be really useful. Not only can she take 3 hits, they might be banking on the chance that she could pull off that remote healing at the right time. So that'll give the Mercenary a chance for a second rescue in mid-game. But looks like Batter has been banned, and for a good reason. He can also be a very menacing character apart from the Forward, and with that out of the gate, now we have a Gravekeeper and a Priestess. A similar lineup to the previous matches.
Yeah, so this is interesting. So the Batter ban indicates Alien's most likely going for a bit more of a fragile hunter. Typically, hunters like Geisha or Bloody Queen would struggle more against Batter than something like Sculptor. But okay, he's actually going Sculptor. Sculptor also can struggle against the Batter as well if you're put in a difficult position. This is actually not bad. So Sculptor is a good character when going against a light supporting team, a team that doesn't really have a lot of support options. Um, this team does not. The only support option on this team is a singular priestess. You have no batter, no forward, no entomologist. You have none of the typical harass/support characters we typically would see for going against a sculptor. So this opens the window for Alien to play this character. Let's see what build he opts to go for as well. I know he has been using Insolence a lot. That's what a lot of sculptors have been using. And we'll see how it also comes down to who you find, right? So Gravekeeper is actually chaseable as Sculptor. Typically, you never want to chase a Gravekeeper because, you know, they're a very good kiter, but Sculptor feeds on presence. If you're, you know, using that shovel, you're hitting the shovel, you're getting presence, and you're getting closer and closer to that full presence situation. So, yeah, all these targets besides, you know, I guess the Mercenary are chaseable for Alien. Let's see who he's able to find first.
Well, what I suppose one of the best finds would be the priestess, at least to prevent her from planting those pesky portals that she can provide to help her teammates transition to point A to point B in the map. So if she is able to lay down those portals and somebody who is kiting passes by, that's going to significantly extend their kite, be it the Gravekeeper or the Psychologist. I'm actually really excited to see where rather the Sculptor is going to spawn, because it depends. If she spawns at the church, chances are there's going to be somebody either at the graveyard or front broken. So we're just gonna have to see. But let's talk about the absence of a decoder in such a tight map.
Yeah, no mechanic here. I think the survivors were probably assuming it was going to be a geisha, so I think that's why they opted to skip on the mechanic. Again, mechanic is a character that can struggle against geisha because, you know, geisha can kill mechanic very quickly, and also the bot, you know, you can just find the bot and dash after the mechanic fairly quickly as well. So it looks like we're going to see Alien go towards the top broken here, not finding any survivor immediately. But it depends on who he's going to find first. I think that's the Mercenary, so not a good start for him, it looks like. Not a good find. He does want to check out that bottom broken if he wants to find that Gravekeeper, and it looks like he's going to immediately change targets here. Let's see if he's able to catch... Oh, it looks like Priestess rotating a little bit short here, and we're going to have a slight pause here just to make sure everything's going well. No lag or any difficulties. But looking at the situation so far, it's pretty good for Sus. They were able to set themselves in a position where you have your Mercenary get found first, which is again ideal. We talked about this. That's the character that the survivors want to get found. And he has caught sight of the Priestess, though. We'll see if he opts to go ahead and chase her. Priestess loop around church can be very difficult sometimes, or maybe he'll just try to look for the Psychologist instead.
It also makes sense that the Priestess would be decoding at the center, just because she is able to place those portals that will allow her to quickly exit the church and transition towards the graveyard. Now, they have to be really careful with how this progresses, because like we said, all of the ciphers they're decoding are on one side of the map. So depending on how things play out, it could be a disadvantage when it comes to a point where the hunter will need to keep two ciphers on one side. So they need to be also very careful with how they handle how they manage the ciphers. But like you said, yes, that is a good start for the survivors, with the Mercenary being spotted first at top broken, because like you said, Mercenary not the best find. You don't want to be chasing a Mercenary, or at least all you want to do is exhaust the elbow pads. And here is that portal that I mentioned that has been laid down by the Priestess. It looks like Alien doesn't want to be dealing with that for now, and will instead transition towards Beckett, where he finds the Psychologist.
Yeah, this is actually good for Alien. This is the best target for him to chase here. You don't really want to chase a Priestess in church. Obviously you don't want to chase him when he's the rescuers. So He is able to find Psychologist. This is a character that can be good against Sculptor if you're able to avoid those statues. He is going to get that first hit there. And we're going to see the statue push Psychologist away from the pallet, which maybe is not the best for them. Let's see if they're able to get this pallet and throw this down. And it looks like, yeah, they're able to stay alive a little bit longer in this graveyard area. Oh, Alien is carrying Blink, so he does have an option to get a quick down here. And Psychologist going to run straight past here, not going for the pallet at all. Which is a little bit risky. Alien missing a couple hits here, unfortunately, and he is going to be able to get that second hit. Still Blink available, no support available as well. Will they go for the ultra long portal? They do take that statue hit. Can Alien hit this statue through the thing? And no, it looks like he is able to make it through the portal. This is going to feed presence to the hunter. They're going to try to use that heal there, but he does have teleport available and he's going to be able to find them. Already gaining a lot of presence and chips the priestess as well, giving him a little bit of extra presence, and he's able to chair near one of the cipher machines. I believe Top Broken was one they had progress on. So well, it looked to be a good start for Sus. Alien turning it right back into his favor here with some incredible gameplay.
Fantastic gameplay from iAlien here, already almost achieving full presence with 4 ciphers remaining. So this is really good progress on the part of iAlien. So the survivors have their work cut out for them. They really need to make up for this. And here's the Gravekeeper who is trying to go for the rescue of the priestess. He does take a normal hit and a chip damage, so body blocking is out of the question. He just needs to get out of there while this Psychologist here will try to establish some distance. And will she make it to the graveyard?
It looks like Psychologist is just trying to use this to get away from the cipher. They know that Top Broken, the Top Breakables is one of those ciphers they want to complete. So she's trying to stay away from it, so they don't, accidentally get shared on it a second time. Alien's going to go ahead and drag. Nope, he's going to keep him in Graveyard, it looks like. Graveyard's not great because there's a potential chance for a rebound kite, but let's see if Alien's able to potentially spike the Gravekeeper. Oh, he does have wanted order on the Mercenary, which is actually really strong. That's the rescuer they want to, come in for safe here. And it looks like nobody is decoding, getting off of their cipher machines. One cipher left, but they still have an entire cipher left to go. Mercenary's going to come in. He's going to expend that Tide Turner. Let's see if Alien can get a chip on early. Beautiful jukes from the Mercenary, able to stay alive. There's the elbow pad to the chair. Tries to get a bait on that chair. Is he able to get the rescue? Pushing him away here. One more statue for that double hit. Does he have another statue available? It's going to be close. Goes in for the rescue, and he does hit the Mercenary. Beautiful body block. The Cipher Machine about 20% of the way done. He needs to get this Psychologist down here before the Cipher Machine is primed. There's a statue. There's one hit. He needs one more to go, and this is going to be very close here.
Needs to be able to support her just in time for that cipher to be popped. And look, there is the Mercenary trying to body block as best as he can for the Psychologist. And there is only, was not able to body block, but look at this last cipher right here. Only 50, less than 10% remaining. And although the Psychologist will be flying back to the manor, they still, the survivors of Sus can still secure a tie. It looks like they have already popped that last cipher and will now be going for the gate. iAlien doesn't seem to care about the Mercenary at this point and will instead try to go for other survivors.
Now, you don't really want to chase the Mercenary. Does he see the Priestess? I don't know. If he's able to catch sight of the Priestess. Oh, I think he's caught sight of the Priestess. Oh, that's really good for Alien. This is the one character you really want to chase here. He's going to go ahead and portal through here. Going to go back again. Alien's going to have to break it at some point. And it looks like he's just going to keep going here. Does Priestess have one more portal to work with? Another short one, unfortunately. If you're Alien, you got to break these portals. You can't let this Priestess keep going through here. He is able to go for another statue. Does get that chip there, but they're going to be able to push for the dungeon potentially. And there's the dungeon in the vicinity. Can they potentially make it here? And I think they're going to be able to make it to the dungeon. It's going to be a foot race. He has one statue to potentially push them back here. Unable to push them back, and they are able to make it to the dungeon and get that escape. Another 3 survivor escape from Suspect. And again, this has been an incredibly survivor-sided matchup, back and forth, like we talked about. Yeah, now the pressure's back on Legacy. They're going to need to get another big survivor escape here. Now, keep in mind, this is Suspect's map of choice. So this is the map that they were, obviously well-versed on, well-practiced on. So they took advantage of that from the survivor side. Now we're going to see how well Mushin's able to capitalize that when playing Hunter.
Fantastic job from the survivors. I was really quite surprised to see them play this well against a sculptor. But I guess that is where the adjustment of the sculptor comes into play. You can really feel how much she has been adjusted. She is still a very strong hunter in my opinion, but it's just that these survivors have already thought of ways to counter not just the statues, but the whole situation in itself. So I think the game changer right there was when at the end the sculptor had to change targets. So that will definitely leave the mercenary free to open the gate. But that kite at the ship portals, that was it. That was it. That was what led her to that dungeon. And like you said, I Alien did.
Yeah, so yeah, essentially what Eileen could have done a little bit differently as well is you're put in a position where you don't really want to let the priestess escape the shack area. So if you're alien there, you want to try to trap them behind shack. So you do give the priestess a couple opportunities to go through those portals. So yeah, if you're alien there, I think you have to try to stay in shack and keep them from going to that window. Of course, it's very difficult because priestess is one of those characters that can easily go through portals, but it really goes to show as well, Sculptor's endgame is not as strong. I mean, it just goes to show Sculptor, the weakness that she has now. It's just so much harder for hunters to actually win with her. You saw she got a quick down on the psychologist, was able to chair them, and the cipher machine was almost completed at that point. And they were able to chair them in time before the cipher was primed. But even in the end game with no blink, there's not much you can really do, because even if you hit those statues, the priest can take up to 4 statues before they go down, and that's exactly what happened. They absorbed those statues, but were able to make it to dungeon before their health was depleted to 0.
Particularly amazing is how one survivor has already been eliminated. Now, usually, in most cases, especially in tournament settings, you can't win from that anymore. The best you can manage is a tie, but somehow they were able to work it around. I think that priestess kite at the end, that was the cherry on top. I think that was really quite impressive. And now here are the match stats. We have 105 containment from Tonima. He did play as that was a great
Psychologist. Yeah, Tonima playing as a psychologist, able to get 105 seconds. He really goes to show again, rebound kiting is very important. The first kite was strong, but the last kite was strong as well. The mercenary able to body block almost long enough for the cipher to be primed, not quite enough, unfortunately, but it still didn't matter. They were able to get to that dungeon in the end game. So yeah, psychologists doing their job there. Good rotation as well. Again, you see the downside of finding the mercenary first. You don't find characters you want. Think about it in a situation, if that mercenary is a psychologist, or if that mercenary is a priestess and you find them outside of church that early on in a bad kiting area, you're able to get a very fast down as alien. You're able to get that down within 60 seconds every time. But in a situation where you get rotated because you find the mercenary first and get stuck in that sort of weak position, that's going to put a lot more pressure on the hunter and make it so it's stronger for the survivors. The spawns are so important. A lot of these matches are so spawn dependent, and in this case, working in Sus's favor, able to have that mercenary be the spawn near closest to the sculptor.
How they were able to effectively position themselves, like we said, the priestess was at the middle. It was amazing how they were able to quickly do that, or it could have been the spawns as well. But I just really think that the priestess being there was just perfect, because yes, the sculptor did have to transition towards a different survivor, which is actually more time bought. All in all, I think that the survivors really did do an amazing job trying to make up for that down of the psychologist, and them coordinating and getting out the gate was just amazing, because like I said, I was not expecting them to get a three-man escape anymore. That was supposed to have been a tie had not the priestess kited so efficiently in the shack. But seeing that the sculptor has been adjusted like this, I think it should provide, our viewers and the community a bit of encouragement, to not be so afraid of sculptors anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we see Sculptor being not quite as strong as what she used to be. So, yeah. So now, looking into this last half of this next round, if you're Legacy, what strategy do you go for? If you're Mushin, what strategy do you go for? Right. So we're probably going to see Geisha ban. Now, are we going to see the Sculptor? Or are we going to see Bloody Queen for Mushin, or maybe something completely different? I expect we're going to see Sculptor. That's their number 2 sort of hunter. But let's see what Legacy survivors are able to do here. Again, they're going to need potentially go for a win here, or at least a draw to keep things close. So it's going to be a lot of pressure on them to try to come back on this yet again. Back on the back foot, but they played well in the last round. Let's see what they can do here. I think we're going to see from Mushin, I think we're going to see a mechanic ban if they are going with that Sculptor. Possibly not, though, if they go with something else. It looks like we're going to see forward, maybe Seer is the other one. Yeah, forward and Seer, it looks like. Let's see what the Legacy survivors opt to ban. I think they're just going to ban the Geisha straight up here and potentially prepare for that either Sculptor or maybe Bloody Queen from Mushin here.
I'm actually gravitating towards a Blood Queen. I'd really like to see how Mushin intends to use her. And yes, Geisha has been banned, understandably so. And Mushin can be really dangerous with that Sculptor after all. But I'm excited to see who the survivor line is going to be and who they are designing it for. Who are they predicting? Because here is that mercenary and psychologist already being locked in. Who could they be expecting with this?
Yeah, mercenary and psychologist, they indicate towards 2 hunters. This works against Bloody Queen. This also works against Sculptor. Psychologist, again, you saw in the last one, if you force 3 basic hits and you're able to avoid all statues, you put yourself in a nice position. Still no entomologist from LCY, it looks like, which is a bit surprising. But it looks like we are going to have mechanic as the other ban here. So that probably means we're going to see Sculptor most likely. Usually Bloody Queens don't ban mechanic because you can simply just kill the mechanic doll, then mirror after the mechanic once that location is revealed. But it's still a possibility. Oh, it looks like we are going to see the entomologist. Okay, so we're going to have priestess, entomologist, psychologist, and mercenary. This comp is very strong against the Sculptor and can also potentially work against Bloody Queen, but is a little bit riskier as priestess and entomologist are a little bit more chaseable for Bloody Queen in comparison to something like Sculptor.
We're seeing a very support and rescue centered lineup, and against a Sculptor yet again. We're seeing a bit of a mirror match, save for that entomologist pick, but we're about to see how this is going to play out in the second half of round 2.
Yeah, so it looks like, yeah, we're gonna see how it goes. Again, it comes down to spawns. You have 3 characters that are, technically chaseable for a Sculptor player. Some of them are less ideal than others. Obviously, obviously Psychologist is fine. Priestess, if found in church, is usually not ideal. Entomologist is usually not ideal, depending on where they're found as well. And then Mercenary, of course, you never want to chase Mercenary. So, if you're able to catch one of these survivors in a bit of a rough area, then this could be very beneficial for Mushin, but it also depends on spawns. Yet again, small map like Red Church, spawns are so spawn dependent. It really depends what character you're able to find first, and that's going to be very important to how this match shapes out.
In the previous match, the Sculptor made for Top Broken, so which means that she probably spawned at the church area, if not rather the reception area. So, putting yourself in the mind of the hunter, which is the more frequent scenario? You going towards Top Broken or you going towards the graveyard?
Most hunters almost never go to graveyard because graveyard's such a strong kiting area. And also only one survivor usually spawns around graveyard. So if you actually go to graveyard and you find the mercenary, you pretty much will just lose the game because 1, you can't chase a mercenary, and 2, you're gonna get in a position where you get rotated very easily. So that can be very hard for survivors. So I think that, yeah, in reality, I think that the best situation is that the sculptor goes towards top broken, then bottom broken. Again, you don't want to go to graveyard. You don't want to find a survivor that's going to kite you for a long period of time because of how strong graveyard is. It's easier to chase survivors in the breakable areas.
And we are about to see just that, wondering where the sculptor might spawn this time. It looks like the sculptor is at the back gate already sniffing out the location of the psychologist here, and now the chase is about to begin. But look at this, she is already transitioning towards the graveyard.
Yeah, early find on the psychologist, does get a statue and does get the hit as well. So a good start for Mushin. Again, you want to try to force those basic hits without getting statued, but Mushin with a good start there, getting a chip hit plus a statue. Let's see if we're going to have any entomologist support. This is something I'm very excited for. We do see the bees coming in here to potentially distract the sculptor. And yeah, there are the bees. That's going to... Oh, he goes right past the bees, though. And now this is going to push them into the psychologist, and they're going to be able to get the down. A big misstep from the entomologist. They're pushing them towards the hunter, and now this puts LegacY on the back foot again.
The basement is at the shack, which means that there will be no rescuing. There's no need to rescue her from such a difficult place. But again, 5 ciphers remaining. The pressure is on the survivors at this time, and it looks like the entomologist is now going to be monitored with that chisel.
And it looks like, will we see a rescue here at all? It looks like possibly Mercenary coming in after half. We do have the long portal set up as well, so potentially the survivor could get rescued and make it to the long portal. That might put them in a pretty good spot here, but it looks like the entomologist bees are waiting nearby as well. You have to be careful that you don't give a free hit to the bees here. You want to keep them alive as long as possible, and it looks like we are going to see someone come for the rescue, and it looks like it's going to be the priestess in combination with this ento bees.
What? Get coordination from the team. Not only were the bees able to push away the sculptor, the priestess was also able to use that portal to do a successful rescue. Oh, a nice instance wherein the psychologist is able to successfully capitalize on that stress response.
Yeah, and it looks like we're trying to see, wow, beautiful dodge from Green there, able to stay alive a little bit longer. A lot of statues to dodge, still able to stay alive. We may see the sculptor, yeah, they're gonna go ahead and expend their blink there, so at least, LegacY's able to make the sculptor waste their trait. That's the important thing here. We're gonna see psychologists get chair. They are dead on chair. So the Cypher progress is winding down. They're about to pop another one, and they have 2 more with progress. But keep in mind, the Priestess is unfortunately for LegacY injured. So if you're able to find Priestess here as Mushin, you could be in a very strong position.
Things are still looking pretty good. They can still turn this around and probably secure a tie or another dungeon escape. But looks like Mushin will want to stay on top of this because he has already sniffed out the 4th cipher, which may potentially mean that they might need to get started on another one. Gets rid of that portal there, and here's another long portal here at the broken... Oh, misses that by a little bit. Now they're at the back side of the map. Mushin needs to transition towards that area, uses that chisel just to be able to determine their location. But it looks like they have been decoding for quite a long time already.
And it looks like he is going towards the Mercenary. This is not an ideal target. Mercenary is 3 elbow pads, so they're going to be able to last for a long period of time here. In theory, we're going to see them elbow pad to transition away here. Mushin going for those statues, is able to get 1 hit on the Mercenary. Going to have to use yet another elbow pad, but making even more distance, getting farther and farther away from that last cipher. Mushin's trade almost back online in a few seconds here. Will he have trade swap is the question. No, wow, beautiful dodge from the Mercenary. Again, you see the sculptor, that nerf really coming into play here. Makes it so easy for survivors to dodge these statues. Is able to get 1 hit there. Has already switched to teleport, so no blink available. And he looks like he's going to be able to get that statue. Last elbow pad being expended from the Mercenary, but the ciphers are almost done here. It looks like Mercenary kiting near the dungeon as well. They could potentially... It looks like the cipher is primed. So Mercenary could potentially go for a dungeon escape. There's the down, and there's the pop. Mercenary, no elbow pads available, though. That's the only downside here. and Mercenary needs to potentially, get away from this exit gate. And it looks like, yeah, he's going to continue after the Mercenary. Dungeon is in the vicinity, but no elbow pads for the Mercenary. He needs to try to stay alive as long as possible. Entomologist opening that back gate. Priestess shortly behind. Wow, another portal there is going to keep them alive a little bit longer. The Hunter needs to break this. He goes through it, which will give the Mercenary potentially a chance to go for Dungeon, but it's going to be really close here.
Oh, was not near enough, and the Sculptor did catch up with the Mercenary, which is why he won't be getting out the dungeon, not today. And we have a draw for this match. An outstanding job, not just from the Hunter, but from the survivors as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You see the Mercenary using that third elbow pad there. Potentially, they could have saved it and maybe gone for saving that elbow pad for the end game. But that means they would have gone down sooner, which makes it so you have to actually perform a rescue, and that puts more pressure on the survivor. So LegacY just taking the safe route there. Something the Mercenary could have done is if they, when they saw the Sculptor go through that portal, if they were able to create more distance, if they were able to realize Sculptor was going through the portal, they could have potentially pushed the dungeon sooner. Unfortunately, they pushed a little bit late, and that made it so the Sculptor was able to, hit them before they could actually reach that dungeon. It was very close, but a little bit short there for LegacY. Mushin able to secure the draw, which is a job well done. And now, now Suspect actually taking round number 2 here over LegacY, 5-3. So it's back on LegacY. LegacY on the back foot yet again. They've kind of been behind this entire round here. Suspect really keeping up the pressure. LegacY matching it for the most part throughout this, playing very well on the survivor side, but it's gonna be very interesting now. We're going into a third round situation, and LegacY needs to at least gain 2 points from this round to tie things up.
The pressure on them must be so immense. It looks like they really are up against a challenge just to be able to advance. And I'm really pleased with Sus, especially because you said that these players were formerly PC players, and for them to pull off this much amount of control for mobile is actually impressive in itself.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, it's back on iAlien here to see what he can do. No more substitutes available for LegacY. So let's see, what Hunter he opts to go for. We're most likely going to see Dream Witch and Sculptor banned. So then if you're Alien, what do you go for? You have Bloody Queen, you have Geisha. Do you go for a winning strategy? Do you go for a tying strategy and rely on your survivors to go for a win? There's a lot in question here. So you really saw actually LegacY doing pretty good in a situation where the entomologist actually, failed to use the bees to push the Hunter back when they reached that church entrance. And the psychologist going down pretty quickly. LegacY almost able to win is a very good comeback. But again, Mushin securing that draw, which is exactly what they need. So now, so now if you're Alien, what do you go with? I think that it's going to be very important for LegacY to get map pick, because a lot of Aliens hunters are map dependent. Whether that's Geisha is very good on Moonlit. Whether that's Soul Weaver, Soul Weaver is very good on Chinatown. Or whether that's Bloody Queen. Bloody Queen's good on most maps, but has some weaknesses. So that's very important. If you're Sus, if you get map selection as Sus here, you need to pick a map that you're just overall comfortable on, that you think you can draw a round on. And, if you're Sus, depending on what Mushin opts to play, again, we've seen Sculptor and Geisha. I don't know what they'll play after that. Possibly Bloody Queen, maybe even Naiad. I've seen a lot of these Geisha players transition to Naiad as their extra option. So, those are all possibilities. But, again, we'll have to see. I'm not entirely sure what Mushin will bring out in the last round, but possibly Bloody Queen. Also, so it looks like depending on who has the ban option as well, because keep in mind in the third round you can ban a map. So if LegacY opts to go for like if LegacY has the option to ban maps here, what map are they going to ban? So I think the most logical one, most likely assuming that Mushin might be going Bloody Queen, is probably something like, it's really hard to say. They may probably ban something like Sacred Heart Hospital, because that's more difficult for Alien, but as a hunter. But and then if you're Sus, what map do you ban? Probably Moonlit River Park. You don't want to give that as an option to iAlien's Geisha. So Yeah, we'll have to see exactly who gets to choose what map and where.
Indeed, we're just gonna have to see. Also, uh, because this is round three, that'll give the survivors two chances to ban the hunters that they really don't want to be dealing with. But if ever we do get hospital, uh, for me, this is one of the more balanced maps in the game. So I'd be expecting them to ban probably a blood queen, and this is based on my personal experience. In rank, we do ban blood queen just because she can be so powerful in hospital. The hospital is hardly a counter for her, and she can easily switch positions even if the survivors are not in her line of sight. So that'll be something to look forward to. But uh could we be expecting a moonlit river park this time for round three as well?
I think that would be the most logical choice for Legacy. But then again, if you have a ban option, if you're sus, I think you have to ban Moonlit just because, you don't want to give Moonlit River Park to Ialien's Geisha. So, I mean, they could also go for like a Dream Witch ban and a Geisha ban, maybe force Alien to play something like Sculptor on that map, which is not a great Sculptor map, but I don't know. We'll have to see, and then he also has Bloody Queen as an option as well. So it really depends. I think Moonlit probably benefits, Moonlit or Lakeside Village probably benefits Legacy the most here. But I think it also will probably be, at least one of those maps should be banned by Suspect. And then the map that benefits Suspect the most, it's hard to say depending on what Mushin plans to play, but I think Legacy probably wants to ban Sacred Heart Hospital just because of how strong a map it is for something like a Bloody Queen. If Alien wants to go something else, then you could potentially get kited on a map like Sacred.
Definitely. I think rather than Moonlit, I think we're expecting more to see Sacred for round three. So I'm really excited for that, especially because um, these are one of the maps that you're not sure if it's actually tight or if it's a big map. Many would consider it to be a big map, but because it's a bit round in terms of the structure, it's a bit easy to go to and from when passing through the hospital. So uh so much for that. Let's talk about hunters this time. Um, we do know that Bloody Queen could get banned if it is the Sacred Heart Hospital that gets picked. Who else could we expect to see apart from Bloody Queen?
I think besides EQ, it depends. I really don't think Sacred will be an option just because I don't think Legacy will pick Sacred, and I think Legacy will probably ban it most likely. So I don't think that'll ever really come out. If it does come out, then Bloody Queen's pretty good at the map. Geisha's not too bad for Alien's purpose. So I think that it's a possibility. It just seems unlikely. I think Lakeside Village benefits probably both teams more than anything. So again, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what's going to happen overall. But I think that again, Legacy's most ideal maps here are Lakeside and Moonlit, whereas Suspect is more directed towards something else. Yeah, it's still really tough to figure out what you have to think in terms of a team's perspective. Does the Legacy team want to go for survivors doing well, or do they want to go for the hunter doing well? If you want to go for the hunter doing well, you're gonna have to play Geisha with abnormal or Bloody Queen with abnormal. You're gonna have to go for a winning strategy more than a tying strategy. And if you want the survivors to do well, then you can as Alien put yourself in a draw situation, play more of a draw hunter, depending on what map it is and what the team comp is.
I'm actually excited to see that Geisha with abnormal. I've been looking forward to it all day. So if we do see this, that would be really fun to watch. Now, you did say back in IVT that one of the best strategies to at least try to turn things around is to use um, survivors that have good potential in end game kites. Would you say that it's still the same given the new adjustment of the hunters?
Yeah, I mean, it's still the same situation. If you're trying to push for wins, you're going to play characters that are better at getting securing dungeon in comparison to other characters, right? So characters that are good at getting dungeon are characters that have recharging abilities, whether that's priestess, whether that's we saw mercenary being good as well. If you have those elbow pads conserved, entomologist has those bees stacked up. Characters like that are always very strong. So I think probably we're going to see some of those come into play here, especially if Legacy is going for a win from the survivor side.
And while we're waiting for the picks and bans, uh, I would just like to I would just like to say that I'm really excited for Sus, because if they do face against B4U, we almost don't know what to expect because they've done so well in the previous matches. Who knows how they can fare against B4U, and who knows, they might even actually be that challenge that will really get in the way of B4U. Who knows? They might even advance from the round with B4U and potentially represent NAEU in this year's Call of the Abyss.
Yeah, it looks like looking at the map selection here, we actually have Arms Factory banned from Legacy, which also makes pretty good sense if Alien wants to go for something like Geisha or Sculptor. Neither of those characters are particularly good on Arms Factory. Sus actually picking Moonlit. I don't know about this. This is actually kind of playing in to Legacy's favor. I think if you're picking Moonlit here as Sus, you have to ban Alien's Geisha. You cannot go any other way. If you give him Moonlit Geisha, you are putting yourself in a terrible position. So I think the Moonlit pick here from Sus is simply saying we will ban Geisha as one of these characters, most likely Dream Witch as the other.
I'm really excited as to how this geisha that you speak of could really excel in Moonlit. You did say that this is one of the maps that could really let her shine when it comes to securing those wins. But we shall see also how the survivors will want to counter this. You know that there is a possibility that a geisha will come out. Uh, a breaking wheel and a sculptor could also come out, and I am really afraid of breaking wheel in Moonlit, but we'll see who they would prioritize in terms of banning.
Yeah, absolutely. So going to look into this lineup here, we are going to have, I think, I'm not actually, don't recall who is hunting first and who's surviving first, but it looks like it is going to be, we are going to have, okay, so Alien is hunting first on Moon River Park, which, is a map that's beneficial for him, as we talked about, but it also depends on, if he opts to go for that Geisha, if he opts to go for something else. We'll have to see what he opts to ban. I think Seer will definitely be the first ban right out the gate here, and possibly going to go for Forward and Mechanic as well. Now I'm joined by Podge Spice. How's it going, Podge?
Hey, man. Okay, so apologies. I had to come in because these matches are so intense. How crazy is it? From the first match, it was very Hunter-sided here, very Survivor-sided. Really speaks to what the meta is now. Now we're seeing Legacy, as you mentioned, Alien in this Moonlit River Park. That Geisha might come out, so they got to respect that.
Absolutely. With these bans too, definitely indicating towards Geisha. Forward support is always very good. Seer Owl, very strong against Geisha, and Mercenary, a good rescuer against that character. Let's see what they opt to ban. I think they have to ban the Geisha still. You can't really give that as an option, especially with these bans. It indicates he's going to go for Geisha or Dream Witch. So I think both of those will get banned. I still don't know what Alien opts to play here. Maybe going for a Bloody Queen is always a possibility, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, we saw a glimpse of what the Geisha can be capable of in the first game when Walmart used them. Now we're seeing a Dream Witch and Bloody Queen. So it seems like Sus is making a statement saying that we're ready for this Geisha if ever it does come out. So now let's head on over to the picks of Team Sus. An international lineup ban of the Mercenary, the Forward, and that Seer. You definitely have to grab that Priestess when you have the chance. And like you mentioned, when the Forward is banned, the Batter comes in.
Absolutely. We're going to see Batter and Priestess here for the Sus Survivor side. Batter, a pretty good character against that Geisha. You're able to potentially cancel those dashes with that
Right.
ball and can also be a good supporter overall. So we'll have to see how that comes into play here. I really don't think Alien goes anything other than Geisha. He does have Sculptor as an option, but I think this map is just too good for Geisha to pass up this opportunity.
Ooh, I'm banning out the Psychologist. So taking the, I would say the tanky, the chunky survivors that can tank a lot of those hits, does leave a room open for that Patient to come out if ever. But looking at the lineup so far, they don't really have a decoder. The mechanic is up for grabs, but being this map is so big, they have that Priestess in the mix. Gravekeeper substituting for the tankiness of the survivors is definitely an excellent choice if they choose that Gravekeeper. And now going with a Perfumer, so this could they could be raring for that that Geisha.
Yeah, Perfumer, a good counter to Geisha. You know, one of those characters that counters those one-hit hunters that doesn't have chip abilities. In this case, that is the Geisha. However, we do see Alien typically, and there's the Geisha like we talked about. We may see Alien bring Blink just so it's easier to deal with this Perfumer. Perfumer can struggle against that particular trait. But again, in a situation where Alien may want to go for a heavier kill amount since the team is down by 2 points, you may want to go for something like Abnormal as well.
Right. We talked about that. Alien ranking with the Abnormal Geisha in the past season, and he could opt for that. Again, it's really up to him in terms of preference. The previous match didn't really go in his favor when he used that Sculptor. So now he really wants to get more points on the board because right now you are seeing a 9-7 lead on Sus's side. We will determine the points later on, ladies and gentlemen. I have apologies for the math. We have to compute, but it is Sus in the lead in terms of points. So it's all or nothing when it comes to this type of situation. So let's see how this one will play out.
Absolutely, and again, it's going to come down to spawns yet again. Moonlit River Park is a large map. We see Sus playing a lot of these heavy rescuer characters that are more bulky, harder to chase, and that really, again, those are a little bit risky because if you find the one character that's the weakest kiter, in this case, most likely will be the Priestess. It can be hard. Priestess can struggle at kiting against Geisha, especially on this sort of map. So maybe if Alien finds Priestess first, it'll be a tough situation for the survivors. But if he's able to find, if he finds something else such as Batter or Gravekeeper, that might be more beneficial for Suspect.
Yeah, that's true. Especially if you find Priestess out in the open and she's still waiting for portal cooldowns to happen. Yeah, that's an easy down for Alien. Now let's talk about the traits because we also have to take into account that he could go for teleport as well since this is a huge map. Unless, we have been seeing him have that excellent mobility. So likely Blink or Abnormal in your take, Eli?
Yeah, most likely. Alien is typically one of those geishas. We saw Mushin play that geisha with teleport in the first round, no trump card, but Alien is typically one of those geishas that opts for the trump card. Now, whether that he goes for, Blink or Abnormal, maybe even Excitement to counter Batter, those are all potential possibilities. He's always been known to be a trump card geisha, though, so I expect him to have some sort of trait that he plans to potentially switch to teleport later in the match.
And not to mention also it can counter Priestess's long portals, especially like at the bridge. If he's able to go through it, he could use that excitement just to counter that. Looking at it so far, Momo, a lot of love in the chat for Momo because he has been one of the highlighted survivors of Team Sus with not just his Batter, but his Priestess in the previous round.
Absolutely. We have to see who's on which character.
Right.
It does say Tonyma's on Batter, but I'm not entirely sure if that's going to be the case here. We'll have to see. Just waiting for this match to start here. There's a few situations where Moonlit River Park is one of those maps where there can be spawns that are very favorable for the hunter and very unfavorable and that allow rotation. Because it's a big map, it's a lot easier for survivors to rotate, but there are some spawns where the hunter spawns near multiple survivors, and it looks like from Alien immediately found the Priestess right out the gate, just like we talked about.
Yeah, this is actually the best possible scenario for Alien. Already going for the Priestess's portal and comboing it to a pallet drop. So let's see how long this Priestess will last against Alien's very, I would say, respectable Geisha. And note that, using the butterflies already gets the early hit. And did he bring Blink? No, teleport.
Yeah, teleport. He's actually going the teleport strategy. So this is not something that you typically see from Alien. He's going a little bit more aggressive with the teleport here right out the gate. Already a quick hit on this character. A few Cypher Machines at 50%, so not too bad of a start for the survivors. And now Priest is able to make it to Godkite. This is a really good area. Alien needs to try to get her down before she gets that other portal back. Can he get this hit out of this pallet? This is going to be a mind game here. What is he able to do? Walk straight through the pallet and misses the hit.
Yeah, excellent turn in the corner there. Drops another butterfly just to cut corners here, but this Priestess buying a lot of time, eats the hit. No, not quite able to utilize the portal, and now buying so much time for his team. And going to the 2 pallets here, Alien, yeah, the mind games, like you said, Eli, very important for the survivors to mind game this geisha.
And we see that butterfly hovering goes right through the tree there. Can he get the hit before he reaches the pallet? And does get the down. One Cypher Machine has been completed, though. The Cypher Rush off to a pretty good start for the survivors. This looks like most likely a draw situation. Unless they can pop some of these quickly. You have to keep in mind Geisha's map pressure with teleport gives you a lot of mobility. We're going to see the batter come for the first save. Ooh, immediately leaving. This is going to give a free save maybe to the batter if he goes behind 2-story, which he is going. He's going very aggressive, maybe trying to get hit on this Perfumer and then possibly teleporting back to the chair.
Watch out, Perfumer still has 3 perfumes. Goes for the instant perfume. Nice. Excellent timing. Now we see that the Priestess is already saved. Teleports right back. And we see that Momo here to support the Priestess. Batter swing. Will he be able to go for it, though? Just trying to escort this Priestess to safety is Momo, while Alien trying to get the best target possible. Gets the stun. No abnormal for him, sir. And now this Priestess is still buying enough time for his teammates to finish that Cypher. 2 Cyphers remaining, Eli.
Here we go. We see another portal from the Priestess staying alive, throwing down this pallet, but again, throwing down. Oh, another stun there. Oh, but he dashes right through. He might still be able to get this hit. Batters can actually absorb the hit instead, and the Cyphers are down to 2. As you mentioned, Potch, 1 already almost complete here. Let's see if Momo's continuing to harass, going to use that skill check to prevent the dash, and he does get the pallet stun as well. You see that. Incredibly fast recovery, though, with the Desperate 5. We may see Alien just teleport away here and try to pressure down a different Cypher Machine.
True. Momo, though, wow, able to go for the vault. Unable to, utilize the butterfly, and Momo just buying so much time. That Priestess is heading over to first stop already. Might want to use that roller coaster. And now Alien just trying to salvage the situation here. Now he's focusing on Momo. Job well done on the side of the survivors. I would say that was a great rescue. Perfumer's about to pop that Cypher, while the next Cypher is almost at 40%, and now Momo goes down.
Gonna see him get shared for the first time here. 1 Cypher remaining, as you said. We probably will see the Priestess try to use that long portal to escape here, which is the case. Aliens teleport back in about 10 seconds. Let's see if he's able to pressure down this last Cypher. Yeah, you could potentially go for a aggressive play and teleport on the last Cypher, or you can try to pressure down the rescue here. So what's going to have to happen is, will the survivors come from all the way across the map, or will they take the long portal, which in this case they will. It looks like it's going to be Perfumer coming in for the save. Not baited by that. Not baited by that either. Wow. And is able to get that rescue.
Gets the down, and now the pop. We're at end game here. Alien, getting punished for hunkering down, and now excellent survivors teamwork here on the side of Team Sus, and Momo trying to run the routes outside of 2-story here. Gonna get ready for that batter swing. Teleport is ready, so Alien at any time could try and go for it, but no, he gets hit by the bat, and now we see Alien forcing the butterfly to come out, gets the detention hit, and now we see that both survivors are split pushing the gates.
He is going to teleport here, and it's not open just yet. He can knock this Gravekeeper out of Shovel, potentially get him down, share him, then go back to Batter. We'll see how quickly Batter can heal. Does he have Sticker available? He's going to be instant down on the Grave. This gives him a little bit of a chance to come back. He has to share this Gravekeeper right away and head back to that Batter before they're able to potentially get up here. 70% heal already. And this is a Geisha, no teleport, but you do have those dashes. You can jump up, you can zoom across the map, but you do have to get rid of this portal.
Yeah, true. Yeah, doing some cleanup there, because that Gravekeeper was heading towards that long portal. Now Momo trying to meet up with Nell. We do see that Tony is already at the exit gate, and like you said, he's going to utilize these dashes to try and mitigate the distance that they have. But we also know that the dungeon is there, but the Gravekeeper just sat down on that rocket chair. An Alien doubling back here and giving the survivor some room to escape. So Alien realizing that he wants to safeguard his survivor, going back just to make sure, but that grants them safe passage to the exit gate. It's going to be a 3-person escape for the side of Team Sus.
Absolutely. Alien playing as conservative as possible there. not allowing a forced survivor escape. You know, of course, if you go for that exit and try to pressure down those survivors getting out the first stop, you could maybe get a tie, but then that also runs the risk of one of those survivors rescuing the Gravekeeper and getting out, and then maybe they even get a four escape. And at that point, you know, Legacy would have already lost. So at least getting one kill here makes it so Legacy survivors will need a four survivor escape. Definitely a big uphill climb here for them here, but it's definitely a possibility. Alien at least got one kill, which is kind of the bare minimum to keep the Legacy in this match.
Oh yeah. So Legacy again has, as you had mentioned, their backs against the wall, against the ropes here because you said it. They need four-man escape for them to keep this train going, for them to keep their qualifier lives alive in this matchup. But let's try to highlight some of the moments here because that was excellent coordination on the side of the survivors. Even though Alien did get the best possible survivor to go for, but the priestess was able to utilize Godkai really well.
Yeah, you see, I only got a little over aggressive there, going for that perfumer. If you're able to camp out that chair, get a hit on the batter, and potentially down that priestess before Tide Turner runs out, he's still in a draw position. The survivors don't have enough cipher progress there. But as soon as you go for the perfumer, you're able to waste one perfume from them, but you don't get the injury on the batter, and then the batter is free to keep harassing, keep rescuing, and they're able to get that body block off as well. So once you get into that situation, it really puts you too far behind to come back. And again, Alien trying to be aggressive, possibly trying to push for a win there, but instead it backfired, and it is a three survivor escape here for Suspect.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of those scrambly situations where you need to be able to gain that respect from the other survivors that weren't shared, the ones that went for the rescue. We saw in the previous match, and we saw it here, how the match would be totally different if they were able to land that one hit. Again, this is a game of inches, ladies and gentlemen, especially in competitive Identity 5. So a moment like that could definitely turn the tides into someone's favor. No pun intended with how I phrased that, but it can go any which way.
Absolutely. So now if you're Legacy here, what do you opt to go for, right? So we're 100% going to see Mushin's Geisha get banned. There's no
Yes.
way Legacy gives them Geisha on this sort of map. So now, what is your next option? So Legacy obviously needs a four survivor escape. So do you go ahead and ban that Sculptor, or do you go for more of a riskier route, ban the Bloody Queen? I think that has to be your option. You have to assume Mushin has that as
Oh yeah.
available for him here. If you don't ban Bloody Queen, it's so hard to four escape that Hunter. So yeah, looking at the match data here, we do have the overall Nelk able to kite 123 seconds here.
Wow.
Even well, in a bad situation, he got the first hit on him very early on, but able to stay alive. That one little play when Alien walked through that pallet at the God kiting area and missed that hit. That was the one extra few seconds that the survivors needed to push those cipher machines.
Yeah, and I mean the stats speak for itself. Two pallet strikes, just really giving the, that fear of geishas walking through pallets, because that's one of the really scary things that geisha players have to worry about, especially if the survivor's so good at mind gaming. And it just shows that Momo and Nelt really did their homework with how to counter Alien's geisha and how they were able to strategize against it, even with the rescues. So. Again, Alien getting the minimum, I would say, is still sort of, I would say, a long-drawn battle. Again, it's a war of attrition here. Now, the pressure is on Legacy Survivor side. Still nothing to take away from Alien, bring out the Geisha. It's a treat to watch him utilize this Geisha, especially with that teleport, going with a more aggressive route. You have to go big or go home when it comes to these type of clutch situations. And Alien just getting the one survivor is still pretty good on the side of Legacy.
Absolutely. So now, for Legacy survivors here, I think we're going to see those end game kiting characters we talked about a little bit earlier. Whether that's entomologist, whether that's priestess, those characters that have those abilities that can last throughout the entire game and that have end game kiting potential yet again. So maybe we could even see something like Painter. Painter's not a bad character for going against a Sculptor. And it's also pretty good if you're able to save one of those paintings for the end game kite, you could potentially kite to that dungeon. So that's always a possibility here. We'll have to see what Legacy goes for. I still think they're going to ban Geisha and possibly Bloody Queen. I don't think you can give Bloody Queen here when you need a four survivor escape. You have to take the risk with, run the risk of going against that Sculptor and, see what you can do.
Yeah, especially with how the meta has changed. I know Cahel brought it up before that Bloody Queen is now such a reliable hunter that, and a lot of people are veering away towards that Sculptor, especially in a big map like this. And with Legacy's win condition being four-man escape, They need 5 points for them to be able to move on to Sunday's qualifiers. So yeah, I agree with you 100% when it comes to the bans. What does that leave open for the Hunter of Sus, Musin though? Mushin?
Yeah, so
Hmm.
yeah, it really depends. So I think so. Geisha obviously we know is going to be gone. Their only really other hunter again besides Sculptor, I think, is Bloody Queen. You know,
Hmm.
from a lot of their rank matches that we've seen, they only play Sculptor and Geisha. We haven't really seen anything else, so we actually don't really know what to expect necessarily. But I think there was some Bloody Queen gameplay from them here or there. So I think that's probably going to be their third round hunter. And even with a player who doesn't play Bloody Queen very often, it's still a hunter that's so good at securing draws or at least one kill for that matter.
Hmm.
It's not a hunter you can kite to kite to dungeon easily. Whereas you saw Sculptor is a character you can kite to dungeon because you can eat 4 statue
Yes.
hits as long as you don't take your detention. Whereas with Bloody Queen you just mirror with detention and there's nothing as you can do as a survivor. So I think Legacy is going to take the Sculptor. I think Mushin's probably going to play it. Now, what do they opt to go for? We can also tell based off of these bans as well. I actually
Right.
don't expect to see a Mechanic ban because Mechanic is not a character that's very strong at reaching that dungeon because, you know, their kiting potential isn't very good. It's a good draw character, but not so much a good winning character in terms of, you know, this sort of situation.
Oh yeah, I agree. Especially in a map like this, and with the stakes so high, they really need to go aggressive here. I like that they allowed the Seer to come through just to ban that Priestess, just so that Sus won't have to worry about, or Mushin won't have to worry about the survivors getting backdoor exits when it comes to this map. So we're seeing the ban of the Mercenary, Forward, and Priestess. Now, as we mentioned, we're going to see the bans. We're going to see that Respect ban of that Geisha, and probably that Bloody Queen as well.
Yeah, it looks like Bloody Queen is that one ban. Yeah, there's the Geisha. So,
Mhm.
yeah, not giving any options to Mushin here, and I think we're gonna see Sculptor yet again. Now, if you're Mushin, do you go what sort of Sculptor build do you go for? Do you go for a Blink one, which is better for securing draws, maybe just like an up-down Blink,
Mhm.
or do you go for something that's more a little bit more aggressive? You don't really need to play aggressive, but on a map like Moonlit River Park, you can get rotated. So having that
Yes.
teleport is sometimes useful. So it really depends. Again, spawns are very important. Mushin taking care of those rescuers, getting the rescuers out of the way. We're gonna see Psychologist and Patient right away here. These two characters are Psychologist, maybe not the best end game kiter. Patient is though, if you're able to conserve those hooks. So let's see how this will work out for Legacy.
And just to add to that conversation, what kind of build of Sculptor, I think you brought it up off screen or off stage with Kahel that, you know what, the hunters usually with Sculptor, they bring insolence. So I wonder if he's going to bring that out. And opting to change the Psychologist, going for the Seer to just have that, you know, just that potential to tank that hit. But let's see, because if you have a Sculptor, I mean, this was the previous season. Sculptors are okay with that Seer just so that they can just use that statue hit just to get rid of that owl and just go for a regular hit.
Absolutely. And it looks like Mechanic is going to be banned as the fourth one. You know, you just have an extra option to ban one more character. And, you know, Mechanic probably makes the most sense here. It's
Right.
not a character you really, again, need to worry about too much, even with Sculptor here, because, you know, Mechanic's very easy to down, especially in the end game. But, you know, it's always nice to not have to deal with that Cypher Rush. So the Seer is a little bit risky. Now, Seer is typically a character that can help in the end game. If Seer has an owl, they can, you know, absorb a detention hit, or any other character on the map can absorb a detention hit with that owl. So giving them the Seer is a bit risky here. Let's see what they go for the last ones. We're actually going to see First Officer and Psychologist. First Officer actually makes a little bit of sense as well, just because it's a character that has those pocket watches and can kite towards that dungeon in the end game.
Let's see how Mushin will deal with that, because I know a lot of high tier hunters. They know when that pocket watch is going to be utilized. They know where to throw their hit just so they can down that First Officer. So now, as you mentioned, yes, that Seer, they really need to preserve that owl for as long as possible, just so that they can use it at pivotal moments in the game. So it seems like we have a lock with these characters. The Psychologist is coming out, so we got 2 potential rescuers that can tank some hits, and now we're going with a Naiad. Wow.
Yeah, Naiad's a little bit surprising here. This is a character that has good chase potential, but can also get kited in the end game as well, just because she doesn't really have any abilities like Bloody Queen, where you can simply use a mirror image, or a dash like Geisha. You can absorb 2 water hits in the end game before you go down as well, so that's also a potential possibility. Naiad into this comp is risky. It's hard to, you don't want to chase the First Officer because it's a rescuer. Patient can easily transition out of that water zone. with the with your hook, Seer can farm owls very easily while they're in their swimming form, and Psychologist can take up to 3 hits, which is not ideal for a Naiad. So Mushin going very risky with this pick here, but we'll see if it's going to work out for him or not.
Yeah, and usually we see Naiad in this stage of the competition, right? Round 3, when all the meta hunters are banned. But looking at the lineup, I think you painted a really risky picture, as you said, chasing all these survivors have a potential backfiring potential to Mushin. So let's hope that he's able to find any of these survivors. I think he just wants, again, he knows that he just needs to find one survivor to win the game for them to be able to move on. But as you mentioned, any of these survivors in a good part of that map could definitely waste the hunter's time and take time for the other team to decode.
Absolutely. So waiting again to see where the spawns end up here. You see even iAlien getting a good spawn in the last match, kind of working against him a little bit. We'll see if Mushin's able to do the same here. Again, if you find that first officer first, that's not ideal. If you find Patient, still not ideal. Now you do have the Seer. You can see where the hunter is at the start of the match. Most of these survivors are well versed in their key spawns. They're going to know where the hunter spawns naturally based off of where one of them spawns, but they will know the direction of the hunter, and that's important for that early game rotation. However, Naiad can be a little bit risky. It can be difficult to rotate because of how fast she is in that swimming form, but it really depends on, again, where these survivors end up. Certain parts of the maps, like 2-story, Naiad can struggle with because you're forced to fall back that Trident, then vault the window, and that can waste a lot of time for survivors.
So here's a question on everyone's mind, Eli, and I'll chime in as well. Who do you pick your poison? Who's the first survivor that would be the most ideal? Right, it's the one that's closest to you. But if Mushin could have a choice of who to chase first, who do you think it should be at the start of the game?
Definitely Seer. You don't want to chase Patient or the first officer. If you do end up chasing Psychologist plus the Seer Owls, they can take 4 hits, which is
4 hits.
Not something Naiad can
That's
really
rough.
afford to. As long as they're able to transition out of the water range, force basic hits, force attack recovery, that is an easy 3 Cypher Kai with 4 hits. So it looks like we are going to see him find the Patient first, which is not the best target, but he may not have an option. He may have to commit to this character here.
True, yeah. Wanting to go for that Seer, I do agree 100%, but now we see the Patient utilizing the grappling hooks. Look at that distance he covered already. And this is no presence Naiad, so it's going to be quite tough for the chase to go on. He's going to throw the harpoon just to try to close out the distance, but Zephyr already knows that the routes he's going to take. Watch out, he's able to hook again, and look at that Mushin just trying to close out that distance. Now he only has 1 grappling hook to worry about.
Only 1 more to go, but able to avoid 2 dashes. Oh, changing targets to Psychologist, which is still not a great find just because of the amount of hits she can take, but is able to get 1 right out the gate there. Now, what trait does Mushin have? Do you have Teleport? I think it is Blink. So, yeah, Psychologist caught in a bit of a rough area. You can easily just loop this area and force them to transition away here. That's exactly what we're going to see happen.
Yeah, now Blink is up, so I think Mushin, oh wow, providing the owl just for him to be able to go further. Okay, I thought he was going to bait out a hit for that owl to come out, but now Mushin just waiting for that owl to come out. Now he has no owl to worry about, so Mushin has to hit this, 93%. Has to hit the Psychologist twice for her to fall down. Stress response already done, already utilized. So now Mushin trying to just zone in on this Psychologist.
Now, the only downside for LegacY of them finding this Psychologist, can he get the bolt off? Oh, gets the blink. Beautiful blink from Mushin. Gonna be able to get that down there and chair them on the Patient Cypher. No, looks like no chair. They're gonna have to take them away. So a little bit of a lucky chair spawn there for LegacY. The only downside to this for LegacY is while it may have been a good kite and they're in a pretty good position here, Psychologist is the one character that can struggle kiting the dungeon in the end game because they have no items to work with.
Yes, we have a pretty bare Psychologist now with no skills to work with, especially on the rebound kite. And Patient, not sure if he brought Tide, but he's gonna go for the rescue, and they did bring Tide, so he's gonna provide a little bit of time here. Now we see that Mushin is just trying to circle around this area. Zephyr just trying to drown her in the puddles here, and Zephyr just trying to harass as much as possible and try to distract. But now we see Mushin just going for the last effort already, just focusing. He just wants 1 survivor down, and that's what he's gonna get.
And it looks like we see him dying away as far as possible away from Cyphers, but oh, Basement is here, so this is not good at all for LegacY getting Basement. This is going to be very difficult for them. Still 3 Cyphers left. They still have good progress, but first officer needs to come in for a rescue, and they need to try to somehow body block this out. until the last cipher is primed and get into the dungeon. It looks like we're going to see Seer possibly the one coming in for the rescue, which is very interesting. Not something what I expect. You know, you would expect the first officer, but they do have you know, wanted order on them as well. Oh, it looks like it is the first officer.
Yeah, there we go. But he already ate that puddle hit, and now it's starting to build. About to hit the 70% mark. Psychologist as well. He is drowning them down here in the basement. The first officer pops, and now the psychologist as well. He's gonna get a double down situation here. And now we see that psychologist again trying to get as far away as possible. 2 ciphers still remaining, so it's looking pretty good on the side of Mushin.
Absolutely. And again, all Mushi needs is one elimination here. So as soon as the psychologist hits the chair, it is over. And we're going to see them take to the rocket chair. I don't think there's any chance of them struggling here. And yeah, no, that is going to be it. LegacY going down to Sus here. And we're going to see, you know, 1 cipher left. They're still going to play out this match. Still a position where they can draw. But with all these injuries on the board, it's going to be very difficult for them.
Yeah, now we're just going to play this match out, but Sus doing an amazing job on both Survivor and Hunter side. And I would say Mushin surprising everyone with this Naiad. So no, he's going to make a statement to make sure that he's going to show the capabilities of this Naiad. We're going to play this game out. And now Green is in the area. First officer, the only rescuer on the team left, is the one on the rocket chair. And we do see that the tinnitus has already popped up. And now he probably gets a whiff of where Green is at. Spots him already, and he just needs to camp this one out. 1 cipher still remains, and LegacY still going strong here to try and survive as long as possible.
We're going to see him go after Green here. Does have Blink available. Most likely will just use that Blink to try to get the down on Green. And does beautiful mind game from Mushin pulling back there and getting that hit. He's going to go ahead and just share this character yet again. You know, you don't need to go for anything too much past this. You only need that 1 kill, which you've already secured, but it looks like we'll see probably the survivors try to pressure down 1 more cipher, at least go for a draw here. He's going to go ahead and pressure Boss. He does have a pocket watch available, and let's see if he's able to use that to potentially make this rescue.
Oh, just making him utilize that pocket watch, and it seems like he's going to go back to just camping out the Seer here, waiting for that pocket watch to expire. And we see that Mushin already finds the first officer, trying to chase him away, but now uses the Blink to just close out the distance. But now pocket watch being utilized once again. Mushin has to be very careful with what he hits, because that after image is quite tricky. Already past the half is the Seer, so Bossy just trying to buy enough time for that last cipher to be primed, because the patient is already working on it, and it is already primed, Eli.
You're going to see the cipher pop there. They're able to make that rescue. No items available for any of these characters, though. We're going to see him go for the Seer, which is not too bad. But again, Seer still has a potential owl if he's able to farm it here. And he's actually going to change targets to the first officer. This is actually a smart play. If you continue to chase Seer, you run the risk of them farming that owl and able to use it to potentially reach the dungeon, whereas first officer, you know, has no more items to work with. Bossy, wow, beautiful pallet slip from Bossy. Now the question is, can he make it to the dungeon? Dungeon is, I believe, near the slide. So that's he's gonna have to get across the bridge to get there. It's gonna be a long sort of uphill battle for him to reach that, but it's still a potential possibility here.
Yep, now we see Bossy trying to transition kite. Mushin already marking his territory in that area. And no priestess here. It's hard to mitigate the bridge. Try to go for that pallet, but Mushin gets it down on this first officer. We do see that the 2 survivors already making their escape. It seems like it's going to be a tie, but ladies and gentlemen, it's a good done deal. Sus will be moving on, and Mushin just making sure that, you know, he wants to chase out these survivors. But as you mentioned, he just needed 1 survivor. He went above and beyond. GG's go to Sus. He gets 2 survivors down, going for that tie, and they will be the ones to move on in the qualifiers.
Absolutely. Final score 14-10. Sus with kind of an upset victory here. We did not expect this coming out of nowhere. You know, going against one of the most experienced teams here in NAEU, and Sus coming out and beating a team that honestly I don't think a lot of people expected them to win here, and they're actually coming out proving themselves that they can play at this level of competition. Excellent job from Suspect.
Yeah, I would say they went up against one of the seasoned teams, and I think the storyline coming into the qualifiers is all eyes are on B4U. With full respect, yeah, B4U has been the name to look out for, and LegacY as well. But now, ladies and gentlemen, Sus making a huge statement, knocking out LegacY to advance in this tournament is a huge statement. And as Kahel mentioned, you know, Sus can go all the way. So I think they really ran with the support that they saw in chat. So big shout out to everyone supporting Sus in chat.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, Suspect advancing over Legacy. Looking back at these matches, it was as we predicted to be very Survivor sided. You know, you look at
Hmm.
the Survivor win rates from a lot of these teams, and all pretty much all the Survivor win rates are up in the 70s, and
Yes.
that goes to show that's the sort of win rates you'd see from. Like the IVL survivors playing in
Hmm.
their rank or
Hmm.
something. So this is really, you really saw how survivor sided this was. I don't think Hunters won a single match in this
In
set,
this
if I
one.
don't. Yeah.
Yeah, it was mostly a tie, like what we just witnessed now. But yeah, this match in particular kind of encapsulated the new meta that we're playing in now with survivors. As you mentioned, the evolution of survivors just working together now and making sure that no one kites alone. You always see someone. You see a seer support owl, or you see a priestess portal, a batter stun, and I think that's something to look forward to as the days progress in these qualifiers.
Absolutely. So, that's really again survivor-sided meta coming into play here. We didn't see it too much in the first round, which is quite interesting. But I think it's going to change as we go farther into tournaments and more of these teams advance. You saw incredible survivor gameplay from Suspect, getting some very nice spawns as well. They're able
Hmm.
to have the mercenary be the character that gets spawned near the hunter, which was very beneficial for
Hmm.
them in a lot of instances. And kind of vice versa with B4U in terms of sprints are finding that mechanic. It again really goes to show how strong those spawns are and how much of a difference maker that really is. So on top of that, like you mentioned, though, the support as well was very crucial. Again, no hunters winning any matches in this set at all draws and all wins for survivors. So again, showing the power of this survivor-sided meta.
Yeah, especially I think there's gonna be you're gonna check him out in the highlights. A lot of priestess highlighted moments, a lot of batter highlighted moments, courtesy of Momo from Suspect. Really was a difference maker with how he was able to kite and as well as support his teammates. Usually, you have to be a well-rounded survivor nowadays and not just play one specific role because we saw how Sus was put in a bad position with that priestess being spawned first and the geisha going there to god kiting. They had to roll with the punches, and I think they were able to do that and able to support themselves that much because of how well rounded their game is.
Yeah, absolutely. So now looking forward in this bracket here, we're going to have B4U and Suspect are going to be the two going
Ooh.
at it. Two teams. This is going to be interesting to see how this plays out because, we look at B4U in the last round. B4U has always been a team that is very strong with the hunting. Sprinter has always been a very good hunter and has,
Hmm.
outperformed a lot of people's expectations in terms of, going against these good survivors and stuff. But yeah, now you have a team like Suspect who plays really well with the survivor side. Suspect winning all 3 rounds from the survivors. So this is going to be interesting. We're going to have a hunter team against a survivor team. So we had a kind of a survivor and survivor team here,
Hmm.
in this matchup, and Suspect coming out on top. Now I'm interested to see again how this is going to play out between a team that has a very strong hunter and a team that has a very strong set of survivors.
Hmm.
Um,
And I
it's gonna be a very intense matchup.
And I also want to highlight the other side of the coin. You know, the survivors of B4U are very seasoned. They were able to show that they got the sales. And also, I think maybe Mushin's just, warming up. I think we have yet to see the peak of Mushin. And I'm excited to see that match that will be happening on Sunday. We do have some matches tomorrow. We'll be showing you the bracket. But for now, let's check out the match data as Eli highlighted. Look at the containment time of each survivor here, above 60 seconds. And also, everyone just working their butts off when it comes to decoding. But you have to give it up to Mushin, how he was able to implement his game plan and employ his strategy to not get too distracted with all these survivors trying to support each other. Just focused first on green, and then he focused afterwards. No, had to change targets from that seer to the first officer. So excellent job on both sides. But congratulations go to Team Sus.
Yeah, it's actually interesting, especially how this match sort of played out in that. You found the patient first. As Mushin, you found the patient, not a character you really want to find, but able to spot out the psychologist. If you don't spot out the psychologist there, you have to chase that patient with hooks with Owl for a long period of time, and that's most likely going to be a 3-cipher kite, especially because the patient can actually go back to that 4-stop area and just hook across like we saw before. So that could definitely have came into fruition, but instead finding the psychologist still had to get a bunch of hits on them. We actually see the seer owl, the seer adjustment actually coming into play here in NAEU. Only 8 seconds on that owl. It allowed for the Naiad to wait it out instead of having to wait 15 seconds. They only had to wait 8, I believe is what it is. So now it's a lot shorter and it's a lot harder. And a lot of people, were talking about how the sear nerf is not, it doesn't really make a difference, but you see here it really did have a huge impact
Yeah.
on that kite from the psychologist. Looking at the final points here, we had very close matchups. That Survivor sided for round one, another Survivor sided round two, and a very close matchup here in round three as well. With Suspect coming on top, 14-10 overall.
And I like that you brought that up because that could have been the difference maker, the pivotal moment when that Sears owl that could have kited a little bit longer, but every second counts in this game, and it really paid off for Sus's, Mushin's patience. Now let's see the MVP, none other than Momo with his batter. He did bring out that Priestess, but decoding progress at 120, but containment time as well. So he's not only a rescuer, but he's also a kiter. Pallet strikes, I think he was able to strike at least once in the previous match against the Geisha. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see more highlights courtesy of Sus's Momo.
Yeah, absolutely. You see, we talked about this before the match as well. Momo being a player that has a heavy containment time as a batter who's considered to be kind of a rescue character. Typically not as common, just because rescuers aren't getting chased a lot of the time. But it goes to show how aggressive his batter gameplay is, right? So we were talking about characters who can harass with high containment times are usually the ones that play extremely aggressive and focus more on harassing rather than decoding. In this case, that's exactly what happened. 120 is actually a little bit high considering how aggressive we actually saw him play, especially in that Geisha match, right? But that made all the difference. If you don't have that batter support in that Geisha match, I think that's an easy draw for Alien.
Yeah, and we saw some surprise bat hits also when he was rescuing, I believe, the Priestess that was first shared. So kudos go to Momo, and also he was able to kite the pollen right in Ever Sleeping Town really long, forcing him to get out of that wheel form. So I know the chat was going wild with how Momo was able to contain that hunter. But as we said, here is the summary of today's result. It is B4U and Sus that is moving on. We went all 3 rounds, by the way, Eli. So that's something to highlight because, like you predicted, these teams are going to fight tooth and nail for them to be able to make it to claim the qualifying spot in Call of the Abyss.
Absolutely. Close matchups through all of these. These teams are just, this goes to show, the power of NAEU teams, the top 8 competing here. We're going to have some incredible matchups tomorrow. I think a lot of those will also go 3 rounds, but this is really, it really just goes to show how close, how evenly matched these teams are. And looking at tomorrow's match schedule, we do have LJS versus CH4 leading things off, followed by BZY and PTA, which should also be a very close matchup. Those 2 teams very evenly matched.
Yeah, I remember we were talking about these 2 teams. I'm super excited to be watching and calling the action. Eli gave us some proper context to these teams. So hopefully we do it justice. It's me and Nell tomorrow, so we'll see you guys there. So take note of the schedule, guys. Make sure to set your alarms to support your favorite teams. Again, that's LJS versus CH4 at 6 p.m. and BZY versus PTA at 8 p.m. EST.
Yeah, absolutely. So these 4 teams will be the ones that are going to see who goes on to eventually go to the finals. Again, B4U and Suspect, we talk about how, B4U is such a strong team, but Suspect played so strong today. And I think that this is one team that has a very good chance at also potentially taking down B4U, which has always been the powerhouse in the past. So that's definitely a possibility. And then again, looking at tomorrow's matchups, as we said, CH4 and LJS should be a good matchup. BZY and PTA, I think, are very evenly matched. That should be very close and very intense.
Yeah. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here. This is only day number 1. I know we just got a sliver of what the NAEU community can bring to us in competitive Identity 5. And I'm so excited for each and every day. So please don't miss out on the action to just support your favorite teams because it goes a long way. Again, Sus being, I would say the underdogs coming into this match, and they were able to fly and pass with flying colors as they faced off and knocked out LegacY. So anything could happen, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, that's it for us here in the casting desk. That's my goodbye. How about you, Eli? Anything you want to say before we sign off?
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. This was incredible matchups. Again, I was very honored to be able to commentate with Kahel and you as well, Poch. And I'm very excited about how the rest of this tournament's going to play out. I'm very looking forward to how tomorrow's going to go in the rest of the tournament. Again, thank you guys so much for watching. Don't forget to watch tomorrow as well, grand finals as well on Sunday. And we'll see which team from NAU will earn the right to go play against the rest of the world in the Call of Abyss 5 global tournament.
Boom. There we go.
Stop for a moment, can you see? Nothing is broken, you are here. You found the strength to come back from the end of the road. This is your time, you stand